That prairie writer, the Kansas newspaperman William Allen White, said he knew what was to blame, and it was time for people in the Great Plains to look inside themselves and acknowledge what they had done. He blamed the wheat farmer who broke ground at a gluttonous pace. His good times had ruined him, White wrote. The 4th of July was so hot, nobody wanted to stir. Same as the day before and the day before that. Winds were down a bit, but dust was in the air. People wore scarves or one of the surgical masks distributed by the Red Cross. It was a rare person who did not have the dust hack, a gut-turning cough. If you smoked, and most people rolled their own cigarettes, it made it all the tougher to get through a night without the lungs trying to shake out prairie topsoil coated with nicotine. Thanks to the government cattle culling operation, there was a little money coursing through town. John McCarty tried to get people out of their smothered dugouts and houses. There was a baseball game at the Dalhart Diamond, 15 cents a head to watch the cellar-dwelling Texans take on the Clayton Nine, composed mostly of cousins of Don Juan Lujan. The rabbit drives were on hold because it was too hot to club animals. And while nobody felt like going out into sun-scorched fields and corralling big-eared pests, the campaign against rabbits continued nonetheless. It was us or them, many people felt. The Chamber of Commerce passed the hat for money to hire a man who claimed a good knowledge of how to mix a large batch of poison, and he was contracted to find a biological solution to the rabbit problem. McCarty kept his pledge to stress the good news in his paper. Conditions are going to be much brighter and better, McCarty wrote in his column, and when they are, we will hardly realize what has happened. He tried to dissuade every person who considered leaving Dalhart. Move out of the Texas Panhandle for California? He argued that Dalhart had more sunny days than California, that its people were hardier, its soil better, and that the long drought was in its last gasp. The law of averages are working in our favor now, he wrote. We are overdue for rain, prosperity, and lots of good things, and it is coming as sure as 2 + 2 makes 4. It would take a powerful dose of amnesia to block out what had happened on the high plains, but McCarty gave it his best. Aside from wind and sandstorms, he wrote, there's really no disagreeable weather in the North Panhandle. Beer was back in Dalhart after a 16-year absence. The Busy Bee Cafe sold cold pints for a nickel a pop. But liquor was still against the law. The number 126 house, having survived McCarty's stillborn campaign, went about its business of selling sex out of sight in the mustard-colored house, though the girls tried to be a little less conspicuous. For people who did not like baseball, whores, or cold beer for their diversions, the Reverend Joe Hankins held a revival on the 4th of July at the First Baptist Church, titled, What's Wrong with Card Playing and Dancing? He swept the dust off the pews and welcomed 100 young people. Following the sermon, the kids crowded to the front of the church and pledged never to dance and never to play cards. On May 9, 1934, a flock of whirlwinds started up in the northern prairie, in the Dakotas and eastern Montana, where people had fled the homesteads 2 decades earlier. The sun at mid-morning turned orange and looked swollen. The sky seemed as if it were matted by a window screen. The next day, a mass of dust-filled clouds marched east, picking up strength as they found the jet stream winds, moving toward the population centers. By the time this black front hit Illinois and Ohio, the formations had merged into what looked to pilots like a solid block of airborne dirt. Planes had to fly 15,000 feet to get above it, and when they finally topped out at their ceiling, the pilots described the storm in apocalyptic terms. Carrying 3 tons of dust for every American alive, the formation moved over the Midwest. It covered Chicago at night, dumping an estimated 6,000 tons, the dust slinking down walls as if every home and every office had sprung a leak. By morning, the dust fell like snow over Boston and Scranton, and then New York slipped under partial darkness. Now the storm was measured at 1,800 miles wide, a great rectangle of dust from the Great Plains to the Atlantic, weighing 350 million tons. In Manhattan, the streetlights came on at midday and cars used their headlights to drive. A sunny day, which had dawned cloudless, fell under a haze like that of a partial eclipse. From the observatory at the top of the Empire State Building, people looked into a soup unlike anything ever seen in Midtown. They could not see the city below or Central Park just to the north. Enough. White film covered the ledge. People coughed, rushed into hospitals and doctors' offices asking for emergency help to clear their eyes. The harbor turned gray, the dust floating on the surface. The grass of the parks and the tulips rising to break the depression fog were coated in fine sand. From Governor's Island, visibility was so bad a person could not see the boats just beyond the shore. Baseball players said they had trouble tracking fly balls. Reporters rushed out to query the experts. I spent my youth in the South, where such occurrences are more common, but I didn't remember one in which the dust was carried so high, said a New York meteorologist, Dr. James H. Scarr. I can't say I like this air. It cuts off all my free breathing. The pyrheliometer, an odd-looking instrument that resembled something vaguely futuristic with an Art Deco touch, measured sunlight at 50%. That is, only half the ultraviolet rays of a normal sunny spring day made it to the city. New York was a dirty city in 1934, the air clogged with auto exhaust and the effluence of thousands of small shops, factories, bakeries, and apartments. The air could be so hazardous that people with respiratory problems were advised to move out to the western desert for life. On a typical day, the dust measured 227 particles per square millimeter, not a good reading for someone with health problems. But on May 11th, the dust measured 619 particles per square millimeter. It got inside as well. In the NBC radio studios, air filters were changed hourly. A professor from New York University, Dr. E. E. Free, calculated that on the 17th floor of the Flatiron Building on Fifth Avenue, the thickness of the dust was about 40 tons per cubic mile, which meant all of New York City was under the weight of 1,320 tons. New Yorkers did not like this monstrous visitor from the heartland. They had heard reports about blowing homesteads and had seen a few newsreels, but it was a world away, far beyond the Hudson River. On May 11th, the orphaned land of the Great Plains came to the doorstep of the nation's premier city. For 5 hours, the cloud dumped dirt over New York. Commerce came to a standstill. The captain of a cargo ship, the Deutschland, delayed coming into anchor because he was not sure what had happened. The outline of the Statue of Liberty was barely visible, and it wore a coat of light gray topsoil. The Deutschland's skipper said it reminded him of the Cape Verde Islands, where the sands of the Sahara blew out to sea. Huge dust cloud blows 1,500 miles. That was the New York Times headline the next day. The paper called it the greatest dust storm in United States history. The storm moved out to sea, covering ships that were more than 200 miles from shore. Its rear guard also spread south, leaving a taste of prairie soil in the mouths of members of Congress. Dust fell on the National Mall and seeped into the White House, where President Roosevelt was discussing plans for drought relief. Dust in Chicago, Boston, Manhattan, Philadelphia, and Washington gave the great cities of America a dose of what the people in the little communities of the High Plains had been living with for nearly 2 years. People in the cities wondered why the Plains folks could not do something to hold their soil down. One man suggested laying asphalt over the prairie. Another idea was to ship junked cars to the southern plains, where they would be used as weights to hold the ground in place. At least on the eastern seaboard, the dust came and went like a snowstorm, and then the normal seasonal fluctuations resumed. But in no man's land or the Texas Panhandle or Kansas, the seasons varied only by temperature or the ferocity of the wind. Dust blew every season. It had become life itself. Even snow brought little change from the choking gray and black. A snowstorm in March dumped 21 inches in no man's land, but it fell as dark flakes. They called it a snuster, snow mixed with dust. St. Patrick's Day had beer but no sunlight, A duster hung over the land for 16 hours. Late in the month, the sun was obscured for 6 days in a row. In January 1934, there were 4 dust storms in the southern plains, followed by 7 in February, 7 in March, 14 in April, including one that lasted 12 hours, 4 in May, 2 in June and July, 1 in August, 6 in September, 2 in October, 3 in November, and 4 in December. That year was not even the worst. For most of these storms, daylight was still visible. The sky never went completely black, but visibility was reduced to a quarter mile or less. The dust blew all over the Great Plains, but the worst and most persistent storms were in parts of 5 states: southern Colorado, southwestern Kansas, the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles, and northeastern New Mexico. The government placed the geographic heart of the dust-lashed land in Cimarron County, in the middle of no man's land. In places where the cover of the land had not been completely stripped, the drifts swooshed in, leaving a fresh source of dust. Even with Vaseline in their noses and respiratory masks over their faces, people could not keep from inhaling grit. Dust particles are extremely fine, 63 microns or smaller. By contrast, a period at the end of a typewritten sentence is 300 microns. It could take less than an hour outside to darken one of the masks distributed by the Red Cross. The windows of houses were covered with wet sheets and blankets, the doors taped, the wall cracks stuffed with rags and newspapers. Men avoided shaking hands with each other because the static electricity was so great it could knock a person down. They also put cloth on their doorknobs and metal oven handles to inhibit the electric jolt. Car owners used chains, dragging them along the street as a ground for the electricity in the air. Hospitals postponed operations because they could not keep their surgical wards clean. And flour mills in Kansas had to curtail work because the dust mingled with grain. Rarely a day appears when at some time the dust clouds do not roll over, wrote Caroline Henderson, a Mount Holyoke College graduate and a farmer's wife who lived in no man's land just north of Boise City. Out of college, she had fallen for a farmer, and they made a go of it during the wheat boom. Their well gave them enough water to grow a big garden, slake the thirst of hogs, chickens, and cows, and even bring a few flowers to blossom. The wheat shined in the good years, and Caroline had a telephone installed and got a daily newspaper delivered, bringing the world to their homestead. The bust left the Hendersons living a subsistence life in a place where people seemed to age rather quickly. A 45-year-old woman looked 60, it was said, and a man of the same age without a deeply creased face was a rarity. They lost the phone, the newspaper, the garden, the farm animals, and all their crops. By 1934, they had gone 3 years without income from the land. Caroline's daily tasks began to seem ever more meaningless and hopeless. She clung to small things, a houseplant in the windowsill, pictures of the farm when it was full of grain, a belief in tomorrow. And through the first 3 years of the dust, she never lost her faith in the land. She felt a primitive feeling of kinship with the earth, our common mother, Caroline said, writing in a letter to a friend. She made hand towels in clothes, though it left her hands so rough it frightened her. By 1934, they did not even bother to plant a crop. The Hendersons had some chickens, a few animals, and a garden, enough to keep them alive. Caroline gathered cow chips for fuel, but as the pasture disappeared and the animals starved, the supply of prairie coal dried up as well. Like her neighbors, Henderson's thirst for the base elements of life grew with every arid, dust-filled day. We dream of the faint gurgling sound of dry soil sucking in the grateful moisture, she wrote to a friend in the East, but we wake to another day of wind and dust and hopes deferred. 12. The long darkness. The dust pressed hard on the high plains when Hazel Shaw traveled over the state line to Clayton to have her baby in the spring. Expectant mothers were told to stay in the hospital or a rest home for a month before their delivery date, and Hazel did not want to take chances. Boise City had no hospital. In New Mexico, the air was supposed to be cleaner at the higher ground a mile above sea level. From Clayton, the horizon was not all flat. Mesas and ancient volcanoes broke the skyline. And on those days when the light was just right in the evening, it was as enchanting as the best parts of New Mexico. The light was one of the reasons the Hertzsteins loved Clayton. In town, Charles got his wife settled into a boarding house near the hospital. The doors and windows sealed 3 times over with sheets and tape to keep pregnant women from breathing particles. Charles returned to Boise City. After 1 week, a message came. It was time. He fired up the Model T and headed down the dirt road to New Mexico. The distance was barely 60 miles, but with the drifts, it could take half a day to make the drive. Even though the road was mostly straight, and he was driving on a cloudless day in April, Charles could not see more than a few car lengths ahead of him. Every driver in no man's land knew this kind of blizzard well by now. He paced the Model T, afraid of crashing head-on with another car coming out of the dust the other way. At times, it was like vertigo or driving in space. He hung his head out the window to keep track of the roadside ditch, and in that way, he was able to follow a line toward Clayton. The message had been urgent. Hazel was starting her contractions. The baby was on its way. Sand heaved up and over the front of the car, swirling, creeping across the hood and into his lap. On sections of the road where the wind had scraped everything down to hardpan, the traction was good, and Charles sped up, doing nearly 35 miles an hour. But just as he started to make good time, the car plowed into a drift. He was stuck, the Model T held by dust that had glommed onto the width of the road. He jumped out and tried to scoop away sand with the shovel he always carried. But the drift was too deep, and even as he shoveled, more dust blew onto the dune. The Model T was trapped in nearly 3 feet of sand. Unable to free the car, he took off on foot. There was nothing to see in any direction, just the predatory beige sand in his eyes, his hair blowing against his face. The authorities had warned people not to travel alone and particularly not to walk when a duster was on. In Kansas, one farmer's car broke down and he set out on foot for help. He suffocated to death. But Shaw had no choice. His wife was giving birth. If he stayed in the car and waited for help, he could be buried by the time somebody came along. It would be dark in a few hours. He followed the ditch line of the road until it came to a narrow lane that angled away to a small farmhouse. He figured he had walked at a brisk pace 2 miles. Shaw banged on the door of the shack and explained to the farmer what had happened. The farmer started his tractor and the 2 men rode back to the car. After tugging, digging, and a push from the tractor, they were able to free the Model T. Shaw continued toward Clayton. Anxious, thinking about the baby, worried about more drifts, he kept the speed up, pushing the car to its limit. When he came to a sudden swerve in the road, he was going too fast to correct his speed. The Model T teetered on 2 wheels and tipped on its side. For an instant, Shaw thought he was pinned. He was bruised and bleeding, but otherwise all right. As he crawled out the window, he saw 2 wheels still spinning in the dust. He was able to pry the car out of the dust and tip it back, right side up. The engine started. He finished the drive and made it to St. Joseph's Hospital. Just as Hazel went into her high contractions, in walked a bruised, bleeding, dusty man, his eyelids clogged with mud, his fingers oiled and dirty. Hazel gave birth to a girl late that day, April 7th, 1934. They named her Ruth Nell. She was plump and seemed healthy, but the doctor was concerned about taking her outside. The air was not safe for a baby. He ordered Hazel to stay in the hospital for at least 10 more days and remarked that the young family might want to consider moving out of no man's land. Others were buttoning up their homes and getting out before the dust ruined them. But the Lucas family had planted themselves in this far edge of the Oklahoma Panhandle at a time when there wasn't even a land office for nesters. They were among the first homesteaders. What would it mean for the pioneers to leave? And if they moved, It was not just the uncertainty of where to go and what to do, but also the feeling that they would never again own something. It was a big step down from working on your own quarter section to being adrift with strangers, staring at you like just another piece of oaky trash, saying you should be deported. Deported? Where? Uprooted. Nesters were tumbleweeds. At least here, a hungry man had pride of place and ownership. The family optimism ran through Hazel. She and Charles had opened a business in Boise City and were not going anywhere. It was settled. No matter how ugly the air, no matter how dead the ground, how cashless the economy, new life in no man's land, Ruth Nell, was something that did not come around very often. The baby had to be savored and given a proper start in the place called home. For others, 1934 was the worst year. In early May, the temperature reached 100 degrees in North Dakota. Parts of Nebraska, spared some of the earlier storms, were starting to blow. Fields that had yielded 20 bushels of wheat per acre were lucky to get a single bushel. On 8 million acres, crops were so withered that there was no harvest. Another 2 million acres were fallowed, not planted at all. With 10 million acres bare, farmers in Nebraska fell into the same desperate straits as their neighbors to the south. Not only was 1934 the driest year to date in the arid siege, just under 10 inches of rain fell on the Oklahoma Panhandle, but the pockets of original buffalo grass that had kept sheep and some cattle alive were vanishing as well, smothered by dusters. About a third of Cimarron County was blowing, by the estimate of the ag man Bill Baker. Some grass was under 10 feet of sand. Other parts, stripped and buffed by the wind, were as hard as a basement floor. Even the Kohler Ranch was losing the last of its grass, and they had irrigation water from the Cimarron River, a lifeblood that most people had lost. The Kohlers could spread water on the sod but could not keep it free of the galloping sheets of dust. They tried fences and windbreaks, but the rampaging soil skipped over the barriers and drifted anew. Nearly 3 dozen sheep choked to death in the Kohler corral, gagging on the dust. Later that year, the government men offered contracts to wheat farmers if they agreed not to plant next year. This idea seemed immoral and not the least a bit odd to people when they first heard about it. Like the cattle slaughters, it was a part of a Roosevelt initiative to bring farm prices up by reducing supply, forced scarcity. In the end, many farmers were not going to plant anyway. What was the use, with no water? So the idea that they could get money why? Agreeing to grow nothing was not a hard sell. More than 1,200 wheat farmers in no man's land signed up for contracts and in turn got a total of $642,637, an average of $498 a farmer. Thus was born a subsidy system that grew into one of the untouchable pillars of the federal budget. It was designed for poor grain growers, 1 foot in foreclosure, near starvation, pounded by dirt. And plenty of farmers were starving. I fell short on my crop this time, a farmer from Texas wrote President Roosevelt in late 1934. I haven't got even 1 nickel out of it to feed myself, and now winter is here, and I have a wife and 3 little children. Haven't got clothes enough to hardly keep them from freezing. My house got burned up 3 years ago, and I'm living in just a hole of a house, and we are in a suffering condition. For people who had been without income since 1930, a check of $498 was a sufficient enough windfall to keep them on the land, though not enough to run a farm for another year. It allowed them, though, to exist. They paid just enough of their overdue taxes, and just enough of the outstanding interest on their bank loans, and just enough to get seed, to keep them from closing the door and walking away. Without the government, all of Cimarron County might have dissipated in the dust in 1934. For that year, the government bought 12,499 cattle, 1,050 sheep, and gave out loans to 300 farmers. The government estimated that 4,000 of the 5,500 families in 6 counties of the Oklahoma Panhandle were getting some form of relief, from a few dollars a week to work on road crews to forced scarcity payments. All told, nearly $1 million came from Washington to the distant corner of no man's land. Hugh Bennett thought if he could wrest the land in some of these blowing prairie states, nature might have a shot at a comeback. Bennett was trying to change agricultural history. One idea was to put new growth on the bald grasslands, a restoration project that had never been tried before on such a scale. His other idea was to get individual farmers to break down their barriers of property and think beyond their fence lines. It wasn't enough for one farmer to practice soil conservation if his neighbor's land was blowing. Bennett wanted people to see the whole of the living plains, not the squares of ownership. Bennett put one of Roosevelt's alphabet agencies, the Civilian Conservation Corps, to work on some of his early demonstration projects and tried to inspire them with a sense of urgency about their mission. "We are not merely crusaders," he said at a rally of CCC workers, "but soldiers on the firing line of defending the vital substance of our homeland." Oklahoma's governor, Alfalfa Bill Murray, was furious as the first benevolent acts of the New Deal began to arrive on the southern plains. It was making the Sooner State into a bunch of leaners, as he called them. Of course, Murray had run for president by promising every American an entitlement to the 4 Bs: bread, butter, bacon, and beans. Patronage flowed from Alfalfa Bill outward. Now his old rival, the dandy with the tilted cigarette holder and the funny accent, was bypassing him. FDR was the face of salvation. Nearly 1 in 5 people were still unemployed, but government jobs had given 4 million people a paycheck. Because there were far more willing workers than jobs, the government set a quota for each county based on population. Fueled by his customary 2 pots of black coffee a day, the titan from Toadsuck railed against Roosevelt and his public works projects, calling him a communist. He quit the Democratic Party in protest of the New Deal, but his power was ebbing away. He could not use the National Guard to halt government help for farmers or to keep people from building roads and bridges. The people in his state loved the new president, and the papers were full of praise for the New Deal. Murray became increasingly irritable. In one speech late in the year, while puffing on a cigar, Murray lit into the president as usual. Just then, a schoolboy raised a voice. Murray exploded, snapping at the child. "You little screwworm," the governor shouted at the boy. "Get out of here." Alfalfa Bill's political career never recovered. One proposal that Murray had championed was a plan to dam the Beaver River near Guyman, the first sizable town east of Boise City. As envisioned by promoters in no man's land, the dam would hold enough water to allow people to irrigate, and then they would no longer have to rely on rain. And if the Beaver ran dry, as it often did, they could mine the big aquifer that underlay the southern plains, the Ogallala, for water. So long as they put water in a pen, it didn't matter how it got there. Hydrologists were just starting to grasp the magnitude of the Ogallala. It was nearly the size of Lake Huron, nestled several hundred feet below the surface. With steam engines and windmills, nesters were barely able to reach the upper part of the aquifer. But what if big natural gas engines were put to work, sucking the water up to make the arid land green? The technology was not there yet, FDR was told. In the meantime, the plan to build a dam in no man's land landed with a thud in Washington. Harold Ickes, the Interior Secretary, was having second thoughts about encouraging people to stay on the land. Ickes believed it was better to give people incentive to leave. The land had been settled on the slogan of a quarter section and independence. And now that quarter section could kill you, and people were becoming dependent on the government. Ickes wanted to get the land back into the public domain and move upward of 500,000 people out of the area. His idea was heresy to some. By peeling back Manifest Destiny, it was an admission that American settlement in the Southern Plains had been a colossal failure. By Ickes's reasoning, the High Plains could never be productive farmland again. Why delay the inevitable? The president had his doubts about reverse homesteading. He did not want an uninhabited expanse of sifting sand in the middle of the country. Why not try and change the land itself? Roosevelt, like his fifth cousin Teddy, was an authentic conservationist from the start. As a child, he learned to love nature and was fascinated by the variety of plant life in the Hudson River Valley. When Roosevelt suggested planting a Great Wall of trees from the Canadian border to Texas, people derided the plan as a Soviet-style joke. If God wanted trees to grow on the Great Plains, he would have put them there himself. The wind blew too hard for saplings to take root. There was too little rain. But Roosevelt persisted. Why not plant rows, and in between would be farmland protected from the wind, a shelter belt? The forests are the lungs of our land, he said, purifying our air and giving fresh strength to our people. The president asked the Forest Service to draw up a plan to span the globe and see if there were tree species that could survive the hot breath of the plains in summer and the deep freezes of winter. At the same time, he asked Hugh Bennett and others to examine the larger question that Ickes had raised: whether to encourage any future farming at all, or to empty the plains before it was too late and the nation's midsection became a sandbox. With the Kohler Ranch losing the last of its green, the Cimarron River down to a feeble presence, and the other river in no man's land, the Beaver, dried up, the desire for water was all-consuming. Shallow wells, those of about 80 feet or less, were coming up dry, forcing nesters to carry water from neighbors' wells to their homes, or from town. The Boise City News ran a front-page picture of a pond the owner had created by pumping water into a basin, using a windmill for power. Cimarron County Oasis was the cut line under the picture. In 1934, a simple pond in no man's land looked like heaven. Fred Folkers lost his orchard, the last living thing on his ranch. It had been a struggle to keep the fruit trees alive through the previous 2 years, but 1934 delivered the knockout blow. In the spring, he had still carried buckets of water to the apples, peaches, and mulberries, but the garish orange sun bore down and the wind lashed away, and the drifts rose uncontrolled and buried the trees up to their necks until they gave up. Folkers was left with bare sticks poking out of the dunes. Just to the north, the life-draining drought also killed the trees that Caroline Henderson, the college-educated farmer's wife, had nurtured. Our little locust grove, which we cherished for so many years, has become a small pile of fence posts, Caroline wrote to a friend. The last of the grain left over from the big harvest of 3 years earlier was gone. Even the tumbleweeds that had kept farm animals alive were in short supply. Folkers had been one of the first nesters to salt his thistle, making it edible for cattle. Now some of his neighbors wondered, why couldn't people eat tumbleweeds as well? Ezra and Goldie Lowry, homesteaders in no man's land since 1906, came up with an idea to can thistles in brine. Friends asked them how they could eat such a thing, the nuisance weed of the prairie. It was as dry as cotton, as flavorless as cardboard, as prickly as cactus. Well, sure. Indeed, they tasted like twigs, no debate there. But the Lowry said these rolling thistles that the Germans had brought to the high plains from the Russian steppe were good for you. High in iron and chlorophyll. Cimarron County declared a Russian Thistle Week, with county officials urging people who were on relief to get out to fields and help folks harvest tumbleweeds. The Lowrys also started using a native plant for feed, the flowering yucca that clung to unplowed parts of no man's land. They dug up the roots, cut off the spines, and ground the tubes into food for cows. When mixed with a little cake meal, the pulverized yucca roots kept the animals alive, which in turn kept the milk and cream coming at a time when there was no money to buy groceries. But it also meant that yuccas, one of the last plants holding down the powdered prairie gumbo, were now being yanked from the ground. With these two innovations, canned tumbleweeds and ground yucca roots, the Lowrys, a family of 5, were able to feed themselves. It had been a long fall for them. During the wheat boom, The Lowrys traded in their horse and buggy for a Model T, added 2 rooms to the house, doubling the size, put up wallpaper to cover the newspaper on the inside walls, got linoleum floors, replaced the scrub board with a hand-cranked washing machine, and bought a generator, powered by the wind, which allowed the family to listen to the radio. Now their cattle were gone, shot and buried in a ditch. The orchard had died. The fields were bare, and the family was digging roots and canning tumbleweed. "Why not leave? I'm not gonna put my family in a soup line," said Ezra Lowry. "Not me. We have food here and a roof over our heads." The experiences of families that had fled served as cautionary tales. A neighbor, Clarence Snap, and his wife Ethel had moved out of Boise City that year to Arkansas, where it was supposed to be wetter with more opportunity. Clarence had been so poor when he married Ethel that he borrowed his mama's wedding ring. It was meant to be temporary, he said. In Arkansas, Clarence worked in the fields, digging turnips and sweet potatoes. But he never made a dime. He was paid in his diggings, as he told his neighbors when he returned to no man's land. The Ehrlichs tried grinding up thistle for cattle feed, but it did not seem to work as it did for the Lowrys. Their stock herd was thinning, unable to sustain itself. Newborns came out sickly and small. For Willie Ehrlich, the only surviving boy from a family of 10, who was trying to build a life by following in his father's footsteps, the calves were his future. But he could see at birth that the animals would not live, that they looked half-formed, sickly, not ready for life. Sometimes it made him cry to kill his calves at birth, using the blunt end of an axe to crush their heads. He was married, with 2 children of his own, still living with his parents on the homestead the Ehrlichs had acquired in 1900 after getting off the immigrant train. The travails of his father, George, fleeing the Tsar's army in Russia, surviving that typhoon at sea, and living through the cold hatred of people who thought all German Americans were suspect, gave Willie and his father enough faith they could crawl through this long hole of dirt and depression. The Ehrlichs had established themselves with a typical homestead, 160 acres, a quarter section big enough for cows, a garden, hogs, a few rows of oats, and some wheat. Nearly all of it was gone, reduced to a barren patch in the dun-colored air around the Texas-Oklahoma border. They lived on what they could make and store. After killing a hog, they would trim off the fat and use it for canning gel or mix it with lye to make soap. The meat was salted and rubbed with a solution of brown sugar and brine. They would let it dry for weeks, hanging from the windmill, then rub it again in salt and sugar, injecting the solution near the bones with a syringe. It would go into a bag and hang in the basement for months. They ate everything but the squeal. Ehrlich's neighbor, Gustav Borth, did not have even a hog to slaughter for his winter sausage or cow chips for fuel. He borrowed $25 from a bank, pledging part of his homestead and his combine to buy coal for his stove. A proud man, descendant of a line of Germans who prospered after Catherine the Great opened Russia to them, Borth was crushed by the America of 1934. Deeply homesick and disillusioned, Borth would go behind the shed of his farm, trying to hide from his family, and there he would cry. His daughter, Rosa, saw him several times as he wept. He was hunched over, the tears pouring out of him. It broke her heart. He sold the last of his cattle to the government for $7 a head. With this money, the children wanted shoes. Rosa Borth, age 14, had only a single pair, and she had outgrown them. She painted them black for church, white for school. When the weather was warm, she went barefoot. Next year, Rosa's mother told her, "Shoes will come next year with the rains." Rosa was frightened after seeing her father, the brave bull who broke the Oklahoma crust by hand, crying behind the shed. She could go a while longer without shoes. Her father was afraid of losing his combine, his last possession of any worth. Borth owed $400 on the machine that helped deliver wheat in the boom years. $400, it looked like a Mount Everest of debt. He had no money for his little girl's shoes, let alone for payments on a debt like that. His sobs behind the shed were carried by the wind. Some Germans gave up. They could not go back to the Russian steppe. In Stalin's grip, the old homes were no longer safe. Germans who stayed behind in the villages on the Volga River had been routed, their houses confiscated. In America, the ones who now joined the exodus of tenant farmers from Arkansas, Missouri, and eastern Oklahoma moved to the orchard country of Washington State, or north to Minnesota, or to Saskatchewan. For people in no man's land without a cow or a hog of their own, there were 3 ways to get food. They could wait on the soup line that had opened a few blocks from the courthouse in Boise City. They could wait on another sort of food line, this one courtesy of Sheriff Hy Barich. If it wasn't sugar from the bootleggers, which the sheriff gave out free, it was roadkill, which he had his deputies bring in for distribution. There were always takers for the critters smashed by a car or a train on a dust-clogged highway or track. Their third option, they could steal food. Crimes were no longer petty in the sheriff's jurisdiction. One man took a car by force in broad daylight, sticking a gun to the head of the driver. The sheriff lived in the courthouse next to the jail. Hy Barich and his wife, Inez, raised their 3 boys there. The kids roller skated and played marbles and catch in the hallways, weaving among the legal proceedings and jailings. Inez ran a business on the side sewing suits for lawyers. $3.50 for a 3-piece job, tailor-made. Living next to the jail was better than their last home, a dugout. Peering out the window of his home and office, Barich learned to judge when a heavy duster had moved along by the First State Bank sign across the street. When he could see the sign, it was clear enough to drive. The handsome mugs of Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow, in their mid-20s, were posted in Barich's office. Joyriding, robbing banks, and killing their way through Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. The Barrow Gang was declared public enemy number 1 by a law enforcement posse headed by a former Texas Ranger. Bonnie and Clyde made fools of cops in dozens of counties, once kidnapping a lawman and having him steal a car battery to replace one in their stolen roadster. Bonnie wrote a poem for her mama, which the newspapers published. She sensed their imminent death and said that she and Clyde were friends to all but snitches and stoolies. It contributed to their heroic stature among some people in no man's land. They robbed banks, just as the banks had robbed people, but they were killers as well, as Barich reminded people. With that pair on the loose, hungry people floating through town, and bootleggers still selling the hard fuel that was illegal in this part of Oklahoma, the sheriff had no time for politics. Though he was a Republican in a county where 8 out of 10 people gave their vote to Democrats, Barich was respected. It was no secret how much he despised working at the foreclosure auctions for John Johnson's bank every Monday on the steps of the courthouse. He had even tried to get out of them until he was told by the court that it was his legal duty to stand by as some nester's land was sold for pennies on the dollar. These forced sales were just about the only real estate business left in no man's land. Plenty of farms were for sale on the open markets, but there were no buyers. When asked by a reporter about his plans, Barich said, "I haven't anything new to say. Just tell him I'm running again." Barich at least could expect to keep his salary, $125 a month. Some teachers had gone nearly 2 years without pay, living on the room and board of a student's parents and nothing else. Hazel Shaw thought she could use her salary, the scrip, to buy groceries. But the bank stopped honoring the school scrip when it became clear the system was bankrupt. The county's coffers were empty. By 1934, more than 60% of property owners were delinquent in their taxes in Cimarron County. They stopped paying because they had nothing. For the schools, heated by stoves burning cow chips with dust drifts covering windows, it meant they could no longer afford books. The children would have to continue with broken-spined, ragged old texts perforated by the abrasive air of no man's land. Cimarron County High School fell into further disrepair. It was one of the most forlorn sights in a town of dirty-faced buildings, just 2 clapboard shacks attached at the shoulder. Before the dust, Parents had been able to clean the windows and keep the roof in shape. Now the exterior was worn, as if it had been chipped by vandals. The gutters had fallen away, and the windows were covered with torn sheets splotched with 3 years' worth of uplifted soil. Children ran the streets, dirty and hungry. Some had simply been abandoned. "We are getting deeper and deeper in dust," the Boise City News wrote. On May 23, 1934, Bonnie and Clyde were ambushed outside a gang member's family home in rural Louisiana, their bodies pummeled with lead from rounds of Browning automatic rifles. Bonnie died in a red dress, her favorite color. She was 24. The papers had a field day with pictures of the former Texas Ranger with his bloody prey, and then it was back to the dreary routine of life in a dusty fog. Buildings that had been fresh painted in Boise City's blush of youth stood decrepit and raw. A town that had been named for its phantom trees now looked nearly treeless. The train station where suitcase farmers had poured into town stood windblown and empty. The grain silos had not been stuffed with fresh wheat for 3 years, and dust blew up against the sides of hollow barns and hardened, forming caked barriers. The defiance, evident at the start of the Depression when the county proudly turned down relief, was gone. In its place was a sense of doom, as if no man's land were being punished by God. Some ministers told people they must have done something wicked to deserve these awful times. The newspaper conveyed this sentiment as well. Civic chauvinism disappeared from the pages of the Boise City News. The paper ran a front-page drawing of the Grim Reaper with a death grip over no man's land, and began a piece on the storms with a citation from Ezekiel. "Behold, I have smitten my hand at thy dishonest gain, which thou hast made." Hazel Shaw did not think she had come by anything, her little nest in the funeral home, the new baby girl, by dishonest gain. The ministers were referring to the wheat bonanza, which seemed eons ago. All the people buying new cars, dancing late, drinking bootleg hooch, purchasing washing machines on credit, plowing up more ground to keep up with the unnatural float of grain prices. Up, up, up. More, more, more. Hazel was religious, but her God was not full of vengeance. Her God was hope. Hazel lived across the street from St. Paul's Methodist Church, a reminder that the Lord was in her neighborhood at all times. At night, after she had finished draping the windows in fresh sheets and sweeping out the dust, Hazel rocked baby Ruth Nell to sleep, telling her things would soon get better. The sky would clear again. It was an early winter on the high plains, the blue northers charging down in October. Some trees never leafed out that year. It was a fall without color, just as it had been a spring and summer of gray. One morning, while Hazel rocked her baby, she saw in the pale light a small coffee box on the steps of the church across the street. She walked outside to her front porch and took a second look. There was a coat thrown over the box. She went inside to start the day's chores and forgot about it. Ruth Nell's crib was in the one corner of the bedroom that Hazel tried to keep spotless. She scrubbed it down daily, washed the baby's blankets. She gummed the windows up fresh. The store in town sold a 500-foot roll of house sealing tape for 35 cents, promoted through an ad that read, "Mrs. Housewife, keep that dust out by sealing your windows with gummed tape." Her chores done, she visited with her grandma Lumiza, the original Lucas homesteader who lived south near Texhoma. Grandma Lou said she'd never seen the land so mean-edged. It was a danger to breathe, and Grandma Lou was starting to show it, coughing until she fell to the ground. A widow for 2 decades, she was field tough, able to do any chore a man could do on her homestead. But these fits of hacking were debilitating. That night, a light snow mixed with dust began to fall, leaving a dirty, frothy covering on Boise City. Hazel noticed the coffee box and the coat still on the church steps. They had been there all day. The next morning, with the temperature well below freezing and several inches of brown snow on the ground from the snuster, Hazel looked outside. The coat and box had not been moved. She walked across the street to the steps, brushed back the snow, stripped away the coat. There was a baby inside, blue-faced, barely moving, perhaps no more than 4 pounds, no bigger than a garden squash. Hazel rushed home and tried to warm the baby, holding her close and rubbing her. She heated milk and got some hot fluids inside. Her husband summoned the minister, a doctor, and the sheriff. The baby had been out in the cold for at least 40 hours, wrapped in nothing but a blue flannel diaper and covered by the coat. The doctor rubbed the baby with oil, then wrapped her in several layers of blankets. Sheriff Barrick did not seem surprised by the discovery. He had a drawl, slower each year, that seldom shifted to higher gear unless he was truly irate. This veteran had seen a lot in the gas-choked trenches of Europe during the Great War. But what he had investigated in the land around his home county of late were new lows for Cimarron County. People were abandoning their children, not in great numbers, mind you, but enough to make the sheriff feel a sense of shame for his fellow Oklahomans. Nationwide, the 1930s was the first decade in United States history when the number of young children declined. Never before have the birth rate, at less than 20 children per 1,000 women of childbearing age, been so low. As the baby's temperature rose, the infant started to cry. Color came to her cheeks. Hazel thought it was a miracle. A baby resuscitated to life after being out in the cold, the dust, and the snow. But it was horrid, as the sheriff said, and she had to add, evil, to think that people would just walk away from a baby, leaving it alone on the church steps in the frigid, dirty air. "This ain't the worst of it," the sheriff said. One family had abandoned all 3 of their children. They were too poor to feed them, said it was inhumane to hold on to. The kids. The infant that Hazel found was eventually adopted by a couple east of town. A short time later, word came that the coffee box baby had died of something that was killing both children and old people throughout the high plains: dust pneumonia. 13. The struggle for air. In the winter of 1935, everybody in the Osteen dugout had a cough, raw throat, and red eyes that itched at all times, or trouble getting their breath. The family, Ike, his brother, and 2 sisters, and the widow living inside a divot in the prairie of Baca County, had tried to seal their home. Stuffing rags into wall cracks, gluing strips of flour paste-covered paper around the door, taping the windows, and then draping damp gunny sacks over the openings. Wet bed sheets were hung against the walls as another filter. But all the layers of moist cloth and flour paste could not keep the wind-sifted particles out. The dugout was like a sieve. When their Red Cross masks got so clogged it was like slapping a mud pie over the face, they rigged up sponges to breathe through. But the general store in Springfield couldn't keep up with the demand and ran out of sponges. The plow that Ike had used to make money in the wheat boom was almost completely buried. Going to the outhouse was an ordeal, a wade through shoulder-high drifts, forced to dig to make forward progress. They tried parking the old Model A on different sides of the dugout or atop the dunes as a way to keep it from getting buried. In March, the worst dusters yet came from the north. The storms blocked the sun for 4 days, although it was never completely dark, and packed winds strong enough to knock a person down. It forced the Osteen family inside for 3 of those days and smothered the Model A. Ike listened to the incessant crackling of static electricity around the windmill. Poking his head out of the hole, he saw currents running down the windmill and along a wire, a blue flame. Wasn't nothing. His friend Tex Aker said the static at his place was so strong it electrocuted a jackrabbit. Saw it with his own eyes. With each new duster, hope that the Osteen half-section could deliver some measure of relief to the family slipped away. For days, they were not sure on what side of the horizon the sun rose and on what side it set. A black blizzard in February carried such a punch it knocked telephone poles down. By the spring, Osteen's mama wanted only to see her son get through school, and then move to town. Ike was holding on, trying to attend school on the days when the storms would allow his mule to stumble through the sifting dunes. Sometimes he would ride all the way to the schoolhouse only to find it closed on account of the dusters. Every school in the county was closed for a week in March. At one school, children were trapped just before the afternoon school bell, unable to go home. They spent the night holed up behind the thin walls of the wood-frame building, cold and hungry. Stories like that made parents give up on school. It was too risky, and they did not see any reason for it. Life's ambitions and dreams had dried up. People held to a few desperate desires: a longing to breathe clean air, to eat, to stay warm. School was a luxury. Ike considered dropping out. There was supposed to be work on a government road job, paving a line across southern Baca County into New Mexico, work that a boy could get if he could lie about his age. He also thought of hopping aboard the train and heading west, seeing what California was all about. He and Texaker had talked about lighting out for some place that had trees and water, but Ike's mother said it would break her heart if he left before making it out of high school. She needed at least one child to bring some light into the dugout. He signed up to help with the senior play, Mail Order Bride, staying after school in the tiny gym to work as a stagehand. But in mid-spring, just days before dress rehearsal, practice came to a sudden halt. The play was off. Cots were hauled into the school gym and placed in tight rows. The Red Cross was converting the gym into an emergency hospital. It soon filled with wheezing, fevered people, including some of Ike's classmates. 9 people died. One of the victims was 17, Ike's age, a classmate who had hoped to graduate with him that spring. One dirt-filled day blended into another. Starting on the first day of March, there was a duster every day for 30 straight days, according to the Weather Bureau. In Dodge City, Kansas, the health board counted only 13 dust-free days in the first 4 months of 1935. People were stuffed with prairie topsoil. In a report delivered to the Southern Medical Association, Dr. John H. Blue of Guymon, Oklahoma, said he treated 56 patients for dust pneumonia, and all of them showed signs of silicosis. Others were suffering early symptoms of tuberculosis. He was blunt. The doctor had looked inside an otherwise healthy young farmhand, a man in his early 20s, and told him what he saw. "You are filled with dirt," the doctor said. The young man died within a day. Prairie dust has a high silica content. As it builds up in the lungs, it tears at the honeycombed web of air sacs and weakens the body's resistance. After prolonged exposure, it has the same effect on people as coal dust has on a miner. Silicosis has long been a plague of people who work underground and is the oldest occupational respiratory disease. But it takes years to build up. In the high plains, doctors were seeing a condition similar to silicosis after just 3 years of storms. Sinusitis, laryngitis, bronchitis, a trio of painful breathing and throat ailments, were common. By the mid-1930s, a fourth condition, dust pneumonia, was rampant. It was one of the biggest killers. Doctors were not even sure if it was a disease unique from any of the common types of pneumonia, which is an infection of the lungs. They saw a pattern of symptoms: children, infants, or the elderly with coughing jags and body aches, particularly chest pains and shortness of breath. Many had nausea and could not hold food down. Within days of diagnosis, some would die. Desperate parents pleaded with the government men to help their families escape. Their children were being strangled by dust. In a month, 100 families in Baca County gave up their property to the government in return for passage away from land that was killing them. Roosevelt had not yet settled on a plan to relocate people, but there was money available in piecemeal relief efforts to help folks forced to move. The Red Cross declared a medical crisis across the High Plains in 1935, opening 6 emergency hospitals, including the one in Ike's school gym. But in the homesteads of Baca County, No Man's Land, and southwest Kansas, many people in dire need of care could not get to the medical centers. Secondary roads to withered farms, none of them paved, most of them barely graded, were impassable in the first months of 1935 because of blowing drifts, and the chill was a force of its own. February was the coldest in 40 years. People were stuck in drafty, dust-swept homesteads, meat locker cold, coughing dirt into their pillows, fighting for their lives. The sick rode mules or horses over the chop of the dunes to the hospitals. In Beaver County, adjacent to Cimarron, 300 people were diagnosed with dust pneumonia. Nearby in Liberal, Kansas, 9 people who came into the medical facility died of the same thing. In March, 1 out of every 5 people admitted to all hospitals in southwest Kansas said they were choking on dust. The next months, more than 50% of admissions were for dust-related respiratory ailments. Jean Clark, whose dancer mother had left New York for the High Plains to get help for her own respiratory ailments, came down with a high fever, chills, and chronic cough in her home just north of Baca County. She was put in the emergency hospital in Lamar, Colorado, in a room with wet bedsheets draped over the windows. The former haven for lungers had turned lethal. Jean's mother had begun to look for a way out of this maelstrom. She had gone from Broadway's bright lights to a small town where she was starved for light and a clear day, and had been thinking of ways to get back to New York when her little girl came down sick. Jean was an only child. The doctor said they did not know if she would live to see Easter Sunday 1935. She slept most of the day, awakened occasionally by her father's cigar smoke. She loved seeing her daddy, but the smoke made her scream. The Red Cross advised people not to go outside unless they had to, and then only with their respiratory masks. Even rail travel was hazardous. A train from Kansas City to Dalhart had to stop several times when passengers complained they were choking. The train came to a halt, idling in an effort to let the dust settle enough so that people could scoop out the passenger cars. Another train in Kansas was derailed when it plowed into a dune that had formed in just a few hours. Despite the Red Cross warning, people had to go outside. They lived outdoors. The outdoors lived with them. It was one and the same. They had no choice. High Plains nesters were more intimate with the elements than perhaps any other people in the country. They knew black dust came from Kansas, red from eastern Oklahoma, a yellow-orange from Texas. And sometimes all of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas seemed airborne at once, black, red, and orange converging. The sunlight that filtered through these dusters took on eerie hues, sometimes even green. People knew that when the wind blew from the southwest, the duster to follow would go through a range of colors, everything but the golden light they remembered from the first days of breaking the sod. If the dust clouds were high from the south, somewhat thin, they would take the shape of moving mesas, topping out at better than 2 miles above the ground. And when dusters came from the north, the clouds boiled up like thunderheads and usually carried a heavy load. These black northers were the most hated. Life in the galloping flatlands was a pact with nature. It gave as much as it took, and in 1935 it was all take. 14. Showdown in Dalhart. Drifters, lunatics, and bankrupt shopkeepers filled the courtrooms in Dalhart. On many days, the slow grinding of the law against people who could no longer stay afloat was the only business in town. Uncle Dick Kuhn took title to a pool hall that was one of the oldest hangouts in town, foreclosing on a debt of $612. The court awarded Kuhn 4 pool tables, 4 domino tables, 12 chairs, 5 cue racks, 4 sets of dominoes, and 2 cigar cases. Banks foreclosed on Red Bulls and black steers, on tractors, combines, water tanks, windmills, light fixtures. Simon Hertzstein tried, but could not find a way to reopen his store in town. By 1935, Hertzstein was 3 years behind on city taxes. He had stayed open through days when not a single shirt sold before finally calling it quits. After Hertzstein was foreclosed on $242 in back taxes, the city of Dalhart had title to a piece of space long occupied by the leading clothier on the southern plains. It became another empty hole in a sagging town. The sign at the edge of Dalhart Black man don't let the sun go down was strictly enforced. In February, a norther came through the high plains, sending the mercury plummeting to 7 degrees. The hazy Arctic air hung on for a week. When two black men got off the train in Dalhart, hungry and nearly hypothermic, they looked around for something to eat and a place to get warm. They found a door open in a shed at the train depot. Inside was some food and shelter from a cold so painful it burned their hands and feet like a blowtorch. Two Negroes arrested. The Dalhart Texan reported how the men, aged 19 and 23, had sniffed around the train station looking for food. They were cuffed, locked up in the county jail, and after a week brought out for arraignment before a justice of the peace, Hugh Edwards. The judge ordered the men to dance. The men hesitated. This was supposed to be a bond hearing. The railroad agent said these men were good for nothing but Negro toe tapping. The judge smiled. He said he wanted to see it. Tap dance, Edwards told the men. Here? Yes, before the court. The men started to dance, forced silly grins on their faces, reluctant. After the tap dance, the judge banged his gavel and ordered the men back to jail for another 2 months. As the ground took flight through the middle years of the dirty 30s, the courts had to contend with a new type of mental illness, the person driven mad by dust. Texas, like most states, had a civil procedure for committing people to involuntary confinement in a state institution. County courts had jurisdiction. A young judge, Wilson Cowan, impaneled a jury of 6 to hear a story that was common on the high plains. A young woman found wandering the streets, muttering incoherent pleas. Cowan was deeply troubled by these insanity trials. He had been elected in the summer of 1934, despite his youth and his inexperience. While running for judge, Cowan roamed all over Dallam County and saw firsthand how the dirt-packed winds were taking the life out of the place. He drove for days without seeing a single green thing. He saw farmhouses without a chicken or cow. He saw children in rags, their parents too frightened of dust pneumonia to send them to school, huddling in shacks shaped into wavy formations on the prairie, almost indistinguishable from the dunes. He had been a judge less than a year when he was assigned the case of a mother of young children, the 35-year-old widow found on the streets. Bankrupted by the wheat bust, the woman had lost her husband to dust pneumonia, leaving her without a man or a penny to her name. Her children were hungry, dirty, coughing, dressed in torn, soiled clothes. Their house was nearly buried, and inside centipedes and black widows had a run of the place. The worst thing was the wind. It never stopped. One day, the woman simply snapped. "Dust is killing me," the woman shouted. Her voice echoed through the red brick fortress of the Dallam County Courthouse. Cowan tried to talk to her about what had happened and the steps she could take to recover. The judge told her about the relief house, just open in town, Doc Dawson's operation. The doc was broke. All the money he made at the sanitarium had been put into the land, and the land gave back nothing. What was left for him was service, the impulse that had driven the doc all his life. With a donation from Uncle Dick, he opened a soup kitchen known as the Dalhart Haven, serving hot beans from a big pot and black coffee, sometimes hot. Dunes were spreading all around the panhandle, sifting and lengthening, transforming the old XIT lands to desert before the eyes of a panicked citizenry. The doc's ambition had ebbed to a few goals: live through the dusters, keep the soup kitchen running. And so Judge Cowan suggested to the shrieking woman, perhaps she could find temporary relief at Doc Dawson's Dalhart Haven. "Dust is killing me," she shouted again. "It's killing my children." Privately, the judge told friends some hope existed if only the government men could find a way to tame the dunes, and if the skies could spare some rain. Cowan was encouraged by talk among some of the government men about trying to control the prairie with contour plowing. Conservation. That was the new word coming from Big Hugh Bennett. He had sent one of his soil scientists to Dallam County, and the man told farmers they had been practicing suicidal production on the land. If the government was going to help, People would have to promise, in writing, to change their ways, would have to act as one. But getting a community consensus looked like a hard thing to do at a time when most people were still in shock at the collapse of their lives and their beloved piece of Texas dirt. This Tomorrowland was running out of tomorrow people. Dust is killing us all. God help us. The court heard how the woman's shack was nearly a tomb under the topsoil, and her children were close to suffocating. An expert told the judge that the woman had lost her ability to care for her children or herself. After half a day's deliberation, the jury agreed. Resisting the tug on his heart, Judge Cowan signed a certificate committing the mother to the insane asylum at Wichita Falls, Texas. Her children were given to the state. Cowan was 31 years old when he heard that case. More than 50 years later, it still bothered him. There were times in the two-room shack, shared by 5 members of Bam White's family, that Lizzie White nearly snapped as well, when the pain was too much. The shack had no electricity, no running water. "The wind," she would say, shaking her head, a haunted look on her face. "Oh, the wind, the wind." They worked and ate by the light of a kerosene lamp. Keeping the dust out was impossible. Even fresh, clean clothes hanging outside to dry on the line were at risk. When a duster rushed through, she had to hurry and get the laundry off the line, because there was usually just enough oil in the blowing sand to soil the clothes. Lizzie swept 5-6 times a day. She had her boys shovel dust in the morning, after it piled up outside the door. Sometimes a big dune blocked the door, and the boys had to crawl out a window to get to it. The dust arrived in mysterious ways. It could penetrate like a spirit, cascading down the walls or slithering along the ceiling until it found an opening. Of course, he taped windows and doors, draped everything in wet sheets, turned the pots over, covered the sink. But there it was, floating in the kerosene lamp's light, after supper, free-floating. Just the sound of the prairie wind could make her stomach tight, for she knew what would follow. And the sight of her children, these hungry kids, their noses never clean, she kept them out of school on days she feared they might get caught in a blinding duster. The dust pneumonia scared the life out of her. Her sister, who lived to the south, had caught it, came up with the fever and powerful body aches, and had trouble breathing, as if her air passages had been cut off. Came up with the coughing all night and day till she broke. 3 ribs, fever shot up, and then she died before she could find her way to one of the emergency hospitals. Young Melt's job was to tend the garden, hauling water in pails to a square of ground out by the side of the shack. It was not much to look at, except for the watermelons. They grew big and green, and the Whites counted the days until they could cut one open and submerge their faces in the sweet, wet fruit. Midsummer, amid a string of dusters, the static electricity was crackling like firecrackers. In the evening, when the dust clouds drifted through, Melt went outside to check the garden. He had watered it that morning, but now it was dead, killed by the electric currents of the duster. The leaves were black, and the vines collapsed. The static had singed the foliage of the watermelon plants. Not long after the garden died, the children came home and found Lizzie White buckled over in a corner. She was crying, her face in a towel. The boys looked into their mama's red eyes, felt the towel moist with hot tears. "What are we gonna do, Mama?" Lizzie White could not muster a teaspoonful of optimism for her children. "It's up to your daddy," she said. "I can't live like this anymore." Between selling his skunk hides and a few odd jobs, Bam White spent most of his time in 1935 with old XIT cowboys. They talked about holding a reunion of the biggest ranch in the Lone Star State. Maybe stage a rodeo, pool some cash in town for a purse. Bam no longer dreamed of hiring on at a ranch. Place where he'd worked when he first came to Dalhart, Mal Stewart's spread west of town, had blown away. It was all sand, like most of the old XIT. The way the cowboys kept their tomorrow days alive now was to rope off a section of Denrock Street on a Saturday night and hold a square dance. Bam didn't care for dancing anymore. Every joint in his body cried with some ache or another brought by a lifetime of breaking horses and chasing cattle. What he did now was call the dances, setting the time with the musicians. Bam White spent other days kicking around on what was left of the James's place. Old Andy James, his heart was broken by the death of his family's grand slab of Texas. For so long, the James boys had the run of the Llano Estacado. They were part of the country, a proud family. The patriarch had come to the grasslands in 1898, but died before he could stake his claim. The boys and the widow lived in a two-room dugout before establishing a ranch that went from north of Dalhart to south of Boise City, second in size only to the XIT. Their Diamond brand marked cows that had been fattened on the thickest carpet of mid-America. And the stories these boys could tell, skinning cattle by hooking a team of horses to the hide, was one that always made people's eyes light up. They had lived through grass fires that rolled over the prairie like devil's breath, and witnessed half a dozen times when the Cimarron River swelled up and raged through the country. More than once, blizzards killed off half their herd, and somebody was always sick or bleeding from a run-in with barbed wire after too much corn whiskey. Now the James Ranch was in tatters. Much of it had been sold to keep the bankers at bay after cattle prices collapsed in the last decade. The paper chasers were one thing, but the James boys could not fight the dust storms. Andy James never got sick much and never complained. Once he had a few teeth pulled by a dentist with only the numbing aid of a bottle of hooch. But the black blizzards got to him that year, and it affected everyone who was close to him. The swagger was gone, even from his son, young Andy, the horseman, who used to brag to Hazel Lucas about eating his mighty crunchy grasshoppers. Bam had never seen a cowboy so blue as old Andy. Everybody's ranch was in the same condition, blowing away. A meeting was called in the Dalhart courthouse. About 150 men and women who used to ranch, or still held title to land that had been good grass for cattle, packed the room. Andy sat and listened while complaints were stacked high. Then he stood to give his piece. His family, he reminded everyone, had come to the High Plains at the start of the new century and initially chose 4 sections of land, 2,560 acres of this country's sod, because of one thing: the grass. There were no farmers when the James family started their ranch. The whole area was covered with grama, curly mesquite, and bluestem that were waist-high in wet years. Andy James's. Daddy said the land would never be plowed up. A season's time on the James Ranch was all a person needed to fall in love with the grassland. Over the years, Andy had seen places with more trees, places with more mountains, places with mere water, more people, all the things that the Panhandle didn't have. But he always came home to the ranch because it was paradise. And even though the family lost much of their spread in the cattle bust, their soul was still in the land. Andy hated what the farmers had done, tearing up this good earth. He hated the nesters for digging straight lines in open pastures and prospecting for wheat like drunken miners in a gold rush, and then for walking away from it and letting it blow. What they'd done was a crime against nature. But Andy could not live with hate and regret. It wasn't right, this bile and bitterness, and it kept him up at night. Not long ago, Andy went out to the ranch to have a good long look. It sickened him. The cottonwood trees planted by his mother, dead. The grass that had stretched from sunrise to sunset, gone. Not a blade in the ground. Fences smothered by dust. Roads buried under drifts. Tumbleweeds and sand piled as high as the courthouse, a castle of dirt. "This is a terrible way for us to treat our land," he said at the meeting. He hacked up the prairie silt until his wind-blown face was red and he doubled over in pain. There followed a couple of hisses from some nesters. They aimed the Gothic death stare at Andy. Does he think he's got a monopoly on righteousness? Others started clapping and whistling. Yeah, boy, you tell him. Andy James had spoken a truth. He ended with a call to listen to the government men. Give 'em a chance. Yes, it was not a cowboy's way to depend on somebody else. especially the government. But this was their only hope, this soil conservation idea that Big Hugh Bennett was trying to get people to agree on. Bennett's men had proposed turning a big stretch of swirling prairie in Texas into a demonstration project of how to hold down the earth, the largest such project in the country. But it would require a majority of people in the county to approve of the plan. If things went right, they might get grass back in a few years' time. And with grass, cattle would follow. The country might spring back to life. "Bullshit!" came a shout. But Andy James had won over the crowd. They elected him and Mal Stewart, the rancher who had hired Bam White, to write a letter to Bennett in Washington and let him know they were good to go. Bennett had told Congress that 51 million acres were so eroded they could no longer be cultivated. It would take 1,000 years to rebuild an inch of topsoil. What could be done now was all theory. But theory was better than another day in the howling dirt. Texas was a unique disaster, for the programs Big Hugh had up and running elsewhere were all designed to stem water erosion. Wind was the problem of the high plains. The two cowboys sent a letter. Folks in the Panhandle had agreed to do something about the airborne earth in Texas. Just show us how. In early April, the two black men who had been sitting in the Dallam County Jail for 3 months were brought back to the courthouse for trial. The railroad agent again told how he found the men on the coldest of nights, looking for food and shelter, and looking in a place that happened to be property of the Rock Island Railroad. The judge asked the men if this was true, and they said, "Yes, sir. We were hungry and cold and saw that little haven of warmth and food, and we pushed open the door and helped ourselves to something." With this admission, the judge found the pair guilty of criminal trespass and sentenced them to 120 days in jail. But again, he wanted one more thing. "Dance," the judge said. The two men obliged, and as the Texan reported the next day, the tap-dancing Negroes made for a good laugh for judge, prosecutor, and the Rock Island Railroad agent. The paper's editor, McCarty, had become frustrated by the image that the rest of the country was getting of his beloved High Plains. He could never build an empire on sand. His cheerleading had not lagged through dusters that tore at the town like crows feeding on a corpse. He ran a double-spread picture of his town looking its Sunday best. Beautiful panoramic view of Dalhart shows it as a city of homes where living is a real pleasure, he wrote. The real estate ads were more honest than the journalism. People offered to swap their land for a truck. One realtor wrote, "We've had hell here, and it has been no place for suckling babes or tender-hearted softies." To McCarty, it was bad enough that people had sent a telegram to Washington a year earlier, begging for help, saying they were fighting desperately to maintain our homes, schools, churches. That brought the kind of attention that McCarty could not stand, making his neighbors look like failures. Fox Movietone News had been around for a couple of weeks, filming mountainous dusters as they swept through the high plains on an almost daily basis, with maps pinpointing Dalhart and Boise City as the dead center of the worst storms, based on charting of windblown soil done by the government men. It was McCarty's nightmare, his town held up as a howling wasteland on thousands of movie screens across America, a netherworld for the lost. The black blizzard that covered Dalhart in half an inch of what looked like dirty snow was captured by the Movietone news crews and sent out to theaters, where the pictures played before regular features like The Gay Divorcee. McCarty buried news of that storm deep inside the paper in a single column, and instead promoted a plan of action. The Texan announced a rabbit roundup to exceed all others for slaughter. A few days later, 6,000 rabbits were killed as people spread out over a wide swath of penned land. This time, guns were allowed, and there was an ammo truck for anyone who runs short, as the paper reported. And if this wasn't evidence that the people of Dalhart were not going to passively sit by and accept the fate of transient land, there was more to come. Using his column, called Cactus, Sage, and Loco, McCarty put the best face on the dark winter of 1935. These movie-tone news features going out of Dalhart were a slander, he said, as toxic as idle gossip. Earlier, during the cold snap that had driven the two black drifters to seek warmth, McCarty wrote that the worst was over. But a month later, an even colder norther rolled through, and the temperature fell to 6 degrees Fahrenheit. At the same time, a monstrous dust storm broke the routine of smaller dusters. It blanketed all of the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles, southern Colorado, and southwest Kansas. Dalhart was hammered. The dust was coarser and heavier than the usual flour-light silt. It felt like gravel. It shattered windows and swooshed down chimneys and ran along the walls and buried the streets like a winter blizzard. In the morning, footprints and car tracks were imprinted in the dust. A baby boy, aged 18 months, died one day after that storm. A tribute to our sandstorms, McCarty declared it was time to stop treating the dusters like a biblical plague, time to give them praise. The newsreel people and the traveling reporters from the big city dailies and the magazines, they had it all wrong. The dust storms were majestic, in their way, even beautiful, he wrote. Instead of cowering in the sand, people should look skyward in wonder. Some of his readers thought McCarty had gone mad. Let us praise nature and the powerful God that rules nature, he wrote. Let us in centurion tones boast of our terrific and mighty dust storms, and of a people, a city, and a country that can meet the test of courage they afford, and still smile. He urged citizens of Dalhart to view the majestic splendor and beauty of one of the great spectacles of nature, a panhandle dust storm, and smile even though we may be choking and our throats and nostrils so laden with dust that we cannot give voice to our feelings. The new approach was welcomed by those who were sick of being told that the end was near. The idea that Nestor should never have broken the southern plains and planted towns was absurd, McCarty felt. He scoffed at the suggestion of Secretary of the Interior Ickes that people should be relocated to land less hostile to human habitation. A person needed only to go inside the Mission Theater, ignore the lies from the newsreels, and see what this country was really like. There, the movie Cimarron, A Tale of the Oklahoma Land Rush, was playing. It featured heroic sodbusters more to McCarty's liking. Outside the theater, these dusters were part of a freakish spell of weather, an epic trial, yes, but the Texas Panhandle would come back, strong, and look like the admirable place in the movie. McCarty's tribute generated more mail and publicity than anything he had written in his 6 years as editor of The Texan. The complimentary letters were prominently displayed, including one that compared McCarty to some of the greatest American writers of all time. Your composition in Friday's paper, styled A Tribute to Our Sandstorms, in my humble opinion, is one of the most beautiful specimens of elegant rhetoric I have seen in contemporary literature. The beautiful imagery, choice figures, and excellent diction of this article are beyond question. The reverent spirit which pervades the whole and the poetic appreciation for nature are worthy of its excellent style. One would search long and with great care before finding in Hawthorne, Poe, or Irving paragraphs of greater literary merit. Unfortunately, the letter was unsigned, leaving the impression that McCarty himself had penned the anonymous tribute to his praise of savage dusters. But McCarty was onto something. He had tapped into the resilience of people who wanted to do something other than club rabbits, pray for rain, and wait for the gates of hell to open for them. I enjoy a storm, McCarty wrote a week after the Defiant column. I like to see old, gnarled and scarred trees silhouetted against the sky, defiant of the winds, ready for any storm that may come. I like to see men and women, scarred with the battles of life, proven on its toughest testing ground, and ready for all that comes their way. From the worst conditions came the strongest men, he concluded. Our country has been beaten, swept, scarred, and torn by the most adverse weather conditions since June 1932. It is bare, desolate, and damaged. Our people have been buffeted about by every possible kind of misfortune. It has appeared that the hate of all nature has been poured out against us. He made light of Easterners who whined when the big duster dropped its load on the population centers in May 1934, scaring the wristwatch cavemen of the East to death. From praise of the dust storms, McCarty moved on to praise of the people who endured the storms. Yes, Americans were soft, as he said last 4th of July, except for these High Plains nesters. They were no wristwatch cavemen. A tribute to our people, Spartans. No better word can describe the citizen of the North Plains country and of Dalhart, he began this piece. Bravery and hardship are but tools out of which great empires are carved, and real men made Spartans. The Spartans seemed to respond. People from 5 counties in the Texas Panhandle met in Dalhart in March, holding a rally to fight dust, as the Texan put it in a headline. More than 700 sturdy Panhandle citizens, wind-whipped and dust-covered, voted to stand by their guns and once more make this county blossom as the rose, the newspaper said. How to make it blossom was a question left unanswered. Hugh Bennett had received the telegram sent by the cowboys, and his Soil Conservation Service now had a blueprint to hold the land down. The project would cover only a fraction of the 3 million acres in the Panhandle that were badly torn up. But they had started something which was better than sitting by idly as the sky carried their homesteads away. The larger battle was not over the beauty or savagery of sand, or the endurance of the people, but what to ultimately do with the land and the families living in its midst. It is not a pretty picture, but there is a certain satisfaction in staying with it, McCarty wrote. People had been lured to one of the last open spaces left on the American map by extravagant claims of water and prosperity. Was it too late to simply call them back, to admit that the nesters had been duped and the land raped? McCarty thought that by turning the argument around, by saying the dust storms were nature at its glorious extreme, and the people living amid them virtuous, he could keep the towns intact. The government was still considering how, or even if, the prairie grass could be stitched back in place. McCarty was against any attempt to regrass or depopulate the southern plains. Such ideas, he said, could only come from armchair farmers. A Spartan would stay put. McCarty's boosterism could not hold the storms back, nor curb the danger to people who felt like miners tracked in a deep shaft, nor stop the deaths. A plague took more lives of the Spartans. A week after the rally to fight dust, a young Dalhart mother, Muriel Sanford, died of dust pneumonia. She was 26 and left behind a baby who was dying of the same ailment. 4 feet of dust on the main road into Dalhart from the south trapped cars, preventing them from getting back into town. Other drifts completely buried abandoned farmhouses. Another black blizzard reduced visibility in town to a single block. It was not quite dark, but the streetlights were on and the town was wrapped in an eerie haze. In mid-March, another child died in Dalhart, just a few days after his first birthday, of dust pneumonia. McCarty's paper played up dusters in other states, while minimizing the ones in his town. He reported how 100 families a month were fleeing Cimarron County, just over the state line to the north. Even wagons were pressed into use as the coughing, choking humans fled before the fury of the stifling dust, the paper reported on April 11th. At times, McCarty seemed to gloat in the storms of others, dust schadenfreude. Kansas Taste lead disastrous storms surpass Texas variety. Wire service photos showed shoppers in Kansas, otherwise fashionably dressed, with dust masks over their mouths and dead skeletal cattle, looking like fossils in the sand. And it was true. The dust in Kansas was falling in heaps. A team of soil scientists calculated that during the storms of March and April 1935, about 4.7 tons of dust per acre fell on western Kansas during each of the blizzards. The tonnage not only crushed trees, broke windows, and dented the tops of cars, but the ceilings of houses were collapsing as well. The pressure was not on pitched roofs, but on the flat ceiling inside, beneath the roof, after dust filtered in and settled. The head of the Kansas State College of Agronomy said not even steady rain could save the parched wheatlands in southwest Kansas. The land was too far gone. The recent dusters in Dalhart, McCarty's paper explained, were the fault of all this swirling earth from other states. Foreign dust proves panhandle irritant. It is the dust blowing in from other states, notably Nebraska, Iowa, and Colorado, that is irritating the nose and throat of panhandle residents, the story reported. The Spartans of Texas were a stronger breed than the dust victims of other states. The sand and dust storms are worse in Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, and other states than they are here, or else they are a bunch of sissies up there bawling their eyes out because of a new experience which grew old to most of us in our childhood, McCarty wrote. By April, McCarty was at his most defiant. He ran a front-page challenge, grab a root and growl. Dalhart citizens, he wrote, had endured the furies of hell turned loose, but the worst was over. He had predicted the same thing in February and several times in the previous year, 1934. But now he had a feeling in his gut that better times were ahead, and he wanted his tomorrow people to act like it. Sure, things are tough, the dust is terrible, the wheat is gone, the prospect for a row crop is diminishing, and all hells broke loose. But we know what is back of this county. We know what it will do when it gets half a chance. We know that it will rain again, and the high plains always bounces back like Antaeus of mythical fame, stronger after each fall. To McCarty, the dusters were an adventure. Grab root and growl. Hang on and let's see how this all comes out. A growling could be heard in town, from stomachs. Dalhart, located in the southern half of the American breadbasket, could barely feed itself. More people sought refuge in the kitchen that Doc Dawson was running out of his old sanitarium building. Some days, 200 people waited in line, Mexicans who lived in the shanties near the Rock Island Roundhouse, drifters who had just stepped off the train, and longtime Dalhart residents who had not seen a paycheck in 3 years. The doc made his big pot of beans and brewed up 5 gallons of black coffee. Doors opened in late afternoon. People had to remove their hats, wash their hands, and after eating, clean their tin plates in a communal hydrant. Nobody could go through the line more than once. This daily queue of gaunt, emaciated people was not what Uncle Dick Coon had envisioned when he decided to build his empire in Dalhart. But Dick had a soft spot for people broken by dust and poverty, even as his foreclosure actions moved through the courts, and he did not leave the house without his $100 bill inside his pocket. He never forgot the horror of Galveston, the town buried by a wall of water 20 feet high, winds of 150 miles an hour that shredded houses, more than 6,000 people killed, their bodies strewn for miles, their homes reduced to matchsticks. Uncle Dick was the Dalhart Haven's quiet backer. With Dick's money, the doc was able to buy dried beans, potatoes, and coffee. Otherwise, the doc himself might have been waiting in line, tin plate in hand, in another town. He and his wife had nothing left. The Red Cross organized a shoe drive. They asked people to go through their closets, find shoes that were too small, too tattered, it did not matter. They collected several hundred pairs in a hotel room at the DeSoto, donated by Uncle Dick. A Mennonite cobbler was enlisted. Old belting material was picked up at the railroad depot, and tire casings were collected. Over several weeks, the shoes were torn apart and put back together, with fresh soles. Dalhart now had daily beans and remade shoes for the asking. It was enough to hold people in place while the government men figured out some way to hold the soil in place. But what they really needed was rain. By March, less than half an inch of precipitation had fallen for the year. 1935 was shaping up as a drier year than 1934, which had been the most arid on record in many parts of the High Plains. Town leaders solicited ideas on how to force moisture from the sky. One popular method was to kill a snake and hang it belly side up on a fence. In southwest Kansas, dead snakes were hung for miles on barbed wire, their white-scaled stomachs facing the brown sky. They baked in the sun until crisp. No rain came. A better method, more scientific according to the rain peddlers, was aerial bombing. The concussion theory dated to the 1st century AD, when the Greek moralist Plutarch came up with the notion that rain followed military battles. Napoleon believed as much and fired cannons and guns at the sky to muddy up the ground between him and his attackers. Civil War veterans who wallowed in cold slop believed that ceaseless, close-range artillery fire had opened up the skies. In the late 1890s, as the first nesters started to dig their toeholds on the dry side of the 100th meridian, Congress had appropriated money to test the concussion theory in Texas. The tests were done by a man named Dyrenforth. He tried mightily, with government auditors looking over his shoulder, but Dyrenforth could not force a drop from the hot skies of Texas. From then on, he was called Dry henceforth. Government-sponsored failure didn't stop others from trying. A man who called himself the Moisture Accelerator, Charles M. Hatfield, roamed the plains around the turn of the century. A Colonel Sanders of rainmaking, Hatfield had a secret mixture of ingredients that could be sent to the sky by machine. In the age before the widespread use of the telephone, it was hard to catch up with the Moisture Accelerator after he had fleeced a town and moved on. In 1910, the cereal magnate C.W. Post became obsessed with commanding rain down on a swath of West Texas land that he owned. Post was hoping to plant a model community, hundreds of small farms, on 200,000 acres he had purchased with the family fortune. It was flat, featureless, sun-baked. And if God couldn't give his land rain, Post figured he could grab it himself. He became an expert on rainmaking, if a self-proclaimed one. A disciple of the concussion theory, Post ordered his ranch hands to make a kite strong enough to carry up to 2 pounds of dynamite. The cowboys were taken aback. Kites? Yes. He wanted 150 of them. Post was going to give the concussion theory its best chance at proving out, by carpet-bombing clouds from kites. The failures in the past, he believed, were due to poor delivery systems. Post took the train down from the Midwest and examined what his ranch hands had rigged up for him. The kites seemed sturdy enough. He loaded 6 of them with dynamite. But just as Post was getting ready to launch his aerial agitators, it started to rain. Hard, he and his men dove for cover. The next year, 1911, he returned with a new plan. This time, no kites. He had procured several small howitzers such as those used by the Army and tailored them for rainmaking. At his command, charges were fired into the sky. The clouds thundered with explosions. No rain fell. Post died 2 years later. His Texas sod still empty of model homes, still dry. The concussion theory, just that. By the time of the 1930s drought, older nesters recalled the rich, steady rains that fell 20 years earlier, 25 inches and up, every year, and again attributed that to the daily bombardments in Europe. If they could not bring the big guns to the high plains, they could attempt something on a smaller scale. The experiences of Napoleon, Dry henceforth, and the cereal magnate had been lost on town leaders in Dalhart. They were desperate. The hat was passed around Dalhart, as was done with a dubious plan to find a final solution to the rabbit problem. Hard as it was to give even 2 bits to the rain effort, it was the kind of investment that could save a farm or a business if it paid off. Uncle Dick was among the first to buck up. He flashed that C-note, making some think he was going to pay the lion's share, before he put it back in his pocket and found a smaller denomination. A rainmaker named Tex Thornton was hired to squeeze the clouds. Thornton's specialty was explosives. He promised that a combination of TNT and solidified nitroglycerin would do the trick. It had been tried at Council Grove, Kansas, and broke the drought, Tex claimed. Tex was paid $300. Of course, he would have to get the dynamite and TNT high enough into the clouds to do any good, and for that he would need a little more money. The hat was passed again. They paid him another $200. People in town made plans for a street dance. Everyone was invited to a potluck picnic, music from some of the old XIT Cowboys, a big celebration to welcome back rain. Tex Thornton promised vertical water by the first week of May. Dalhart was on its feet. 15. Duster's Eve. She started to cough that winter, a baby's ragged hiccup, and it never stopped. Though Hazel Shaw had sealed the windows and doors and draped an extra layer of wet sheets over the openings, the dust still found Ruth Nell in her crib. It was oily and black some mornings, covering the baby's face. Her lips were frothed and mudded, her eyes red. She cried and coughed, cried and coughed. Hazel lubricated her tiny nostrils with Vaseline and tried to keep a mask over her face, but the baby coughed or spit it off. A doctor took tests, listened to the hurried heart. Ruth Nell was diagnosed with whooping cough. "You should probably leave, for the life of your baby," the doctor advised. South 40 miles in Texhoma, Lumisa Lucas was tucked under quilt layers inside the family home. The matriarch of the Lucas clan, Hazel's grandma, was coughing hard, just like the baby. Lumisa was 80 years old, a widow for 21 years with 9 children, 40 grandchildren, 30 great-grandchildren. There was yet no Social Security. "It is hard to be old and not have anything," a widowed North Dakota farmer's wife wrote the president in 1934, in a letter that was typical in its pleading tone. "I have always been poor and have always worked hard, so now I am not able to do any more. I am all worn out, but am able to be around, and I thank God that I have no pains." Lumisa was in pain. The dust filtered into her home like a toxic vapor. She stopped eating. She grew weaker. Every time she brought her teeth together, she tasted grit. Her bedroom was a refuge, but not a pleasant one. It was a dusty hole in a homestead. She could not be moved because the risk of travel exposed her to the wind-borne sand. Her family begged her to eat. She withdrew deeper under the pile of quilts. The windows were sealed so tightly that light from her beloved land was completely blocked. It did not matter. She hated what no man's land had become. It was better to remember it as it was when she came into this country, arriving by covered wagon to Texhoma, and north to a half-section of their own, her and Jimmy, in the free kingdom of no man's land. That high bluestem in the corner of the county, tall as the reach of a scarecrow, that carpet of buffalo grass, and Lord, what the rains could do in a good year. It was what the land was supposed to look like. Grandma Lou seemed more worried about her youngest great-granddaughter, the baby Ruth Nell, than her own health. She waved off the questions about her diminishing spirit and asked about Ruth Nell, and she prayed. She clutched the one Bible she had carried throughout her life, a tattered thing that had traveled across time and terrain. As the dusters picked up, some of Lou's friends and even some of her own family believed the terrible storms were a fulfillment of biblical prophecy, a sign of the final days. But Lou knew better. There was nothing in her Bible that said the world would end in darkness and dust. 2 days before Ruth Nell's first birthday, Hazel and her husband decided to flee, breaking the family apart for the health of the baby, as the doctor had recommended. They had to get out now or risk the baby's life. This year, 1935, had been one duster after the other, and April showed no sign of let-up. No rain in the forecast, 4 years into the drought. At the end of March, black blizzards had fallen for 12 straight days. During one of those storms, the wind was clocked at 40 miles an hour or better for 100 hours. The Boise City News said it was the worst storm in the history of the county. Schools closed again. An emergency call went out. Come get the children and take them home. The schools would reopen when it was safe. Boise City looked ghostly, shuttered from the storms, hunkered down like an abandoned outpost in the Sahara. All the windows were cloaked in brown. Cars that had shorted out on the static were left in roads or ditches, and they soon were covered and became lumps in the sand. Hazel hurried along her plan to get Ruth Nell out of Boise City. She arranged to stay with her in-laws in Enid, Oklahoma, well to the east. But just as they were ready to depart, a tornado touched down not far from Enid, the black funnel dancing around the edges of the very place where Ruth Nell was to find her refuge. It was a gruesome thing, ripping through homes, throwing roofs to the sky. Now what, stay or go? Hazel and Charles felt they had no choice but to go. It was more dangerous living in Boise City, and if they waited much longer, they might not get out of town. The coffee box baby haunted Hazel, the little blue-faced infant left in the cold who had died of dust pneumonia. Sheriff Barrick said the roads out of town were blocked by huge drifts. The CCC crews would no sooner dig out one drift than another would appear, covering a quarter-mile section of road. A caravan of Boise City residents who had tried to leave earlier in the week with all their belongings loaded into their jalopies was pinned down at the edge of town, and they were forced to return. The volume of dirt that had been thrown to the skies was extraordinary. A professor at Kansas State College estimated that if a line of trucks 96 miles long hauled 10 full loads a day, it would take a year to transport the dirt that had blown from one side of Kansas to the other, a total of 46 million truckloads. Better days were not in the forecast. Hazel made it south to Texhoma, where she and Ruth Nell could ride the train to the eastern part of the state. If the baby could take in some clean air for a few weeks, living with her grandparents, she might shake this horrid cough. The journey to Enid was not easy. A few weeks earlier, a train full of CCC workers slid off the dust-covered tracks and rolled, killing several young men. Hazel's train sputtered its way east, stopping frequently so the crews could shovel sand from the tracks. Hazel tried to stay positive, but it looked awful outside. All of the Oklahoma Panhandle blowing and dead, no life of any form. In the fields, no spring planting, no farmers on the roads. By the time mother and daughter made it to Enid, the baby's cough was no better. Her little stomach must have been in acute pain from the hacking, and she might have fractured a rib from coughing, for the baby cried constantly. At times, Hazel cried along with her and prayed intensely, hoping for relief. Arriving in Enid, Hazel rushed Ruth Nell to St. Mary's Hospital. The doctors tried to clean out her lungs by suctioning some of the gunk, but the baby would not settle. She coughed and cried, coughed and cried. The doctors confirmed Hazel's fears. Ruth Nell had dust pneumonia. She was moved into a section of the hospital in Enid that nurses called the dust ward. The baby's temperature held above 103. She could not hold down milk from a bottle. It came back up as spit and grime. The doctors wrapped the baby's midsection in gauze and loose-fitting tape as a way to hold in place the fractured ribs and diminish the pain in the stomach muscle. Still, Ruth Nell coughed and cried, coughed and cried. "You must come," Hazel phoned her husband from the hospital in Enid. "Come now. Ruth Nell looks terrible. I'm so afraid." Charles got in his car and plowed through the dust, trying to make his way east. Just getting to Guyman, one county over, proved hazardous. He had his head out the window the whole way, as he had done a year earlier during Ruth's birth, but this time the sand blinded him. He wore goggles and a respiratory mask, but they clogged quickly and he was forced to remove them both. Once the car veered off the road and tipped, and it seemed like he was going to crash it again. He decided to drive along the ditch, with 2 wheels below grade and the other 2 wheels on the road. It was the only way to move forward through the haze and be sure of his direction. It was nearly 300 miles to Enid, a drive of 2 days, moving slowly along the ditch. He kept going at night, with the headlights on. In order to drive halfway in the ditch, Charles had to bring up the chain that usually dragged below the car because it picked up too much debris, mostly dust-encrusted tumbleweeds. Without the chain, though, his car had no way to ground the static. What he needed was a lull between dusters. He got his wish during the first 100 miles. But midway into his journey, he drove into a duster and the static shorted his car. He was stranded. He kicked the vehicle, coughed up a fistful of gunk, and shook the sand from his hair. He lubricated his nose with Vaseline and waited for the duster to pass, imagining his baby girl gasping in the hospital. After nearly an hour, the black blizzard dissipated, and Charles was able to restart the car. By the time Charles made it to St. Mary's Hospital, he was covered in dirt, his face black. He went to the dust ward. Hazel was crying. Ruth Nell had died an hour earlier. She knew by the look on the doctor's face when he came to her with his hands up. "I'm sorry. Your baby is dead." Back in no man's land, Hazel's grandma Luz stopped coughing. She had been running a fever for several days and could not hold down food. "How's the baby?" she asked. "How is Ruth Nell? Any word?" Her son had not heard. Lumisa turned away and closed her eyes. She would not see the homestead green again, would not see any more of the starving land. She slipped under layers of quilt and took her last breath, dying within hours after her youngest great-grandchild fell. The family decided to stage a double funeral for baby Ruth Nell and the Lucas family matriarch. They would hold a ceremony at the church in Boise City, then proceed out of town to a family plot for burial on Sunday, April 14, 1935. 16. Black Sunday. Tea as smooth and light as the inside of an alabaster bowl. After a siege of black and white, after a monotonous jumble of grit-filled clouds had menaced people on the high plains for seasons on end, the second Sunday in April was an answered prayer. Sunrise was pink with streaks of turquoise, a theatrical start. The air was clear, the horizon stretched to infinity once again, the sky scrubbed. There was no wind. The sun infused every gray corner with a spring glow. Nesters crawled out of their dugouts and shanties, their two-room frame houses and mud-packed brick abodes, like soldiers after a long battle. For once, they did not have to put on goggles or attach the sponge masks or lubricate their nostrils before going outside. They stretched their legs and breathed deep, blinking at the purity of a prairie morning, the smell of tomorrow again in the air. The land around them was tossed about and dusted over, as lifeless as the pockmarked fields of France after years of trench warfare. Trees were skeletal, gardens were burned and limp, electrocuted by static from the spate of recent dusters. Still, the day had enough promise to remind people why they had dug holes into the skin of the southern plains, and some dared to entertain a thought on this morning. Perhaps the worst was over. Where to start? Windows were unsealed and opened wide, the heavy, dirt-laden sheets removed. Some windows had been sealed so tightly with wind-hardened dust that they would not budge. It was spirit-lifting to actually let clean air and sunshine inside. Going room to room with a scoop shovel, it was easy to fill a large garbage can with dirt. Roofs had to be shoveled, ceilings as well. Some ceilings had collapsed. Many were sagging. People cut holes overhead, crawled up, and pushed dust through the opening. Bedsheets, towels, clothes could be washed and allowed to dry in this sun, and they would smell of the plains on its best day. Outside, the cows would get a good scrubbing and drink from holding tanks without taking in grit. The cows looked so worn down, having lost patches of hair to the dust, their skin raw and chapped, their teeth chipped by chewing sandpaper with every meal, their gums inflamed. Chickens were due a run of the yard, fluffing sand out of their feathers. A horse might get its nostrils cleaned and find a stretch where it could gallop without sinking up to its knees in drifting sand. A grand and glorious rabbit drive, as the Boise City News called it, was back on after a month-long delay because of dusters. A preacher had warned people they should not club rabbits on the Sabbath, that they would rouse the Lord to anger. But today the weather was flawless, a chance to kill maybe 50,000 rabbits. And it seemed to some nesters like the perfect way to vent their frustration over a collision of bad days. 49 dusters in the last 3 months, according to the Weather Bureau. Roy Butterbaugh, a musician by trade, sax and clarinet, who had bought the Boise City News on a lark a few years earlier, thought it was time to leave behind the bonds of this broken earth. He wanted to fly. The dusters had made him claustrophobic. Oh, to stretch out, to get above the dead ground and float in the blue and the sunshine. A friend had a little single-engine airplane at the edge of the town, next to the dirt strip that served as a runway. It did not take much to talk Butterball into going for a spin in the clean air. Church sounded right. This was Palm Sunday, a week before Easter, the start of the holiest time on the Christian calendar. God had to be in a forgiving mood, or else why would the day be so wondrous? With weather like this, no man's land needed only a couple of good rainstorms and fields would once again be fertile, said a minister in his Sunday sermon in Boise City. But they had to pray in order for this to happen. Some who wanted to go to church were too embarrassed by how they looked. Little Jean Clark, who had just left the hospital in Lamar after a long bout of dust pneumonia, only had dresses made of sackcloth with the Onion brand names printed on the side. She could not go to church in such a thing. The other children would laugh at her. In Baca County, Ike Osteen did extra chores around the dugout. After being cooped up so long in the pocket of home, Ike had a burst of energy. The dusters had been so thick through February and March that the half-section looked unfamiliar. He was 17 now, a young man with an itch to get on with life. He wandered about the 320 acres of Osteen family ground, trying to find a familiar landmark. The orchard was dead and covered. A dune, perhaps 6 feet high at the top, had formed along the length of the tree line. It looked like a wave, frozen in place. He saw prints in the sand from jackrabbits and heard a sound that had just arrived for the first time this withered spring. Birdsong. Where would they nest? Maybe find a corner of the barn that had not been dusted. The garden space where the Osteens had grown lettuce, tomatoes, carrots, sweet potatoes, and corn for popping was under a drift. Brave, implements and machines were buried. Ike found the tops of cultivator wheels and a horse-drawn buggy used by his late daddy. But only the tops. He thought of digging them out, but he would need more help than he could get from his 2 sisters and brother in the dugout. And where had all the topsoil gone? What state now held the Osteen farm? In places where dunes had not piled up, Ike found a couple of arrowheads. As he picked at the hardened dirt, he thought it might be an Indian burial ground, laid bare by the winds. He could see the outline of graves, and they made him wonder what the Comanche would do if they rose from the dead and found the buffalo grass gone and the land destroyed. Using the scoop shovel, Ike cleared away enough sand to reveal the doors into the fruit cellar. His brother hauled water inside for baths. With the windows open on a windless day of perfect clarity, everyone in the dugout could get a good soak without worrying about the water going brown. After it cooled, the bath water was not wasted. It was used to nurture an elm tree, just about the only thing still alive on the Osteen homestead. The outhouse was a roof above the sand. Drifts piled 9 feet high against the walls. At least the dugout was not completely buried. Over at Roy Batol's farm, a few miles away, the house had been drowned by dusters and the family forced to flee. Only the shingles of the roof were visible. After he had cleared a path from the dugout to the outhouse, Ike turned his attention to the Model A, which he called Old Henry. After shorting out in a duster, Henry had not been driven for some time. It was all Ike could do to keep it from being buried during the month of March. Ike took a flat contact file to burn spots on the points in the distributor. He wore them down enough so that the engine fired. Now he had a way to get back to school. Of late, because of the difficulty of riding a mule or driving Old Henry to the Walsh High School, Ike had been staying all week in the village. He and his buddy Tex Aker were boarding with his grandma in Walsh. He came home only on weekends. For 12 years, Ike and Tex had been best friends, and the wonder was that they were still in school. All the times the train passed by, carrying their dreams out of Baca County, it had been hard to resist. They had to get through just April and May, and then they would be free. Ike picked up Tex and drove over to Pearl Glover's house to give her a ride back to school as well. They all agreed. It was the best day of the year. Shirt-sleeve weather, temperature in the 80s. The 3 high school seniors drove with the windows down, the warm air in their faces, the spotless sky overhead. They talked about getting their gym back and resuming practice for the senior play. The Walsh High School gym had been a makeshift hospital for a month now, run by the Red Cross. But with the weather so nice and only the slightest breeze out of the southwest, Ike, Tex, and Pearl expressed hope that their gym would become a theater again. About 800 miles to the north, people in Bismarck, North Dakota, started calling the Weather Bureau. A high-pressure system had been sitting over the Dakotas, and it was tussling with a cold front that had barreled down from the Yukon. With the clash of warm and cold currents, the air turned violent. Winds screamed over the grasslands, carrying dust so heavy that visibility was less than 100 yards. The Dakotas had been pummeled by numerous dusters during the Dirty 30s, but this one was bigger and stronger, packing a tremendous load of sand. In 2 hours' time, temperatures plunged more than 30 degrees, heralding the cold front's advance. By mid-morning, the wind-blown soil slid down over South Dakota and was advancing on Nebraska. The Weather Bureau was flooded with questions. What happens to the sunlight? Why is it so dark? Was this a twister? A series of twisters? Something new and horrible. Where did it come from? What was the forecast? Where was it going? How long would it last? Will we get enough air? What should we do? Flee? Hide? The weathermen were as confused as the callers. The storm that had moved out of the Dakotas a year earlier and blanketed New York, Washington, and ships at sea gained strength because it rode the jet stream and its high-level winds to the east. This duster was moving south with the cold front, but it was darker by far than anything ever seen before on the prairie. Some people compared it to a wall of muddy water, boiling up and then down on the earth. No air reconnaissance had picked it up. The nearest Weather Bureau measurement plane, used in the daily forecast of 1935, was out of Omaha, hundreds of miles east. An Associated Press reporter from Denver, Robert Geiger, was traveling toward no man's land with photographer Harry Eisenhard on that Sunday morning. The route took them from Denver to the southeast, away from the mountains, over the high browned prairie, through Arapahoe, Elbert, Lincoln, Cheyenne, Kiowa, and Prowers counties, to Baca. They planned to go on to Boise City, Guymon, and Dalhart. There had been nothing to indicate a massive duster was on the way, but black blizzards were nearly impossible to forecast. The newsmen were simply looking for more anecdotes about the storms that were killing the southern plains. With black blizzards blowing through almost daily, Geiger's stories were getting good play across the nation. The pictures sent out by the wire service during that winter and early spring told as much, if not more, than Geiger's prose. People with masks and flashlights navigating the perils of small-town main streets, cars dodging the drifts and haze of a country road, storefronts boarded up, schools closed, cattle lying dead in the dust. When the big roller crossed into Kansas, it was reported to be 200 miles wide, with high winds like a tornado turned on its side. In Denver, temperatures dropped 25 degrees in an hour, and then the city fell into a haze. The sun was blocked. That was just the western edge of the storm. The front end charged into Kansas, carrying soil from 4 states. Near the town of Hayes, where Germans from Russia had settled 50 years earlier, a small boy who had been playing in the fields with a friend dashed for home. He got lost in the midday blackness. Confused, he circled back. The next day, he was found dead. He had suffocated half a mile from home. A telegraph inquiry around 2:30 came by Morse code from northern Kansas to the railroad depot in Dodge City, Kansas, about 140 miles northeast of Baca County. Has the storm hit? The reply came a few minutes later, tapped from the Dodge City depot. My God, here it comes. Dodge City went black. The front edge of the duster looked 2,000 feet high. Winds were clocked at 65 miles an hour. A few minutes earlier, there had been bright sunshine and a temperature of 81 degrees without a wisp of wind. Drivers turned on their headlights but could not see ahead of them or even see the person sitting next to them. "It was like 3 midnights in a jug," one old nester said. Cars died, their systems shorted out by the static. People fled to tornado shelters, fire stations, gyms, church basements. There was a whiff of panic, not evident in earlier storms, as a fear took hold that the end was near. A woman in Kansas later said she thought of killing her child to spare the baby the cruelty of Armageddon. A Weather Bureau station agent wrote in his journal that the duster extended east and west for as far as the eye could see. It was lighter at the top, coal black at the ground. As it advanced, it seemed to recirculate, picking up fresh dirt and then slamming it down in rolling fashion. Ed Stewart of Elkhart, Kansas, ran outside and mounted his camera at the edge of town, pointing it north. As the biggest duster ever seen rolled into town, he clicked off a series of pictures. In the first frame of the sequence, the storm moves up behind Elkhart. Houses and small outbuildings and a car or two are visible in brilliant sunlight. They are dwarfed by the thick, heavy clouds creeping up behind them. Above the rolling front, the sky is still clear, highlighting the contrast. In the next frame, the clouds turn ink black as they swallow the town. By the middle frames, only telephone poles in the forefront are still visible. They soon disappear. The last pictures show a darkness of deep winter night, hole in the ground black. The AP team, riding just ahead of the duster, was also getting pictures, but their shots were taken farther away from the front. The AP team drove into Baca County and headed for Boise City. Just below Elkhart, in the northern fringe of no man's land, several hundred people were massed in a field for the Rabbit Drive that had been promoted by the Boise City News. They had driven from Guymon and Boise City, and many came not out of civic duty, but hunger. With cattle gone, no wheat in the ground, chickens running blind and hungry, people in no man's land had started to can rabbit meat to store in their cellars, along with the pickled tumbleweed. If meat was sealed tight in the canning jars, it would cheap. The Rabbit Drive drew a huge crowd. People moved the animals along a V against a fence into a pen where they were clubbed with bats, chains, and wrenches. Ike Osteen was 5 miles away from his homestead with Tex and Pearl when he noticed rabbits and birds fleeing south. This he had never seen. A desperate migration, the birds screeching by his car, the rabbits in a sprint, all headed in the same direction. It was curious because there still was no wind, and the early afternoon was as luminous as the morning had been. He looked north and east, scanning the horizon of the broken land of Baca County on a rare day when a person could see into forever. Then he saw it, a few minutes past 4. "Looks like it's gonna be a booger," he said to Tex. They drove on another mile before realizing it was more than a booger. It was the mother of all dusters. The birds were now thick in the sky, the rabbits struggling to find hard ground on which to get some traction. Ike felt the static shoot through the inside of the car. "Hey!" He touched Tex, and the shock was strong enough to knock him back. He felt like he had grabbed a power line, a live wire. "Pull over," said Tex Aker. "Let's make for that house up ahead." The Model A quit on him. They got out of the car and took a quick look at the mountain advancing toward them, black and boiling. The farmhouse, owned by the Elmer Coulter family, was close by. The 3 teenagers made a dash for the farm. The Coulters were standing out front, watching the roller advance. Mrs. Coulter was on her knees, praying. "Hurry, get inside!" Every spike on a barbed wire fence was glowing with electricity, channeling the energy of the storm. Ike and his friends were a few yards out when the dirt got them. It came quicker than most dusters and was deceptive because no wind was ahead of it. Not a sound, not a breeze, and then it was on top of them. They were slammed to the ground and engulfed by a wall, straight up and down, the dust abrasive and strong, boiling up, twisting. The noise was ferocious, a clanking, scraping sound. They could not tell up from down, one side from the other. Without their dust masks or goggles, Ike and his 2 schoolmates were blinded and they struggled to breathe. They crawled forward, clawing at the air, and found the farmhouse door. The Coulters let them in and slammed the door. It was black inside. Elmer Coulter lit a kerosene lamp, but the weak glow only extended a few feet, like a flashlight with dying batteries. They sat on the floor with towels over their heads and mouths. Tex was on one side of Ike, and Pearl was on the other. He could hear their voices and feel their hands, but he could not see them. He could not see his own hand in front of his face. In Boise City that morning, a double funeral was held at St. Paul's Methodist Church. Then it was time to bury two wooden caskets, the tiny one holding baby Ruth Nell and the bigger one with the body of Lumiza Lucas. Hazel was struggling with her feelings of deep grief on this incongruously beautiful day. God had taken her only child and her grandma on the same day. The minister's words helped, somewhat, but Hazel could not force her emotions into a tidy place. She had put on a face of dignity, wearing her white gloves with hugs and thank yous to all the relatives. The tears came. She tried not to give in to the despair that owned no man's land. The church had been packed. More than 200 people, not just the extended Lucas clan that lived all over the Oklahoma Panhandle, but also much of Boise City, dear friends. Faye Folkers, the brightest student Hazel had taught, was there. She was a senior, same age as Ike, getting ready to graduate if the high school could stay open long enough for her to get a diploma. Sunday was her 17th birthday. After the funeral, she was going out with a friend for a drive. The funeral procession started for Texhoma, a long line of Model A's, Model T's, and pickup trucks, following the hearse that carried Grandma Lou, all moving southeast in the embrace of the spring sunshine, the wind just a whispery breeze. The plan was to proceed over a dirt road 40 miles to Texhoma and bury Lou next to her husband Jimmy, near the ground they had worked so hard to cultivate, the place where members of the Lucas family became landowners for the first time. Hazel and Charles stayed behind. They had wanted to bury their baby in Boise City, at the little cemetery at the edge of town. They were part of Cimarron County, more than most. Hazel had ridden horses over the land when it still had its grass. She knew most of the families and had taught many of their children. She had fallen in love with Charles at a Boise City track meet. They married in town, moved away, and then moved back, started a business. They had no intention of leaving, even if no man's land seemed cursed. They wanted to bury their baby here, but the Boise City Cemetery was so drifted, sand covered the crosses and tombstones of departed pioneers, that there was not a decent place to put a body in the ground. Hazel and Charles decided to bury the body of their baby in Enid, where his family lived, and wait until Monday to go east. The procession was on the road by 3. The family estimated it would take 3 hours to get to Texhoma, giving them enough time to bury Grandma Lou an hour before sunset. The hearse carrying the old woman's body and the line of cars moved slowly over a road intermittently covered by drifts and pockmarked with ruts. Every car dragged a metal chain to ground the static, and these tails kicked up dust so that the Lucas funeral procession looked like a line of small clouds moving along a narrow road. After an hour, the caravan of grief came to a halt. A drift on the road blocked further advance. Lucas men with shovels got out and started digging, still dressed in their best clothes. In the northern part of No Man's Land, Joe Garza was taking advantage of the clear day to find some stray cattle. Born on the Lujan Ranch, Joe had learned to break broncos and cajole sheep before he was big enough to get a seat at the ranch dinner table. His world was the open ground of Oklahoma's far corner, the mesas of New Mexico, and north into Colorado, riding horses over the old Santa Fe Trail, moving sheep, sleeping under the stars. Joe Garza was 35 years old this spring and alone in the world. His father had just died in Clayton. Joe worked for food and a roof over his head, which was portable, a horse-drawn wagon with a small cabin built into it. He knew the high plains were broken, that nature was dead or had disappeared. The creek near where he had been born, just down the slope from the ranch, was dry, and the grass that had fed Lujan sheep and cattle since the days when only the Comanche dialect or Spanish was spoken was under layers of sand. Black Sunday, Baca County, Colorado. On Sunday, Joe and another ranch hand, Ernest, rounded up a few stray head of cattle and shooed them over to a camp the Wranglers kept near a creek bed. Along the way, they passed a sheep herder from the Lujan Ranch, the Gallego boy, moving animals. He was too young to be out here alone, Joe thought. The day was clear enough that Joe had decided to sleep outside, though it would get down near freezing at night. Joe was cooking a pot of pinto beans over the fire, lying on his back whistling away the Sunday afternoon when he saw birds fly by his camp. They screeched as they headed south, like they were sick or wounded. The cows acted funny as the birds moved by. Joe got up and walked over to the horses, which were tied to a stake. Joe's horse was pawing at the ground, nervous and sniffing like he knew something. His tail flickered and snapped with an electric crackle, and the hair on his hide stood up, alive with electricity. Joe had seldom seen the horses so jumpy. He untied the harness and let the horses go. He knew they would come back. The Lujan Ranch was the only place for miles where an animal could reliably get water and feed. If the horses wanted to run a bit on this glorious day, let 'em be. He went back to his early afternoon supper, the beans slow cooking over coals. "Joe, look at the sky." He turned to the north and saw what looked like the leading edge of a fast-moving cloud. Joe walked up the side of the dry creek bed to get a better look, the spurs on his boots making it hard to move fast. When he got to the top, his heart went into a gallop. An enormous formation faced him, a tidal wave of roiling black, just a quarter-mile away. He slid down the embankment and made for the little shelter atop his wagon. In an instant, the duster showered down on them, dirt streaming through the fine openings of the little cabin. Joe and Ernest stuffed rags into the openings and reached to find a kerosene lantern. They lit the flame, but it went out. There was not enough oxygen in the space to keep it alive. Joe lay on his stomach, a shirt over his head, the air snapping like gunfire, coarse sand swirling. Like other cowboys at the Lujan Ranch, Joe was used to the dirt and wind. What scared him now was the blackness, as if the sun had been shot out of the sky. And it was cold. Joe moved closer to the wall, shivering. "Listen," he said to Ernest. "You hear that?" He cupped his ear. It was a high-voiced cry. An animal? Horses didn't sound like that, even when they whinnied in despair. A cow? No bawling cry of a starving hoofer ever made that noise. A lamb? Not this bleat. "I heard a holler," Joe said. "I'm going outside." "You're gonna get killed. You're gonna get killed. You're gonna get killed. I'm going outside." Joe stuck his head out, made a megaphone with his hands, and shouted into the black void of the storm. He heard something in return. He shouted again. The voice came back. "Keep on shouting, I'm gonna find ya." He edged toward the voice, stumbling with his spurs. He fell to the ground, crawled forward. After 45 minutes, he was close enough that the voice was next to him. He could not see a thing. He reached out and searched with his hands, trying to draw an image by sense of touch. "Who's that?" It was the Gallego boy, the sheep herder. The child was crying when Joe finally touched him. The boy said he was caught on the naked ground when dust descended on him and knocked him down. He thought he was going to be buried alive. He had crawled along the dirt, yelling, hoping his voice would reach somebody. "Hey, yo!" Garza yelled for the other ranch hand back at the shelter. He hollered for some time, moving slowly in the direction where he thought the wagon would be, holding the boy's hand. "Hey, yo, out here!" Finally, a voice came back. "Joe, this way." Using the voice of Ernest as a guide, Garza and the boy crawled back to safety. Inside, Ernest had lit the kerosene lamp. There was now enough oxygen to keep the flame going, but they could not see each other's faces. The funeral procession, about 50 people in all, was 6 miles out of Boise City, still a ways from the Lucas family plot in Texhoma. They had spread out some to let the dust from the chains dragging behind car axles settle. About 5:15, they saw the heap of half-mile-high dirt casting a shadow before it was on them, and it was so big, so dark, as to scare some in the procession into thinking there must have been an explosion somewhere, that a mountain range had blown its top. The cars were in the flattest part of no man's land, a place where a bowling ball on hardpan was at its angle of repose. From this perspective, the mourners got a broad, expansive view of the Black Sunday duster. The wall looked like it ran for several hundred miles, east to west. The top was mostly flat, only slightly jagged at one end. The front was advanced by columns, which billowed ahead of the main storm, as if clearing the ground. The Lucas clan argued over what to do. Some people wanted to turn the caravan around and go back to Boise City. Others, mainly older family members, thought it disrespectful to turn tail on the day of Grandma Lou's burial. As the roller approached, options disappeared. Like a wagon train on the old Santa Fe Trail, the cars in the procession closed ranks with the hearse in the middle and faced south, so the storm would not hit the engines first. Who's got water? Next to the radiator. C.C. Lucas always kept drinking water in canvas bags. They poured water into scarves, shirts, and handkerchiefs and tied them on. The children were told to crawl under the cars and keep the damp clothes on their faces. Everyone fell to the ground or got inside a car. As the big duster had bullied its way south, it had picked up more power and more density. There was probably no better source of pulverized sand than the arid, wasted wreckage of the high plains on this afternoon in April. The earth went black. People saw flashes of electricity around their cars, the only light in the void. When it hit, the duster covered the hearse roof and the tops of vehicles and blew granular bits against the windows and scoured the road beneath the cars where people were hiding. It was dark for more than an hour. Around 6:30, the winds diminished enough so a person could stand without getting knocked down. As the coarse air thinned some, people were able to see their hands and then to see another face. But that presented frightening images for the children, the adults scared, with blackened faces, tears muddied. They had to get back to Boise City. To stay out in this open road, with the black blizzard pounding them, could mean death. Headlights were turned on, and cars turned around to face north. Some cars would not start. With no visibility and a deep ditch on either side of the dirt road, it would be difficult to drive back to town, but people in the procession felt they had no choice. Half a dozen men stripped off their coats and joined hands. This flank of Lucas mourners would walk the road as a guide, followed closely by the hearse and the other cars. In this way, they groped their way back to Boise City. The Rabbit Drive northeast of town was in mid-swing when the duster hit. Hundreds of people had herded several thousand rabbits against a fence. They moved closer for the killing, bashing heads with clubs and sticks when that thing, as one man called it, lumbered near. "Point your finger at it," someone said, "and you would poke a hole in it. It was that thick." "It's purple." "No, it's closer to the inside of a dog. The blackest black." People dropped their clubs and scrambled for their cars. "See now, this is God's wrath for killing bunnies on the Sabbath," just like the preacher said. A pickup truck full of teenagers sped for home. It veered off the road, the driver blinded by the storm, and fell into a ditch. The kids huddled under a blanket, waiting for the air to clear. Holding hands, they walked slowly, swatting at the black air, seeking a schoolhouse they had just passed. A hand felt a wall. The school was locked. One boy crawled through a window and opened it. It was cold inside, with the sun gone, the black norther upon them. They broke apart a desk and built a fire in the pot-bellied stove, waiting for light to return. At the Folkers homestead, some chickens mistook the dark for nightfall and went inside to roost. Others clucked and jittered in a circle, their eyesight taken by the duster. Gordon and his mother, Catherine, worried about Fred. The old man had gone out with a friend 2 miles away on the open land. Catherine and her son crouched low inside their house, unable to get a lantern going. That morning, Catherine had opened all the windows and cleaned the house top to bottom. It had not been so free of dust in 3 years. This home, which had been the high point of the Folkers' progress in no man's land, now seemed a trap, a cave where the ceilings and walls slowly crumbled. The drought had so calcified the wooden window sashes that they had shrunk, opening space for fine dust to get inside. The Folkers had stuffed the cracks, but earlier today had removed the towels for cleaning. Black dust showered along the walls and trickled through the ceilings. The AP team traveled over the state line into Oklahoma, just ahead of the wall of dirt, but it was closing on them. Though wind speeds were estimated at 100 miles an hour at the roof of the roller and 60 miles at the ground, the duster itself seemed to have slowed a bit, based on government notations of when the storm hit a certain place. By early evening, the formation was moving about 40 miles an hour. The newsmen crossed the bridge over the anemic Cimarron River and aimed for Boise City. Just north of town, near the farm of Herman Schneider, they stopped their car. Eisenhard took a picture of the duster as it rose up behind the Schneider farm. "What a swell picture," he said. "Black Sunday, Liberal, Kansas, 1935. The shot ran in newspapers all over the world, one of the few news service photographs taken of Black Sunday as it unfolded. Geiger estimated the cloud's height at several thousand feet, and while he initially thought it was black, he wrote in his notes that it appeared to be blue-gray as it rolled over Cimarron County. In front of it were columns of dust, which looked like smoke, slightly lighter than the main duster. They got back in the car and sped ahead, trying to outrun the cloud up to 60 miles an hour on the dirt road. It was not fast enough. They saw the road narrow, like a tunnel, before it disappeared altogether. Geiger slammed on the brakes and turned on the car lights. They sat in the black. After half an hour, they tried to move forward. Geiger braked again, swerved, trying to avoid a family of 5 that was standing in the road looking for help. The car went into the ditch, just missing the people. They pushed the car out, packed the family inside, and resumed as the blizzard lashed at them. In Boise City, the Crystal Hotel was filling up, and there was no way to see who was who or where to go. People crowded into the lobby, a room where bright-faced suitcase farmers once spent their earnings on the biggest steak on the menu. A crowd of scared, dusted exiles gathered around the weak lights of kerosene lamps. They wanted news. What was going on? Where had this come from? When would it end? What did it mean? Geiger had no answers. He wanted only to get back to Denver in time to get the AP pictures out. His car had shorted out. He offered $50 to anyone who could drive him back to Denver. Thomas Jefferson Johnson was walking home from the Lucas W. funeral when the storm hit. Johnson was tall and tough, a homesteader who came west in a covered wagon from the Ozarks and established a dugout on a quarter section. Johnson was just half a block from home when the blizzard overwhelmed him. He fell to the ground, fumbled for something to hold on to, tried to get his bearings. It was worse than either of the twisters he had lived through, worse than hailstorms that destroyed his crops in the past, as if all of no man's land was heaved up and collapsed. Felled by the duster, he crawled forward, crossing the road on his belly. Disoriented in the blackness, he moved. On his hands and knees, one way, which he thought would lead him to the house. But it led another way, and he never found it. The heavy sand blew up his nose and got into his eyes, burning. He crawled about 6 blocks away from the house, fumbling over hard ground and drifts until he found a shed. It felt as if hornets had stung his eyeballs. Heavy sand was lodged under the lids and against the eyes. He rubbed them for relief, but that only wedged the dirt deeper. When Johnson's family found him later in the evening, his eyes were full of black dirt, and he said he could not see. He went blind on Black Sunday, and his vision never recovered. A few doors away from the Johnson house, Hazel Shaw was packing for the next day's burial of her baby when light was snuffed from the house. A 4-year-old niece, Carol, was staying with them for the afternoon, playing around the little apartment attached to their funeral home. Hazel reached out blindly, trying to find the child. Every time she touched a doorknob or metal object, she was jolted by electricity. "Carol, where are you?" Hazel had not slept since she took her dying child east a week earlier. The dust pneumonia, the struggle for life in the hospital, the mean, swift deaths of the baby and of Grandma Lou, and the funeral this afternoon. It had been one slap of sorrow after the other. Through it all, she had tried not to break down. But now, with her little niece missing, it was too much. She bumped into walls and knocked over dishes trying to find the child, the tears coming as the dust swirled through the house, her face streaked with black. What had she done to deserve this? Charles grabbed a large flashlight and went outside. The flashlight was worthless. The beam was able to penetrate only a few feet in the heavy silt of the black blizzard. He called for the child, but heard nothing but the squawk of birds. Charles fell to his belly and shimmied along the street. There was slightly more visibility at ground level. The clouds seemed to hang just above the earth. Using this crawl space, Charles moved along the street, counting his arm lengths as a way to measure distance. When he got to a place that he estimated to be the approximate distance of the niece's house, he turned and crawled up to the door. He jabbered, his voice panicky, searching for faces. We lost Carol. She's gone. She was playing out front in the yard, and then she was gone." No, it's all right. Is that you, Charles?" The voices in the dark delivered a flash of good news. Carol was safe. The little girl was with them. She had run home when she saw the cloud creep up on Boise City. Half a mile away, Roy Butterbaugh, the Boise City newspaper publisher, had just climbed into the seat of the little airplane at the edge of town, his buddy in the pilot seat. They saw the duster approach and decided not to fly. But as they walked away from the dirt airstrip, the curtain fell on them, and they turned, racing back the other way to the airplane. The blackness caused them to stumble. On the ground, they crawled forward to the plane. They got inside, closed the doors. The plane was latched to the ground by guy wires, but it bucked in the fierce winds, rocking hard. In the cockpit, the two men were just a few inches apart but could not see each other's face. Another pilot, the aviator Laura Ingalls, had managed to get aloft before the storm. She was flying over the Texas Panhandle in a Lockheed monoplane, attempting to set a new non-stop flying record for crossing the continent. The plane was sleek with low wings, very fast. Ingalls was approaching the Oklahoma border when she spotted the moving mountain of dirt. It stretched so far she could not see the rear of it, and it looked several hundred miles wide. Even at its top, where the wind should not be able to hold so many coarse dirt particles aloft, the formation was dark, but deep purple, she thought. Ingalls gunned the engine, ascending for cleaner air. She climbed to 23,000 feet. By then it was obvious. No way could she expect to leapfrog over this duster. She turned the plane around and scouted for a place to land, the record on hold. "It was the most appalling thing I ever saw in all my years of flying," she said later. The Volga Germans had gone outside after church services, taking in the sun and clean air. Their churches stood, though the paint had been blasted away by the dusters. Their houses, many made of brick and 2 stories, were monuments to craftsmanship, thrift, and order. Above all, the Germans prided themselves on keeping their homes clean. On the Volga, there were laws against unswept sidewalks and unkempt front yards, punishable by lashings in the village square. To have the insides of these New World homes trashed by dusters, to have the walls and ceilings leak dirt, week after week for years on end, was too much for some of the women. The land around Shattuck on the Oklahoma-Texas border had betrayed them. After 4 years of drought, the Ehrlichs were out of grain. George Ehrlich, the original settler, had lost his ambition when the grief took hold of him, following the death of his little boy, Georgie, on the road near his house. It fell to Willie, his only surviving son, to keep the homestead going. On this Sunday, Willie had his calf out for a walk, looking for grass in a dried-up creek bed. He was wandering the land with his sister and her husband when black columns approached from the northwest. "You better save that calf," Willie's sister said, pointing to a ravine near a fence line. "Looks like it's gonna be a terrible rain." They had lived on the high plains long enough to know that when a swollen, dark cloud formation burst and fell on dry land, the runoff could pump up a slit in the earth. Flash floods took almost as many lives as did prairie fires and twisters. "That's no rain cloud," Willie said. He had the calf in his arms when the dirt cloud hammered them. Knocked to the ground, Willie coughed up dirt, hollered for his sister and brother-in-law, and felt around for the animal. He rose to his feet and walked just a few steps before he fell again. The fence line was nearby. Willie found the prickly tumbleweeds balled up along the lengths of cedar and followed the line, figuring it would lead to the barn. Hand over hand, he moved along the fence, splinters jamming his palms and elbows, inching along until he ran out of wood. He was where the barn had to be. He knew every inch of this land, and yet he reached out in space and touched nothing. Ehrlich stumbled along and felt a hay bale. He was in the barn after all. The storm had blown open the door. He huddled in a corner and waited until near midnight, when some shape and shadow returned to the world. He never found his calf. After they had cleaned all 400 square feet of their house, giving the two-room shack a shine like it had not seen since they moved in, and after each of the 3 children had taken a bath, the White family in Dalhart got ready for evening church services. Sure, they wore clothes handed out by the government, and shoes that had been restitched by the Mennonite cobbler brought into town by the relief ladies. But they were clean for once. Bam put on a shirt that smelled of springtime and waxed the tips of his handlebar mustache. Lizzie had been talking for years about moving out of Dalhart, and these last months had nearly broken her. When the wind blew straight for 27 days in March, accompanied by dusters more reliable than Lane, Lizzie started to crumble. She cried until the warm, salty mist of her tears muddied with dust, and she talked every day about a place where they could find a pool of cool water, a grove of flowering trees, air that would not throw shards of earth at the family. But they were stuck, like other last chancers. Bam was old, in a place where the years could dent a man well before his time was up. What could a gnarled cowboy do in a broken land? He dragged home meat sometimes from the government cattle kills, and he coaxed eggs from hens. He planned to get some corn and hay going. Their feisty son, Milt White, had just found out from an aunt about the Indian blood in him. At first, he tried to deny it to himself. Indians had all been run off the Llano Estacado, and nobody had a nice word for them. The kids at school gave him a bad time about his skin. They called him Mexican and nigger. He knew now he was Indian because his daddy said it was so, and that's why they could ride horses better than most, and also why the old man could not handle liquor. Cherokee, Irish, and English on his daddy's side, Apache and Dutch on his mama's side. He'd been told it was a disgrace to be part Indian, especially Apache. They were the meanest, sorriest tribe in the world, that all they wanted to do was drink and fight, his relative said. Milt was a teenager and starting to think about getting out. "I'm just a boiled-up Indian," he told a friend. "I don't belong here." He wanted to go someplace where he could ride horses like his daddy had done. The family house was a bare huddle of boards and tar paper. No trees, no lawn, the garden dead from static electricity. Milt was outside when he looked north and saw a long line of black drawn across the prairie. It seemed like it was a mile high and moved quickly. Just ahead of it, the sun lit up the brown fields of Dallam County and the streets of Dalhart. Birds flew low in a straight line next to swarming insects. He ran inside. "We ain't gonna be able to go to church," said Milt. "Why's that?" his daddy asked. "Come outside and have a look." Bam White needed only half a look. There was no time to give the storm a proper stare. He hurried back inside the house. "Close them windows." They wetted down bedsheets that had just been cleaned and covered the windows. Most dusters blew sideways, the dirt seeping through the walls in horizontal gusts. This one showered from above, the black flour slithering down the walls. In the darkness, while fumbling for the lamp, Bam hit his knees on the edge of the stove. The electric shock hurt worse than the knee slam. Melt touched his nose with his fingers, just to reassure himself that his hands were still connected to his body. He could not see his fingers. Half a mile away, Doc Dawson had been sitting on the porch swing with his wife. It was truly summer-like that afternoon, the temperature in the upper 80s. Every window in the house was open. The blizzard fell on Dalhart about 6:20. A Rock Island Railroad train that was approaching the terminal came to a sudden halt. The conductor had doubts about continuing in the soup of black. Cars died on the main street in front of the DeSoto Hotel and offices of the Texan and the Kuhn building. Uncle Dick Kuhn was getting ready for a Sunday meal. He never saw the food. Drifters who had just finished eating beans at the Dalhart Haven mumbled in confusion. A 9-year-old boy walked in a circle, crying less than half a block from his house. He screamed, "Help me, please! I've gone blind!" John McCarty was reading a book when the page went black. He felt his way outside, glanced back at his house, 3 feet away. It was gone. Using a heavy flashlight, he found his way to the newspaper office. A teletype was sending a story from Kansas about a duster people were calling the great-granddaddy of all dust storms. He reached out to find the window of the building, which looked out onto Denrock. He knew the streetlights had to be on, but he could not see a thing. Heavy black sand settled inside the office. This storm McCarty would not praise. There would be no pan to the might and beauty of nature. Just days earlier, in advising his readers to grab a root and growl and hang on for better times, McCarty had predicted that the worst was over. Now he readied a page-1 headline for tomorrow's paper, "Day Turned into Nightmare." A woman in southern Dallam County called the newspaper in Amarillo to alert them that the biggest duster of all was rolling south. "I am sitting in my room and I cannot see the telephone," she said. Inside a blackened room in Pampa, Texas, 110 miles southeast of Dalhart, a 22-year-old itinerant folk singer thought up the first line of a song about the world coming to an end. Woody Guthrie was with several people clustered around a single light bulb. The glow was so weak it looked like the end of a cigarette. For the last 2 years, Guthrie had been wandering around the Texas Panhandle doing odd jobs, hopping trains. While working at a root beer stand that sold corn whiskey under the counter, he'd picked up the guitar during idle times and learned how to strum a few chords. As he watched the Black Sunday duster approach, he thought of the Red Sea closing in on the Israelites. "This is it," said one of the people in the room, citing scripture. "The end of the world." Guthrie started humming. He had the first line of a song, "So Long It's Been Good to Know Ya." It took an hour for the Black Sunday duster to travel from the border towns to Amarillo. At 7:20, the biggest city in the Texas Panhandle went dark, and its 42,000 residents choked on the same thick mass that had begun its roll in the Dakotas, clawing the barren plains, charring the sky in 5 states, producing enough static electricity to power New York, a fury that has never been duplicated. 17. A Call to Arms. Bob Geiger's dispatches and Harry Eisenhardt's images ran in newspapers everywhere, providing words and pictures for a story that many urban dwellers still could not believe. Midnight at noon, a duster that wiped out the sun. Earlier black blizzards had gone unrecorded, bringing horror to the prairie and chipping away at lives but known only to people stuck in the isolation of the high plains. And for the first time, a term entered the nation's lexicon. It came from another of Geiger's dispatches, a throwaway phrase that was part of a larger point he wanted to make. 3 little words, achingly familiar on a Western farmer's tongue, rule life in the Dust Bowl of the continent. If it rains. The three little words did not stick as much as the two, and thereafter, headline writers, politicians, and newsreels referred to the airborne part of the Southern Plains by its new name, the Dust Bowl. In the first days that followed Black Sunday, people tried to explain it. The weather pattern that produced the storm was not out of character, especially for early spring. A mass of polar air had moved south from Canada, colliding with the dome of high pressure over the plains. As the heavier, colder air pushed down a prairie lane, it drove the winds and caused the extreme, sudden drops in temperature. The winds were part of the landscape, always had been. Ever since the first Anglos dug a blade into the grass, they made jokes about the lashing currents. Newcomers wondered if it blew all the time. The standard answer was that the wind would shriek for 10 days and then blow like hell for another 5. The drought was in its 4th year, and it was the worst in at least a generation's time. But long, dry periods were as much a part of the Great Plains as the grass itself. What was different in 1935 was that the land was naked. If the prairie had been held in place by adequate ground cover, grass, or even the matted sprouts of wheat emerging from winter dormancy, the land could never have peeled away as it did, with great strips of earth thrown to the sky. There were ancient dunes all over the plains, such as Nebraskan sandhills, but they were anchored by grasses like prairie sandreed, native species that were a perfect fit for a big neighborhood of tough winds and unforgiving sun. The soil had been so pulverized by the dusters of 1933, 1934, and early 1935 that it was easy to lift. And fresh-formed dunes added reinforcement for Black Sunday clouds. With every new reach for the ground, the storm became heavier, thicker, darker. By Monday, the remains of Black Sunday were blowing east and south into the Gulf of Mexico, greatly dissipated at last, but still carrying enough prairie residue to postpone daily life, if only for a few hours. For days, Congress had been sitting on Hugh Bennett's plan to save the Great Plains from itself. He wanted money and human support to go well beyond the scope of the demonstration projects that were up and running. He wanted something permanent, to ensure against wipeouts and to try and restore the grass. There were plenty of doubts, even as Bennett attempted to make his case like a trial lawyer in final argument. Witnesses testified about towns with a foot in the grave, farms abandoned, land that had not produced a crop in 4 years, families sick and hungry, schools closed, and the only hope, a miracle from the president or rain from stingy skies. Bennett had been trying to draw a big picture, to impart some sense of the magnitude of the collapse of the plains. It was not just black blizzards, starving cattle, and an exodus of hollow-eyed people. The human stories, each sad in their own way, were part of a larger tragedy, the collapse of a big part of mid-America. 100 million acres had lost most of its topsoil, and nearly half had been essentially destroyed and could not be farmed again, Bennett said. Think about the size, Bennett said, an area stretching 500 miles north to south and 300 miles east to west was drifting and dusted. 2/3 of the total area of the Great Plains had been damaged by severe wind erosion, an environmental disaster bigger than anything in American history. Within the Roosevelt administration, there were conflicting views on what was happening. A Harvard geologist told the president that an irrevocable shift in nature was underway, that the climate itself had changed, the start of a cycle that would take 100 years or more and leave the Southern Plains a desert waste, as Secretary of the Interior Ickes noted in his diary. The Agriculture Department said the cycle was shorter. This was the 4th year of a projected 15-year epoch, and classified it as a severe drought, not a shift in climate or geology. Still, a dry period of that duration could mean dozens, maybe hundreds of towns in Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, and Oklahoma would disappear, falling off the map as quickly as they had been stapled to it. It could mean that a big section of the United States that had once been labeled the Great American Desert would revert to its earlier designation. The cattle slaughters and payments to prevent people from planting more wheat had brought prices up, but government-subsidized scarcity had done little to restore the overall farm economy. The system was broken, just like the land. The debate was whether to start from scratch, with radical new methods of farming, or to give up on the southern plains altogether. Roosevelt was still fascinated by the idea of planting millions of drought-tolerant trees in the dusted-over flatlands, creating a huge protected zone. He was waiting for the report on its feasibility. The Shelter Belt Project could be a noble calling, Roosevelt argued, for a payroll of young, uniformed CCC workers motivated by an almost wartime urgency to save America's heartland, giving it the lungs of a transplanted forest. Ickes continued to make the case against offering people more incentive to keep farming the Dust Bowl. At times, Ickes was an idealist, the designated dreamer of the New Deal. Utopian goals? Utopian indeed, he said in response to a reporter's question 2 years into the administration. We are a spiritual people, and life for us would not be worth living if we did not have this urge to reach for what will always seem beyond our reach. But he was also a practical Paul, schooled in Chicago's street-tough trenches. His sharp elbows belied his scholarly look. As Interior Secretary, he was Emperor of the Outdoors, in charge of a public domain nearly the size of Germany. In his view, the land was spent. The drought was simply the death blow. It was hard to tell people that their earnest agricultural toil had brought them great woe, but Ickes did, even when his bluntness got him in trouble. He also went after politicians who were using New Deal relief plans to build regional empires. The Kingfish, Senator Huey Long from Louisiana, had told Ickes he could go slap down to hell for criticizing him. Ickes's response was in character. The trouble with Senator Long is he is suffering from halitosis of the intellect, he said. That's presuming Emperor Long has an intellect. Hugh Bennett took a different tack, using country charm and playing off the sheet music of history. Big Hugh was 1 part science and 1 part showboat. He had backed off trying to shame people into action and no longer singled out the United States as the biggest abuser of the land the world had ever known. Using the public works dollar, people could build ponds and holding tanks. They could form community farming districts where everyone would agree to practice a strict set of conservation rules, rotating crops, fallowing land, abandoning tear-up-the-earth methods of plowing. They could stop the spread of dunes by building natural barriers. Big Hugh had come a long way in the 2 years since Roosevelt hired him. At first, the government looked at the wreckage of the plains in the same way it viewed the Great Mississippi River flood of 1927, or a tornado or hurricane for that matter, a natural disaster requiring relief. The Red Cross and the government worked to get people out of harm's way, to provide cots, food, shelter. In 1933, Bennett had been given $5 million in relief funds to jumpstart his fledgling soil erosion service, a temporary agency with a limited scope, relief. But as the dusters picked up in ferocity, Bennett was one of the first in Washington to try and convince people it was not just another natural disaster or an epic drought. It seemed like something caused by man, a byproduct of hubris and ignorance on a grand scale. Maybe some of it could be reversed, but to do so, people would have to think anew about how they used the land. It could not be done in a piecemeal fashion. Bennett worked Congress, trying to persuade them to create a permanent, well-funded agency to heal the land. He wanted there to be local control, with the first nudge coming from Washington. In his mind, every farm community would set up a soil conservation district and look at their region as part of the fabric of local ecology. Big Hugh was an imposing figure. Notes stuffed in his pockets, hair uncombed, blue eyes bulging, his glasses coming on and off as he waved his big, dirt-soiled hands, citing everything from Pliny's descriptions of Roman terracing in natural history to Thomas Jefferson's recommendations on contour plowing. There was much skepticism about spending tax money on such a venture. Weren't there enough New Deal public works and farm relief programs to help those sorry folks stuck in the high plains? Yes, but Bennett wanted money specifically for a plan to hold the ground down for generations to come. It had to go beyond relief and triage. But didn't this go against the grain of the yeoman farmer? The sod was broken by strong men, working alone, who never got a dime or half a thimble of advice from some agency operating out of Washington, D.C. They were the toughest sons of bitches on the planet. What could some soil expert from the city know that a nester who had poked his ground for 50 years didn't know? If Dodd can't make rain in Kansas, one congressman asked, how can the New Deal hope to succeed? Bennett conceded that FDR had no plans to take on the work of God. His idea was much simpler: change human behavior, not the weather. One man cannot stop the soil from blowing, he said, but one man can start it. He also noted that the people in the desperate zone were begging for guidance. These tough farmers were on their knees, hands extended to Washington. Here was a telegram from ranchers in Dallam County, Texas, asking for a soil erosion project. Here were others from Kansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska. Just show us the way, they pleaded. Still, many politicians thought other parts of the country needed more help. More than 2 million people had found government public works jobs, which paid a minimum of $12 a week, putting bandages on the wounds of American life. But nearly 25 million were still without regular income, relying on part-time jobs, private charities, or black market income. For African Americans, the unemployment rate was 50%. Throughout the South and in some places in the North, notes were posted on job sites that read, "No jobs for niggers until every white man has a job." It took an executive order from Roosevelt in May 1935 to open up the public works ranks to all races. Nationwide, per capita income had fallen from $681 in 1929 to $495 in 1934. The ranks of landless farmers had swollen to an unmoored army. Between 1930 and 1935, there were 750,000 bankruptcies or foreclosures on farms. In the tenant farmer areas in the South, New Deal scarcity payments stuffed the pockets of landowners but forced sharecroppers onto the open road. Shattered lives littered the land from sea to sea. Why should the dust-ravaged plains get special attention? Others thought the nesters of the southern plains were too dumb, too inbred, too thick to deserve more help. They are simply, by God's inscrutable will, inferior men, wrote H.L. Mencken, one of the most influential columnists in the land. The best thing to be done would be to sterilize them, he said. Bennett had been in touch with weather stations in the South. Black Sunday had changed everything. The storm's detritus, or perhaps it was a new duster, was moving east, picking up dirt in other states, even if it no longer had enough force and density to blot the sun. Bennett had been scheduled for another round of testimony before the Senate in mid-week. After checking with the progress of the eastbound roller, he asked for a delay. The storm that blanketed New York and Washington 1 year earlier had been an eye-opener. As Bennett told an aide, when people along the eastern seaboard began to taste fresh soil from the plains 2,000 miles away, many of them realized for the first time that somewhere something had gone wrong with the land. He wanted them to get another taste. On Friday, April 19th, 5 days after Black Sunday, Bennett walked into room 333 of the Senate office building. He began with the charts, the maps, the stories of what soil conservation could do, and a report on Black Sunday. The senators listened, expressions of boredom on the faces of some. An aide whispered into Big Hugh's ear, "It's coming." This prompted a broad diversion, more on Pliny and Jefferson, jokes about his own farm and how hard it was to maintain the place. "Keep it up," the aide told Bennett again. "It will be here within an hour, they say." Bennett told how he learned about terracing at an early age, about how the old ground on his daddy's place in North Carolina was held in place by a simple method that most country farmers learned when they were young. And did he mention, yes, again, that an inch of topsoil can blow away in an hour, but it takes 1,000 years to restore it? Think about that equation. A senator who had been gazing out the window interrupted Bennett. "It's getting dark outside." The senators went to the window. Early afternoon in mid-April, and it was getting dark. The sun over the Senate office building vanished. The air took on a copper hue as light filtered through the flurry of dust. For the second time in 2 years, soil from the Southern Plains fell on the Capitol. This time it seemed to take its cue from Hugh Bennett. The Weather Bureau said it had originated in no man's land. "This, gentlemen, is what I'm talking about," said Bennett. "There goes Oklahoma." Within a day, Bennett had his money and a permanent agency to restore and sustain the health of the soil. When Congress passed the Soil Conservation Act, it marked the first time any nation had created such a unit. Immediately, 150 CCC camps were reassigned from the Forest Service to Bennett's renamed Soil Conservation Service to augment the few troops he already had on demonstration projects. They would work to the task of ending the waste of our land, as Roosevelt said, dispatching his Restoration Army. In all, about 20,000 people were sent to the Southern Plains. They came from the cities, from universities, from farms and other parts of the country. The president signed the act before April had ended, the worst month for those stuck in the blowing dirt. But the administration was of two minds about what to do, for Roosevelt also created, at the same time, the Resettlement Administration. The purpose was to give loans, averaging about $700 a family, for people to start anew or to buy land for the same purpose. Though he was still reticent about encouraging a massive exodus, Roosevelt signed Executive Order 7028, granting federal authorities the power to buy back much of what it had given away in homesteads over the previous 73 years. The executive order was a stunning reversal of everything the government had done with the public domain since the founding of the Republic. To some people who had staked their lives to land once heralded by the government as a source of health, wealth, and opportunity, and remembered when it paid for trainloads of nesters to the agricultural frontier of the arid lands, it smelled like one thing: a push to depopulate the plains. In Dalhart, John McCarty took a fresh vow, in public: "This will not stand." His anger burned through his prose and carried his voice. "If they want to kick us out, we'll show them." McCarty announced formation of the Last Man Club, himself as president, open to anybody who agreed to stay put. No matter how hard the dust blew, no matter how deeply people were buried in sand, they would not retreat. His people were Spartans. They would hunker in their dust bunkers until hell freezes over, he said, and then they would skate on the ice over hell. He printed enrollment cards that read, "Barring acts of God or unforeseen personal tragedy or family illness, I pledge myself to be the last man to leave this country, to always be loyal to it, and to do my best to cooperate with other members of the Last Man Club in the year ahead." A person signed their name at the bottom, next to McCarty's signature, and was given a number. Last man number 1 was Ely Moore, a rawhide-skinned former XIT trail boss, now reduced to telling stories about the long-gone grass. Uncle Dick Coon, now said to be the only wealthy man left in town, was last man number 2. The third man to join was Texas Governor James V. Allred, who had been enrolled by Uncle Dick on a visit to the Capitol. It was a political stunt, but it worked, spreading the word of this defiant band of nesters in the middle of the Dust Bowl. Doc Dawson, destitute, suffering from ill health, running the soup kitchen, was last man number 4. It wasn't just geezers, McCarty noted. Wilson Cowan, the young judge, was last man number 31. If this elite group of citizens, Spartans whose mark on the land was as clear as the stakes originally planted by the Comancheros 100 years earlier, wasn't evidence of the iron will of those in the middle of the Dust Bowl, What more proof could a person ask for? A week after Black Sunday, banners went up around town. Tonight, Last Man Club. McCarty's speeches were filmed by newsreels and sent to theaters across the country. He still looked like a young Orson Welles, with his athletic build and shock of dark hair. Behind him was a larger banner of the Last Man Club. "Are we gonna stay here till hell freezes over?" he thundered. "Yes. Yes. I ask you again, how long are we gonna stay here? Till hell freezes over." The cheers spilled onto Denrock Street, where the dirt from Black Sunday had yet to be shoveled away, and onto cars stuffed with children, dishes, pots and pans, a few rickety chairs, and other belongings. Families fleeing the lethal dust. Even as Judge Cowan joined the Last Man Club, he knew many people had to leave town or face death. Exodusters, they were called. One Dalhart family asked the judge if he might buy them a tire to get them on their way. Other families with a cup or a hat in front of their belongings begged for gas money to launch them west. But hadn't they heard about the signs at the California border warning exodusters to turn back? That there was no work in California? Maybe, but there wasn't anything to hold a person to Texas either. In Texas, per capita annual income was $298, half as much as California. Judge Cowan ordered a Dalhart filling station to grant people leaving town 10 gallons of gasoline, worth about $1.90, and one second-hand tire. The offer was open to Dallam County residents only. It was the least they could do, the judge said, for somebody who had survived the blowing dirt of the last 4 years. Over poker and drinks at the DeSoto Hotel, people carped at the handout of gas and tire. Deserters, they called those who packed up and left. No guts. Why should Dallam County give them anything? The people who decided to stick it out, to grab a root and growl with McCarty, were fired up by all the attention that came to the Last Man Club. They were Spartans, goddamn right. But they had one big question. What would they do while growling? For starters, they could kick some rain from the clouds. Tex Thornton, the former Wildcatter, now full-time rainmaker, had his toolkit of explosives, his payment from the city, and was ready to start bombing the skies to bring moisture down on the panhandle. He certainly had the endorsement of McCarty, who believed that all the shortgrass prairie really needed was a little rain, and then the country would rise again. "If you get a chance, meet Tex Thornton," McCarty wrote. "Tex handles this soup TNT and nitroglycerin like it was so many sticks of wood. He is a real fellow." McCarty urged people to join his Last Man Club quickly. "I'm going to close the membership list with the first big rain, because after we get a genuine soaker, everybody will be wanting to stay, and those who have gone away will want to come back." His writing served a dual purpose, for McCarty was not only editor of the Texan, but he was now also director of the Chamber of Commerce, which had hired Thornton. Tex was waiting for just the right conditions before he worked his meteorological magic. By early May, he was ready and set up operations 4 miles out of town. The first evening, with a curious crowd watching, Thornton fired off his TNT rockets, one charge every 10 minutes or so. Some of them carried as much as 10 sticks of dynamite. The wind and dust blew as usual, obscuring Tex himself as he went through his rounds. After a few hours, people trickled home. In town, people could hear the thunder from Thornton's pyrotechnics well into the night. Doc Dawson wandered outside every half an hour, craned his neck, looking to the sky. Wind and dust. No rain. The next day, Tex resumed his bombing. A smaller crowd showed up this time. Tex fired off a couple of duds, which blew up in the ground, creating his own dust storm that chased the crowd away. "Gotta work on that," he said. "Needs some tinkering." The fireworks continued through the afternoon and into the evening. Dawson strolled around town, taking in the sorry state of Dalhart as it tried to rally itself with aerial bombings and a Last Man Club. The acts of defiance felt good, but the town looked pathetic. No leaves on bare trees. Dunes piled high on the sides of buildings, houses chipped to gray wood, the sand plowed like snow at the edge of town. Dawson would howdy neighbor to people he had known since he pulled into the startup town in 1907, and they would howdy back. But a second exchange usually ended in details of something dark. News of a loved one suffering from dust pneumonia. A looming bankruptcy. People were at their breaking points. Almost everyone was sick with a variation of duster lung siege. Thornton started up again the third day in the afternoon. Towns east of Dalhart complained that Tex was only sending more dust their way and asked him to stop. Just about got it right, Tex said. The sky took on a beige look, which deepened to cinnamon brown as the wind carried a fresh duster into town. Tex aimed his explosives at the dust clouds, firing round after round, until the thickening duster forced him into retreat at the dinner hour. After supper, with the winds taking a breather, Thornton was back at it. He attacked the sky until nearly midnight. The crack of explosives kept the dock and most of Dalhart from sleeping. Dawson wandered outside in his nightshirt, held his hands palm side up. Wind and dust. No rain. The sky looked eerie, light flashing at the base of dust clouds from the big calcium flares that Tex had sent up. On day 4, Tex Thornton rested. The forecast, as indicated by the barometer, called for colder temperatures, little moisture in the air, nothing fat enough to bomb. As for his failure to date, Tex said he needed only a bit of refinement. The problem was that he had to get his explosives directly into the belly of the clouds. He produced small gas balloons for precise aerial delivery and announced resumption of the rainmaking tomorrow morning at a new location out of town. Tex tethered his balloons to a kite string, loaded them with bombs, and set them aloft. He came equipped with a special dust suit and mask, designed to keep him in place no matter what the sky threw back at him. As the temperature dropped, low clouds moved in. There were reports of snow in Clayton and other parts of New Mexico, just to the west. Tex continued firing at the sky until dark. That night, a light dusting of snow fell, 1/10 of an inch. McCarty was ecstatic. It snowed the next day as well, changing to sleet with warmer temperatures. Of course, it also snowed in Denver, Albuquerque, and Dodge City, places that had not felt a rumble from the hands of Tex Thornton. Still, a grateful citizenry thanked the rainmaker from Amarillo. He had done his job. Some even thought the drought was over. They massed that night for a final rally on behalf of the Last Man Club. "How long are we going to stay here?" McCarty asked. "Till hell freezes over." "That's right, till hell freezes over." Tex tipped his hat, packed up his weather balloons, his nitro, and his TNT, and went on his way. "I did the best I could," he said. "I'm mighty glad for the people of Dalhart." Optimism did not follow the snow flurries 48 miles north into Boise City. The town was reeling after Black Sunday, stripped bare. A few days after Hazel Shaw buried her baby, she returned home to the empty funeral home and the one-bedroom apartment. The crib haunted her. The church across the street glared back, housing an angry God. Grandma Lou finally had been laid to rest in Texhoma after the funeral procession had retreated back to Boise City, hunkered down for the night, and then resumed the march to her grave the next day. All things in no man's land, the landmarks of Hazel's life, had lost their meaning. She felt alone, staggered by depression. The questions, tinged with guilt, played over and over. Could she have done something to save Ruth Nell? Should she have tried to flee earlier? Why did they stay in Boise City so long? With the power of the storms building every day, the dirt so deadly? The wind found any openings, carrying fresh black and brown powder into the apartment, rekindling the doubts. She busied herself with chores, but at times she simply broke down. It seemed useless. The repetitive tasks of cleaning a surface or a curtain or a floor that would sprout a new growth of prairie whiskers within half a day. She drove to homesteads of other Lucas family members and got further depressed. The roads were a hazard, but she felt so claustrophobic, so cornered she had to see some green to find clear sky to escape the trapped enclosure of the dusted apartment. There was nothing that spring to indicate the new season, not a sprout or sprig of new life. The dead cattle, some with their eyes frozen and glazed over with sand, were pinned in grisly repose against fences holding tumbleweeds and dirt. Her uncle C.C. cut open the stomach of one dead cow that had wandered onto his land. His autopsy found the stomach packed so solidly with dust that it blocked food from getting any further. Other post-mortems found the same thing: animals dead from starvation caused by internal suffocation. The dust was killing everything in no man's land. By late 1935, more than 1,000 people, about 20% of the population, had pulled up stakes and left Cimarron County since the start of the drought 4 years earlier. They crowded into horse-drawn wagons or Model A's with worn tires. The paint long ago chipped away and headed east to Missouri and beyond to the Carolinas, or north to Denver, to the Snake River Plateau of southern Idaho, or eastern Washington state, or west to California. Ezra and Goldie Lowry, living on their canned thistles and yucca roots at the homestead outside Boise City, vowed again to hold on, despite the horrendous year they had suffered. Their daughter, Odalie, a senior and high school classmate of Faye Folkers, started the school year with mumps on her left side. She was out for a week when went down with mumps on the other side of her neck. In November, she came down with the measles and was quarantined for 3 weeks. By February, a month when there was seldom a day without a suffocating dust storm, Odalie was diagnosed with scarlet fever. She was quarantined for another 2 months, and the family was forced to flee the homestead. They returned on April 14th, Black Sunday. Her father remained defiant. "We may have to eat rattlesnake," he said, "but I'm not leaving." A month later, Odalie graduated. She was class valedictorian. Some of Hazel's friends who had joined the exodus, filing west with migrants from tenant farms in Arkansas and eastern Texas and Oklahoma, reported back in letters that California was no better than Cimarron County. No matter where they had come from, or if they had some schooling or owned land, they were called the same thing: Okie. It meant being no better than a throwaway rag. At least in no man's land, people had family and friends to help them through, or were able to swap a service for a dozen eggs or a shank of ham. And people looked you straight in the eye, with respect. Signs in the Central Valley of California made clear how people felt about the new arrivals. One sign read, "Okies and dogs not allowed." Over the next 2 years, 221,000 people would move to California, most of them from Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. But only 16,000 came from the actual Dust Bowl. A majority of people in the most wind-bared and lacerated counties in the Southern Plains did not move, or they relocated only a few hundred miles in one direction. Hazel and her husband, Charles, were ready to get out. Yes, they had their little mortician's business, but families could not afford to pay. The Shaws would dress, help to ritualize, and bury a loved one, and then get paid in grocery scrip or chickens or a promissory note or a little cash that was not nearly enough to cover expenses. The future was a black hole. Even Sunday visits to other Lucas family members were no longer an option. The sheriff warned people not to drive unless they had an emergency. 3 weeks after Black Sunday, a pair of cars smashed head-on, killing the drivers. They were going only 15 miles an hour when they collided, but the dust was so heavy it blinded the drivers. With every day, Hazel felt more buried, more depressed. Her hometown, which had rejected any relief help when the dry year started, now turned to Washington in desperation. Boise City had no pride left, no options, no future. The Cimarron County Commissioners sent a telegram to the White House. 80% of residents in county in dire need of immediate relief to save them from semi-starvation. 18. Goings. The Austin dugout broiled in the heat. In May, the temperature rose to 105 degrees, the highest the mercury had ever been that early in the year in Baca County. Once again, Ike and his brother Oscar carried buckets of water from the stock tank and threw it over the dugout. When the water hit the tar paper roof, a hissing sound came from the Osteen home. Only a single elm tree was alive, sustained by water from baths and dishwashing. Inside the dugout, the sheets of mud that hung from the windows were worse than bars inside a prison cell, a reminder that the dust was always there and they were trapped with it. Cramped as it was, the Osteens tried not to touch each other because of the static, the same kind of electrical energy that caused the windmill to spout a flame from a trailing wire and barbed wire fences to emit blue sparks. But Ike and Oscar were always rubbing elbows, the connection sending a sharp, painful jolt. Ike's mother was thinking about moving the girls to town, to some little place, doing odd jobs. She had fed her family in part by canning meat from the government cattle kills. You could can anything, she always said. It seemed like all of Baca County was ready to fold. 3 miles from the Osteen homestead, the little village of Richards had shrunk to a post office. When Ike had attended grade school there, the town had 2 general stores, a cream and egg station, a couple of shops, and a fine cluster of homes. Richards would be gone before the decade's end. It had the smell of death on it, and the dusters themselves seemed to sense it. Baca, so heavily plowed in the 1920s, was one of the most blown-away counties in the heart of the Dust Bowl. More than 1.1 million acres were so eroded they probably would never support a crop again, in the view of the government men. Not long after Black Sunday, a wire service reporter toured a Baca County mail route with a postal carrier. The mail had been delayed for nearly a week because the train could not get through to Springfield, the county's biggest town. They came upon homesteads where people had not seen a fellow human for weeks. At one location, a lone woman was shoveling dirt from a front walk. She was shoeless and hollow-eyed. When the mailman approached, she dropped the shovel and clutched his arm. She said she had been marooned for days. "What's happened?" the woman asked. "What's going on in the outside world?" The reporter asked her why she didn't leave. "I'd like to," the woman said, "but I can't." She said the land was all she had. She thought she would die in a city, not knowing anyone, unsure how to feed herself. Most Baca residents would have starved without the government. With nearly 50% of the county on relief, it wasn't considered a weakness to get help from somewhere else because the land itself had given up. A church sent a telegram to the wire services in Denver, asking the entire nation to pray for rain in the far southeast corner of Colorado. They set the day of prayer for May 5th. It didn't rain that day, nor the next day, or the day after. On May 8th, a bundle of bruised clouds appeared on the horizon, rumbled with thunder, then let loose a gully washer. It rained fast and furious, but the water hit bone-hard ground and drained to long, dry indentations in the earth, filling ravines until they rose in a muddy torrent and smashed sheds and took a horse and then disappeared. It was as if it had not rained at all. In the summer of 1935, FDR launched the Second 100 Days, one of the great thrusts of domestic change ever seen, 0 to 60 in an eye blink by government time. Roosevelt signed the Social Security Act to ensure that the pensionless elderly would not starve. Started the Works Progress Administration to keep the government payroll rolling, and backed the National Labor Relations Act, which enshrined union rights in the workplace. The farm economy was improving, income higher by 50%, crop prices up by 66% since Hoover had been turned out of office. Roosevelt took credit, saying the government cattle and hog kills and the plowing under of surplus land had moved the market by creating a forced scarcity. The Supreme Court disagreed, at least on agricultural reach. They declared FDR's control of farm economy unconstitutional. The government could not be the market. Roosevelt was outraged. He accused opponents of deliberately trying to mislead people by misrepresenting, no, why use a pussyfoot word, by lying about the kind of a farm program under which this nation is operating today. But his resettlement administration was left intact by the ruling, and the government found plenty of takers, not so much for the loans to stay put, as for money to leave. Those who did not own land or had come as suitcase farmers during the wheat boom took a $35 grant from resettlement to move on. One day, a boy would be sitting next to Ike Osteen in school, same as always, and the next day the seat would be empty, the boy gone for good. It was no shame to give up on school. Among the 9 children in the Osteen family, Ike alone had stayed with the books to his senior year. His brother Oscar didn't see much use for education. Even after Black Sunday, when most of the next year people stopped counting on the future as a way out, Oscar Osteen held out hope of making something from the family land. They had a couple of mules, a barn, the buried tractor. There was always a chance Oscar could wake up one morning and the dunes would be gone, unveiling fields ready for planting, a little orchard, ground for growing broomcorn and popcorn, wheat and alfalfa. You never knew. Ike was more of a realist. If there was something for him in the homestead, he couldn't see it. In 1911, his daddy had hauled lumber by horse-drawn wagon from Elkhart, Kansas, 32 miles away, to build the barn and prop up the walls and roof of the Osteen dugout because he believed in transformation by hand. Build it, shape it to your will, and things would happen. In his day, horse freighters on their way west would overnight at the Osteen barn, bringing gossip, material goods, and fresh bits of human insight to lonely homesteads. Even at this young age, Ike sensed that Baca was never meant to be plowed and planted. He loved the land, and part of him wanted just to stay put and fight. He was not a quitter. The Red Cross moved the cots out of the school gym, and the students set up chairs for graduation in May 1935. School had always been easy for Ike, even though he got in trouble for pranks, and he missed many days because the dusters kept him home. He was asked to make a little speech as class salutatorian. Only one student had better marks. Graduation day was sweat-your-pants hot inside the gym, but they could not open windows or even the doors for long to catch a breeze because the sand would swirl inside and make people gag. When Ike was called to the front to give his speech, the room went quiet, but for the coughs of people who could not hold the soil down. He took a moment to scan the audience and find his mama in the crowd. She was red-eyed, wiping her face. Ike started in with his talk about how the future had to be better than the past, but that even with the black blizzards and the broken land and all the people leaving, Baca County was a great land, and he would always have fine memories of this little school on the prairie. He paused again, because his mama was crying now. Sitting there in front, she could not hold back the tears. Ike finished by thanking teachers who had seen him through, paid in grocery scrip. Outside, after the ceremony, a hot wind blew, and Ike's mama brushed the tears from her eyes. She kissed her youngest boy. "Congratulations," she said. "You did what no Osteen has ever done." Ike handed his diploma to his mama. "You take this," he said. "Why? That piece of paper says I have completed 12 years of education." "Yes." "But I want you to know something, Mama. I still don't think I'm smart as you. Not one bit." Later in the year, Ike's mother turned her back on the dugout for the last time and moved into town with the 2 girls. The other children were gone, drifted away. She said the boys could split the homestead if they wanted it or sell it to the resettlement people. Do whatever. After giving a quarter-century of her life to raising 9 children on the High Plains, she was done with the hole in the ground. Ike took up the homestead topic with his brother. "You want it? You want it?" Oscar shrugged. "I don't have no other place to go." "You're staying then?" "I guess. But I can't see how this could support 2 families. It ain't like it was in Daddy's day." "Then it's yours," said Ike. "The place is yours. You want something for your half?" "Nope. It's yours, Oz." "Well, all right then." A few days later, Ike packed a bag with some dried meat, a couple of biscuits, a canteen of water. He walked one last time over the dirt floor of the dugout, looked in disgust at the muck clinging to the brown sheets over the windows, at the stove that had kept him warm through so many nights, fueled by cow turds. Above ground, the place was nearly buried. The fence line formed a barrier of snagged tumbleweeds and dust. What you gonna do, Ike? Don't know. You leaving then? Yep. For good? Don't know. Where you going? Don't know. Not far, probably. Gotta find some work. He had heard there was a job in Springfield, on the railroad line by the Cimarron River. I'll see you then. Yeah. See ya. Ike walked away from the homestead with just the clothes on his back and his bag of food and water. Waded through the dunes. Past the nearly covered outhouse. The barn with the wall of sand on one side. The windmill and its crackling static. The muddied trough of the stock tank. Past the lone surviving tree. Goodbye to all that. And out to the open country. The land that had been so full of ancient mystery. These secrets of the conquistadors. These Indian burial grounds. This place of ghost grass and ghost bison. He just kept walking. 19 witnesses. He started his diary on New Year's Day, 1936. It's Don Hartwell was going to be buried under this sea of dust. He wanted to leave something behind. He and his wife, Verna, had lived through 4 years of drought, 4 years without a crop, 4 years of deeper debt. Black Sunday had nearly snuffed out the farm for good. The winds blowing with the force of a tornado, followed later in the spring by a flash flood that nudged his house off its foundation, and then a summer of dusters that buried the corn and alfalfa he had been able to raise in the floodplain. At age 47, Hartwell was not going down without a fight, but if the elements finally beat him, he wanted a record of his struggle. Maybe it would serve as a warning to some future nester. The problem with history was that it was written by the survivors, and they usually wrote in the sunshine, on harvest day from victory stands. So Hartwell started his diary at the darkest hour. This would not be a narrative of courage, grit, and the good cheer of God-fearing people who had chased away the Indians, killed the bison, and produced the biggest wheat crop the world had ever seen. Don Hartwell had no intention of being the toast of the Chamber of Commerce, or even of being invited to their regular luncheon. His story was not Little House on the Prairie, but one farmer's life on the Kansas-Nebraska border during a decade when homesteads became graveyards. And he kept his diary secret, never showing it to anybody, not even his wife. You hear a great deal about the noble pioneers building up the country, and to a certain extent, this is probably true. He wrote in the introduction to the diary, "But the women and children of those times were the ones who faced the real hardships and privations. Women's place in those days was in the home, which usually meant having 2 kids every 3 years and doing as much work as 2 ordinary men, and living amid conditions which would cause a common hobo to breathe the open air and face the open road with Thanksgiving. The men were, in many cases, drunken or ingrown religious fanatics who were worse to live with and deal with even than the drunks." Hartwell's family had come to Nebraska in 1880, and it was never explained why. "My mother didn't like Nebraska, and she despised my father's folks. I remember I used to tremble at night after one of their quarrels, too nervous to sleep. School was difficult. I want to say right here that innocent childhood is generally anything but that, lying. Stealing, inordinate cruelty, utter selfishness, homosexuality, masturbation, and various other sexual activities, sometimes even murder, are some of the activities of innocent childhood." His father died in 1934, a year when Nebraska got just 14 inches of rain, the lowest amount since 1864. The old man had raised hogs and cattle on a piece of land he claimed near the town of Innavale, Nebraska, not far from Willa Cather's childhood home in Red Cloud, where the Republican River drains a broad table of the prairie, several hundred miles northeast of No Man's Land. The town flourished during the wheat boom, with a lumberyard, a meat market, 2 general stores, a bank, a pool hall, a school, a post office, and a small music hall. Its decline started with the crash in farm prices, and it was further staggered by the Depression and drought. The bank closed in 1932, never to open again, and took the farmers' deposits down with it. Hartwell worked his little family farm outside of Innervale, in the sliver of Nebraska that was identified by the government as being a part of the larger Dust Bowl. He earned spare change playing piano at dances and lodges along the Republican River, and his wife brought in extra income making dresses for people in town. They had no children. Hartwell wrote every day. A selection of his thoughts shows his drift in the worst years. Jan 6. Did you ever see a middle-aged man working for his board on a farm? February 8th. Last night was one of the worst nights I have seen in this country in many years. A terrific gale of blowing snow and 15 below zero. We moved our bed out in the dining room beside the stove, the first time we ever did that. The horses in the north pasture seem to be all right today, although we have no barns for them anymore. I have often thought of sending valentines, but I never have. Feb 21st. I haven't much ambition anymore. When one sees all he has slipping away, his ambition seems to gradually go along with the rest. Feb 29. Well, ordinarily today would be Mar 1, but this year gives us one more day to hold to the place which has meant so much to me in life and tradition in the last 35 years. From the scent of the wild plum bush and the violets and the blue grass in April, to the little dry thunder showers in June, which break away late in the afternoon, with the meadow larks singing and the wild roses, which seem to be brighter and smell sweeter when wet with rain than any other time. March 7. A horse sale was held at the stockyard in the afternoon. I sold one of ours. There are 6 left now. I don't know how long I can keep them. When one has to buy all the grain he feeds and has very little to buy with, it is uncertain. The stockyard at the RR is a bare, deserted-looking place. Mar 15th. Mostly cloudy, cold, heavy, dusty-looking clouds and rather chilly SW wind. Very dry everywhere. The alfalfa sowed in the field west of the feed yard is about all dead. Mar 17. This is St. Patrick's Day, so everyone is supposed to wear something green or act that way. It was pleasant in the afternoon, but cold, dusty SW wind in the afternoon. Mar 20th. Spring began today at 12:58 p.m. We heard it announced over the radio. Spring's coming was an important event to me years ago. Spring and summer was when I really lived, especially in May and June, when the flowers were in bloom, the fruit trees, the grass getting green along the creeks, the frogs singing in the evening, and there was the possibility of a big rain, which seldom comes. Fair today, dry, dusty northwest wind. Mar 21st. Very dusty, windy, mean. Mar 22. Very dusty, warm, strong SW wind at times, dead still at 4 p.m., the air and sky filled with dust, the sun only faintly visible all day. April 8. These dust storms are getting serious in this country. Fences in some places almost entirely covered. Further W&S, much land is entirely ruined. And no rain in sight. April 15th. The air is filled with dust. The whole country is rapidly becoming an area of shifting dust and sand, blowing south one day and north the next. Fences in some places are covered with drifting, blowing dirt. April 20th. At 2 p.m., a terrific wind and dirt storm from the number. Impossible to see much or do anything. A few clouds, but so much dirt and wind you can't see them. April 28. I got the piano Davis used to have in the pool hall in the afternoon. I don't know how long we will keep it, how long we can. May 21st. 15 years ago, the whole Republican R-bottom was a vast expanse of alfalfa and cornfields. Now it is practically a desert of wasted shifting sand, washed-out ditches, cockleburs, and devastation. I doubt if very much of it can ever be reclaimed. June 2. I wish I knew where we will be a year from now. June 15th. Vic C. Artie and the kids left for California this morning. They say they are coming back, but I don't know. Many are leaving the country. Drought. Hard times are driving many out. June 27th. I took a thermometer out in the W cornfield today. At the ground surface, it registered 142. July 4th. Today's one of the worst storms I ever saw, even here. It is 100 degrees and a southwest wind and dust of gale proportions at times. Red Cloud celebrated today, but it was such a terrible day, we didn't go anywhere. July 14th. I have cultivated corn every summer since 1908, but I wonder sometimes if I will ever cultivate any corn on this place again. July 15th. 102 degrees, corn and everything is mostly destroyed. It is really too hot, dry, discouraging, and devilish to do anything. Over 2,500 have died in this great Middle West of the effects of this hellish weather and country since July 1st. July 21st. I have seen a good many bad years in this country, more in fact than any other, but I never saw any worse than this one. Corn is practically all destroyed now. Pastures are as bare as January. July 30th. Charlotte Lambrecht was in this afternoon. Charlotte is quite the stickler for morals and temperance. Nearly all of us go through that stage at some time in our life. Too many times life slips apart and we find that is all we have left to us. July 31st. July was the worst month of the worst year ever known. Sept 1. Well, another summer is about gone, and I wonder sometimes what we'll be doing a year from now. I always dread to see summer go, no matter how bad it is. Winter with its sickness seems to last so long. Sept 10. I took down 3 pigs to the sale in the afternoon. They sold for $12.05, or about $4 each. These sales are remarkable. An old can and kittens sold for $0.05. Ducks sold for $30 each. One horse sold for $11, another for $7. Sept 19. I finished mowing the Russian thistles on the place north of Stickneys. I would like to be someplace or see the time when something would grow besides Russian thistles. Oct. 2. I listened to the World Series baseball game over the radio. The NY Yankees beat the NY Giants 18-4. One can hear the ball game in New York City from the radio in his own home. You can hear the crack of the bat and the ball hit the catcher's glove. Who would have thought it possible 25 years ago? December 3rd. Verna and I went to our cloud today and took down another shoal to the sale. She brought $9 and weighed 120 pounds. Mrs. Vance and John rode back with us. John was returning from jail from one of his periodic drunks. But drinking is about the only recreation left around here, and you have to do that by yourself. December 25th. I believe today is the warmest Christmas morning I have ever seen. We swept and dusted and made some candy in the forenoon. We had dinner by ourselves at home, while Don Hartwell was scribbling descriptions of daily life on a dusted-over piece of ground. Others were trying to record similar details with cameras. It was a son of Kansas, Roy Emerson Stryker, who came up with the idea of creating a record of American decay for the files of the Farm Security Administration. The motives were not journalistic. Roosevelt was running for a second term, facing an increasingly hostile Supreme Court, and having documentary support for conditions that called for programs deemed radical and un-American by critics could be invaluable. But as it turned out, perhaps by accident or perhaps because of the talent that Roy Stryker hired, the government photo unit proved to be one of the lasting and most popular contributions of the New Deal, far outliving its propaganda purposes. The wire services had moved pictures of Black Sunday and other big storms, but their lenses had been aimed at the sky. It was rare to see the lines in a sandblasted face, or look into the eyes of a broken nester, or see a woman nursing her child slumped next to a jalopy loaded with all her worldly goods. Stryker sent his photographers out to the heart of the Dust Bowl to get the faces of the desperate. He told his shooters that they should do more than drive by and hustle back to the city. They should taste the dirt, get to know the people, live with the dusters. A kid from New York City, Arthur Rothstein, was just out of college, 21 years old, when Stryker sent him to Kansas, Texas, and Oklahoma in the spring of 1936. It was like sending George Catlin on one of the first explorations of the West, for Rothstein returned with images that most of America had never seen. Outside Dalhart, he shot a picture of a lone car running just ahead of a black blizzard on an open road. The car is dwarfed by the dark cloud on its tail. In Boise City, Rothstein found a town slouching away from the sand pummeling, its buildings unpainted, the windows brown, so much dirt floating around that it was impossible to tell a street or front lawn or sidewalk from the drifting prairie. All that was visible in a picture he took of one abandoned house was a rooftop and stovepipe poking through the sand, like the scope of a submarine rising above the sea. Roaming through no man's land, Rothstein stopped his car outside the shack of Arthur Kobel's family. Kobel was digging out fence posts and hauling water to a couple of starving cattle. When a sudden wind carried a wave of soil up from the south, Kobel and his sons fled for shelter. One of the boys, Darrell, had been a student of Hazel Lucas Shaw's when she taught for grocery script in Boise City. Rothstein's picture caught father and son, facing to the wind, running for cover to a ramshackle, half-buried outbuilding. It looks as if the very earth is swallowing them. Just the tops of fence posts are visible in the foreground, and the background is shapeless beige. It became one of the most significant images of the time. Another documentarian, Par Lorentz, wanted to tell a larger story, not just take snapshots of those trapped by the dead land. His idea was to film a narrative, how and why the Great Plains had been settled and then brought to ruination. Like a fable, Lorentz had never made a film before, but he was sure of his vision. Hollywood was not. He was turned down by every major studio. But in 1935, after Stryker set up a documentary division, Lorentz found a backer for his film, the United States government. Now Hollywood took notice and did everything it could to stop him. The studio heads did not want government competing on their turf, for Lorentz planned to make a documentary that would play commercially in theaters across the country. Opponents said it was a dangerous thing for the Roosevelt administration to be getting into the business of telling stories through pictures. They feared it would be propaganda. Lorentz said he wanted only to tell a story that needed to be told. As one arm of the government tried to save the plains, another arm would try to show how people had created the problem. After much debate, the film was given the green light. It would be one of the most influential documentaries ever made, the only peacetime production by the American government of a film intended for broad commercial release. To assuage critics, Lorentz said he would accept nothing but his salary of $18 a day. He ended up paying for some of the production out of his own pocket. Lorentz and his crew moved to the high plains, catching dusters as they tumbled across the land, getting chased off the road, living with the grit, hearing the same story told over and over in varying forms: the boom, the bust, the dust. They filmed in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. When he arrived in Dalhart, Lorentz found monstrous dunes and a town trying to rally itself, even as it was swallowed by dirt. The most horrific footage of dusters came from the Texas Panhandle. Lorentz had been filming without a script, which angered his cinematographers, who complained of his peripatetic direction. He wanted everything in the frame. But as he filmed around Dalhart, a central image began to take shape, that of the iconic plainsman who first tore at the prairie earth. He asked around town if there was an old cowboy in these parts, somebody who still kept a wagon or a horse-drawn plow. People gave him the name of a couple of XIT hands. Those old boys had plenty of stories to tell, but no horse-drawn plows. Then somebody tossed out the name of a little man with a handlebar mustache who lived in a two-room shack with his family at the edge of town, fellow by the name of Bam White. White was everything Lorenz was looking for. He had a pair of tired-looking horses that he kept around to pull his wagon. He had an old plow, which was covered by drifts. He had a face with the hard years, heat and gusts etched into it. Lorenz hired Bam White to hitch a horse to his plow and pull it in the fields. White was puzzled. "That's all you want?" Lorenz paid him $25 for his effort. To White, it was 2 months' pay for 2 hours' work, more money than he ever earned in so little time. Bam White, silhouetted against blowing soil, became the lasting image of the film that Lorenz made, The Plow That Broke the Plains. The film treated the Great Plains as a mythic place in a lost world. It opened with a map showing the immensity of the flatlands. This land had been paradise for bison and cattle. Grasslands, the narrator says in poetic idiom, a country of high winds and sun, high winds and sun. This Eden was never meant to be farmed as intensely as it was. "Settler, plow at your peril," the sodbusters were warned. They tore at the land with industrial-age armies of tractors and threshers, consuming the grass like locusts. When the rain stopped, the land blew, the sky filled with dirt. The score, composed by Virgil Thompson, who grew up in Missouri, was as powerful as the pictures. The music swelled with the first wondrous images of the prairie and turned dark and menacing, like the soundtrack of a Hitchcock thriller, when the land raged against the people. The Plow That Broke the Plains showed alongside It Happened One Night at the Rialto Theater in New York. In Dalhart, it opened at the Mission Theater, where just a few years earlier, a son of the Southern Plains, Gene Autry, had appeared in his first picture, in Old Santa Fe. Now the story on the screen was about a real cowboy. Bam White took his family. It was the first time young Melt had ever seen a movie. The boy kept staring up at the screen and then back at the little man sitting next to him, his daddy, bigger than life, bigger than Gene Autry in the movie posters still hanging in the lobby. The film moved Bam to tears. He always thought there was a reason why his horse had died in Dalhart, marooning the family on this wedge of desolate ground. Now he saw the answer, there for all the world. In March 1936, the film played at the White House, and the President of the United States looked into the hard, sun-seared, dust-chipped face of Bam White, the wanderer, the Indian half-breed, who was thereafter the visage of the high plains at its lowest point. 20. The Saddest Land. In 1936, Hazel Lucas Shaw was 5 months pregnant, with a fighting chance to bring another child into the world. But whether there would be a world, a home in no man's land, was a bigger question. The government men held a summit in Pueblo, Colorado, moving the debate from the marbled comfort of Washington, D.C., to the war zone itself. They heard grim numbers about the enormity of the disaster. More than 850 million tons of topsoil had blown off the southern plains in the last year, nearly 8 tons of dirt for every resident of the United States. In the Dust Bowl, farmers lost 480 tons per acre. Where it had gone, to the heavens, to the sea, to the mountainous edge of the plains, was anyone's guess. And what did it mean to lose 850 million tons of dirt in a single year? It meant 5 million acres in a coma, with little chance of being cultivated. It meant 100 million acres might never be productive farmland. No matter how much it rained in future years, the ground was too bare, sterile, or weighted with dunes. It meant that dust pneumonia was going to stalk schoolyards and sidewalks until the land was stabilized. It meant that some towns that were dying would not come back and were not even worth the effort of resuscitation. This had become evident with every fresh announcement. At year's end, the state of Kansas made plans to close 400 schools. Unless something is done, the Forest Service warned in a report, the western plains will be as arid as the Arabian desert. But short of veiling the sun, cuffing the winds, or creating rain from thin air, what could be done? Just as the grass had been stripped away, Now the schools, churches, homes, and main streets that had been anchored to the overturned sod were being peeled off piece by piece. The towns died without ritual. Broken Bow, Kansas, went from 300 people to 3. Innervale, where the diary keeper Don Hartwell and his wife Verna had finished a Christmas dinner alone, lost one of its 2 stores at year's end, and the county shed 22% of its population. The debate at the Dust Summit was the same one that had raged in Washington, with fresh urgency, whether to encourage people to cling to the land, hoping for recovery, or to let the plains empty out, a retreat of defeated Americans. If they did nothing, it looked like the trends that had accelerated in 1935 would continue. Across the entire Great Plains, nearly 1 million people had left their farms from 1930 to 1935. Out-migration had started slowly, driven by depressed wheat and cattle prices in the northern plains. But it was drought and dusters that chased them out of the rest of the prairie, particularly in 3 states, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. McCarty's Last Man Club was no stunt. More than 2/3 of the counties in the Texas Panhandle were losing people by the close of 1935. Roosevelt was torn. You and I know that many farmers in many states are trying to make both ends meet on land not fit for agriculture, he said in one radio chat. But if they want to do that, I take it, it's their funeral. But he also clung to an instinctive belief that there was a way for man to fix what man had broken. Even though his aides reminded the president that nobody had ever tried to prevent the collapse of an entire region, Roosevelt believed in the big restoration dream. The summit ended with an expansion of existing plans and some smaller new measures in social engineering that would prove historically ironic. Bennett's agency went ahead full bore on a trial-and-error search for the best grass to reseed the dusted-over lands, and it started mapping out areas that could be reseeded. The basic challenge was finding a way to hold the ground down long enough for any seeds to sprout. On farmland that the government had purchased, fences would be cleared and buildings removed so that the drifts would have no place to pile up against. The administration agreed to buy an initial 2.25 million acres of used-up and dusted-over farmland. Despite the complaints of groups like McCarty's Last Man Club, the government men believed it was cheaper to buy people off the farm than to pay them relief to hold on to marginal land. One new idea was to give some of these lands back to the Indians. The natives had never wanted to farm on a grid. They asked only for grassland, which fed bison. Now the government decided to purchase up to 1 million acres for Indians who would agree to run livestock over the land after it had been rested for a few years. Some of this land was on old Cherokee ground in Oklahoma. In essence, the government would now be getting rid of cowboys to put back Indians. Baca County became a prime target for regrassing of the prairie. There were no forced sales, no use of eminent domain. The government paid $2.75 an acre to reclaim a homestead. That seemed a paltry amount, but there were no other offers. A person with a half section could get $880 from the sale of their piece of dirt and start anew. This land might go back to grass. It might become a desert. It would be left to itself after the windmills and stock tanks and fences had been dismantled, the houses torn apart and sold for scrap, the roads left buried. It was suggested that some people might want to move the dead from cemeteries in the worst areas. Before long, it could be impossible to find the tombstones. The journalist Ernie Pyle, one of the most influential writers of the day, toured the plains in the summer of 1936. He called the Dust Bowl this withering land of misery, driving through counties in Kansas that used to have a farm on every quarter section. Pyle said, "I saw not a solitary thing but bare earth and a few lonely, empty farmhouses. There was not a tree or a blade of grass, or a dog or a cow or a human being. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing at all but gray raw earth and a few farmhouses and barns, sticking up from the dark gray sea like white cattle skeletons on the desert." It was, he wrote, the saddest land I have ever seen. Pyle never bumped into the ghostly figure who traveled the dusted roads of western Kansas, a man with a white beard and long white hair who carried a staff and called himself Walking Will. Farmers would see him along a road, stop and ask him if he needed a ride. Sometimes he would get in, other times he kept walking. When he took a ride, it was not for long. "Stop the car," he shouted. "The Lord has instructed me to get out and go back." Then he would walk over another stretch of road, repeating his pattern. In 1936 Kansas, he seemed to belong, a figure from an uncertain dream. The Atlantic Monthly carried more of its Letters from the Dust Bowl, written by the Holyoke graduate turned farmer's wife, Caroline Henderson. She lived in the northeast corner of no man's land, wearing our shade hats, with handkerchiefs tied over our faces and Vaseline in our nostrils. We have been trying to rescue our home from the accumulations of wind-blown dust which penetrates wherever air can go. It is almost hopeless, for there is rarely a day when at some time the dust clouds do not roll over. Visibility approaches zero, and everything is covered again with a silt-like deposit which may vary in depth from a film to actual ripples on the kitchen floor. The letter was written June 30th, 1935, 2.5 months after Black Sunday. By March of next year, things had not improved. Since I wrote you, we have had several bad days of wind and dust. On the worst one recently, old sheets stretched over door and window openings and sprayed with kerosene quickly became black and helped a little to keep down the irritating dust in our living rooms. Nothing that you see or hear or read will be likely to exaggerate the physical discomfort or material losses due to these storms. Less emphasis is usually given to the mental effect, the confusion of mind, resulting from the overthrow of all our plans for improvement or normal farm work, and the difficulty of making other plans, even in a tentative way. Her pen fell silent through the torturous summer. Only 8 of the 136 homesteads in her township were still occupied. One day she saw an unpardonable sin, a neighbor dismantling a well, hoping to sell the pipes as scrap. Her love of the farm, a fidelity of 3 decades, had given way to a different emotion, raw loyalty. She would stand by the land as one stood by a dying spouse, but her heart was broken. "It is just a place to stand on," she said of her farm. For Hazel Shaw, the only plan she had for the next year was to bring a new life into the world, to replace the one taken from her by the dusters. She went north to Elkhart, Kansas for this birth. The memory of the drive to Clayton for Ruth Nell's delivery and of her husband's battle with sand. Vexed roads was fresh. In Elkhart, the baby was born without trouble, a black-eyed boy. When he came into the world, his first cry, forceful and loud, sounded to Hazel like the most lusty cheer of life she had heard in 5 years. They named the baby Charles for his father. He seemed robust, with good color, good size. At his baptism 3 months later, the baby grabbed the silver cup that the minister was holding and refused to let go. They all laughed. The boy had strength. Now, where to live? Most of Hazel's family, her mother Dee, a network of siblings, cousins, aunts, uncles, young and old, were staying put in no man's land. Cimarron County was Lucas country, but in the last year, it had killed Grandma Lou and baby Ruth Nell, and that made it impossible for Hazel to feel the same way about the land. Many of her relatives were scared. They had no idea what was going on or when it would end. They looked around and assumed that the far corner of Oklahoma was becoming a desert. Summer temperatures were brutal. For 2 days in July and 2 days in August, the mercury reached 118 degrees, the highest ever recorded at that time in no man's land. August went down as the hottest of the century in Oklahoma. It was 117 degrees in Dalhart, 120 in Shattuck. There had been some rain, but it came in bursts, big dumps from the sky that spilled over the hard ground and inflamed ditches into flash floods. And then it was all gone, and they went back to drought and temperatures above the century mark. Throughout the heat wave, Hazel was desperate for a little cross breeze in the apartment, some clean, moving air, so they could sleep at night. But she could not risk the dust getting to her new baby. Hazel kept the place so sealed up it was like living in a can. She would not take the baby outside, except on the clearest of days. She draped a wet sheet over the crib, about 2 feet above the head of the baby. He was never in the crib without a dampened cloth overhead. Later, when Charles grew to a young man, he was claustrophobic and thought it had to be a product of his early months spent looking up at a dusted, wet sheet from a crib in a sealed apartment. At the end of the year, she said goodbye to no man's land. Hazel put on her white gloves and brushed back tears, but said tomorrow would bring good things to the young family, so it was not worth a long cry. She planned to leave with her dignity intact, like a lady. In 1914, at the age of 10, she had first seen the grassland, rising on her toes on the driver's seat of her daddy's covered wagon to get a look at this country. She would hold to the good memories. She and Charles and the baby moved to Vichy, closer to the center of Oklahoma, near her husband's family. There would be a place always in Hazel's memory of the blackest days in no man's land. But it would shrink because Hazel would force it down to size to allow her to live. 100 miles to the east, the Volga Germans tried to keep their community around Shattuck from crumbling. Strong men still wept, hiding their lapses like alcoholics sipping in secret. The men cried because they had never seen anything like this and had never before been without a plan of action. Always they had been able to hammer at something, to dig and scrape and cut and build and plant and harvest and kill, something forceful to tip the balance, using their hands to make even the slightest dent during the bleakest times. Family spoke furtively of a mother or young bride who had gone crazy, walking away from her house only to be found days or weeks later stumbling around a town, lost. Just as they had fled the Rhine in 1765 and the Volga 120 years later, the Russlanddeutschen now talked of moving again. Most days, George Ehrlich sounded like he believed he would live through this, but it could have been the brave, forced words of one who had seen it all. A German family could live on bread, beer, and wurst, the Ehrlichs told their Anglo neighbors. They got some money from the government, about $7 a head for cattle, which gave them enough to buy flour and sugar. Something was always coming out of the oven. A cousin would bring out the violin that had survived the immigrants' trip through the hurricane in 1890, and there was music and warm bread and memories of the Volga at its best. But the drought was in its 5th year, and it was taking its toll. The Borth children were felled by dirt. The doctor came to Gustav Borth's 3-room house and examined them. 2 of the kids had fever, chest pains from coughing, sore ribs. Dust pneumonia was his diagnosis. He said they had to get out of the high plains or get to a medical shelter. But the nearest hospital was full, and the Red Cross never made it to the German community with a triage facility. Gustav moved Rosa's bed to the kitchen, next to a cook stove heated by cow chips. With enough cow manure as fuel, the Borths could keep her warm. There was no room for another bed. Her brother was put in the room with his parents. For 3 weeks, the kids hacked and spit up dust, waiting out their illness. A girl of 15. Rosa fixed her stare on the brown land outside the window. She never saw a bird or a flower or a bee. If she could just find a single green weed, she decided, it would be enough to make her happy. With his children facing a mortal illness, his land dead and dusted, Gustav thought of the Russian steppe often, and it was always better in his mind than this place in America. He still went to church, half a mile away, and the family tried to sing Gott ist die Liebe along with the rest of the congregation, but they were nearly empty inside. Many times they were too embarrassed to be seen in public, for Rosa was clothed in dresses made of chicken feed sacks. Es ist hoffnungslos, Gustav Borth said. It is hopeless. Usually, he tried to keep the overt pronunciations of failure from his family. Like the tears. Es ist hoffnungslos. Then the bank took his combine. During the glory years, the combine had allowed Borth to pile high his grain, his stacks of fibrous gold. He moved the children hundreds of miles south to live with cousins in Texas. Gustav was left with his homesickness for the old world, his sense of failure. That spring, with The Plow That Broke the Plains playing in theaters, Dalhart found itself in the spotlight. There on the big screen was Bam White, cutting up the best grassland in the world, the cause of this nightmare. John Nicardi was livid. He denounced the film as a tool of the government designed to drive people off the land. It went to the very character of the Panhandle pioneer that the editor of the Texan had long praised as the epitome of courage and foresight. If this kept up, Dalhart would die. "It is purely a propaganda film," McCarty said. "It is bound to do more damage to our credit and our agriculture than it can possibly do good." McCarty urged people in neighboring towns to come take a look at Dalhart for themselves. See the defiance. Feel the fighting spirit. Politicians in Texas joined McCarty in their outrage. Eugene Worley, a delegate to the Democratic National Convention in 1936, demanded that the government withdraw the film from theaters. "It's a libel on the great Texas Panhandle," said Worley. Milt White went back to see the film again, staring up at his daddy moving along the horizon of the wind-blown land, with the stirring music. As a narrator said, 40 million acres of the plains totally ruined by the plow. The filmmaker, Per Lawrence, was hardly the first person to blame misguided agriculture for the wreck of the plains. Seasoned ex-IT ranch hands and soil scientists such as Hugh Bennett had made the same case in their way. The New York Times correspondent in the Midwest, Harlan Miller, saw the run-up and frenzy of the wheat boom, the town building and the suitcase farmers, the debt loads and the technological revolution, and he watched it all fall apart, the whole arc, plowed recklessly during the World War and since. Denuded of the vegetation which knits the earth against the onslaught of the winds, powdered by drought for years, these arid lands have taken wing, he wrote in a long piece for the Times on March 31, 1935, 2 weeks before Black Sunday. A similar story from a year earlier carried the headline, "Spelled its doom." A son of the Texas Panhandle reached the same conclusion. Doc Dawson's youngest boy, John, had left Dalhart in 1929 to start a law career in Houston. He returned in the mid-1930s to help his struggling father and to see if anything could be salvaged from the land the doc had hoped would bring him a comfortable retirement. John was startled and angered by what he saw. A letter from his mother just after Black Sunday had described the blackest dark you ever looked into. But her words did not prepare him for his reaction. The land had become a moonscape, empty and hideous. During dusters, the earth had a sickly smell. He found no wildlife, no grass, no trees growing outside of the few hardy locusts planted in Dalhart. The Last Man Club and Lawrence's film were getting a lot of attention, creating an impression of a town engaged in a big struggle over the forces remaking the land. But Dawson found that most of his neighbors were just plain numb, worn down by the struggle to get through another day. There was no economy, no buyers for goods in town. His mother tried to keep up appearances and talked still of books and cooking a Sunday meal and God. But she was distressed by the dust that showered down her walls, by the filthy streaks on the windows, the puckered faces she saw at Doc's soup kitchen, people in pain from hunger. 5 years now, they had put up with it. 5 years, with no end in sight. Still, the doc told his son he had a feeling a little rain might finally be coming their way. 6 years earlier, when the boy first came home from college, the doc had taken him out to his land and scooped up the earth. As he held it in his hands, he pronounced it the finest dirt on the planet, capable of producing damn near anything. Now he said he was exhausted, out of money and nearly out of time. His health was shot. The Panhandle had to get 1 normal year of precipitation. But what, exactly, was normal? Dalhart had been a town for only 35 years, and weather records had been kept barely longer than that. John Dawson was upset because he felt people had done this to themselves. All of them, The nesters who had chased away the cowboys. The real estate promoters, the people who subdivided the XIT, and Dawson's own father, who carved up his own little piece of the panhandle only to have it become a collection point for tumbleweeds, shared some of the blame. Government kept the town alive. Hugh Bennett came to Dalhart in August 1936 to look over the biggest soil conservation project on the plains, called Operation Dust Bowl. The plan was to slow the drifts by contour plowing, which created furrows and made it less likely for the earth to lift off in great sheets, and then plant it over with grass seed from Africa. The goal was to build a living thing from scratch, to create a place of interdependence, not a crop. Only God on the third day of creation might know the feeling. Bennett was also struggling to put the fledgling conservation districts together. The nesters had usually worked alone, one man against the land, and sometimes one man against another, each with his section. Bennett was trying to create what amounted to neighborhood civil defense committees of the soil. But people had to take the initiative. A soil conservation district would fail if only a few people went along with it. It was all theory, of course. But neighbors bitched about other neighbors not wanting to do their share, or shucking duties, or being sloppy, or lazy, or drunk, or too religious, or just plain onerous. Big Hugh got an earful. At the same time, Bennett, as part of the team appointed by Roosevelt, was working on the investigation into the cause of the Dust Bowl. The administration had started a number of big initiatives, but most of them were tentative, pending the conclusions of the Dust Bowl jury. The president wanted the report by summer's end. McCarty went out of his way to impress Bennett, to show the president's man that Dalhart deserved its shot at redemption. See here, Uncle Dick Coon and his properties and that C-note in his pocket. Hoo boy, he's got big plans. And just look what a break they nearly got from Tex Thornton last year, after he busted up the sky with his TNT and nitro. All they needed were a couple of steady soakers, and the land would spring back, green and frisky. His town was a fighter. It was full of Spartans. It would lead the way for others in the high plains. When a group of people from Guyman, which was nearly as smothered and gasping as Boise City and Dalhart, came for a visit, McCarty arranged for a handful of musicians to meet them. See here, he told Big Hugh, look how the town opens its arms. The musicians got up on a flatbed truck just as the boys from Guyman rolled in to see what one dusted town could learn from another. The wind had been blowing sand all day, making it hard to see, and then it shifted, bringing in a reddish dust from New Mexico. McCarty got on the flatbed and invited the Guyman visitors to come on up with him, join hands, and sing. They started singing Old Faithful. The dust fell red and heavy, and when a weak rain was squeezed from the sky, it was liquid gunk. Old Faithful, we rode the range together. People fled for cover, but McCarty continued to sing from the back of the flatbed truck, holding hands with a bankrupt merchant from Guyman, showing everyone the spirit of Dalhart, while clay drops fell and splattered his face, making it look as if he were crying tears of red mud. 21. Verdict. When people who ran the country thought the great rivers of America could be plugged to create a green promised land in the Pacific Northwest and electrify the Tennessee Valley, Hugh Bennett was encouraged to think big and think epic. When he returned to Washington after the Dust Bowl Summit and a tour of his conservation projects, Bennett believed that the Great Plains could be saved. It did not have to blow away and lose its people. But all the marvels of concrete and rebar used elsewhere could not put back what the winds and a swarm of one-way plows had done on the prairie. There would be no magical engineered solution. Some believe so, of course. Congress authorized a plan to reverse the flow of water under the Continental Divide, an attempt to create a hydraulic savior moving west to east through a tunnel. In Oklahoma, politicians were still insistent on choking off the little flow of the Cimarron River to create an impound of water near Guyman. Others thought the solution was to go deep, dig far below the surface, and mine the great underground reservoir of ancient water, the Ogallala Aquifer. Deep wells, drilled for oil or gas, had found a ready source of water 500 feet or below. "Bring it up," many county leaders told Bennett during his tour of the Dust Bowl. If rain would not come from the sky, it could come from the ground. The Ogallala was there for the taking, just like the grassland itself 30 years earlier. Bring it up. 4 million acres of farmland were empty, abandoned with no takers, not even resettlement, whose mission was to buy back land. From the start, Bennett thought the answer was getting people to treat the prairie soil on its own terms, a great plow-up in reverse. Conserve what farmland could be saved through new methods of contour plowing, crop rotation, and soil conservation districts. For other lands, the ground could be seeded, and in time, the Southern Plains would have its grasslands back. Perhaps. Bennett, whose graduate degree was in chemistry, was not given to policy speculation. He was a man of science. Look at the facts, draw the right conclusions. But he was in new territory. They all were. There were no historic models. Roosevelt had asked for an honest verdict. Why had the Great Plains blown away? What made this land die? The crisis of the transient prairie had already cost Depression-strapped taxpayers an enormous sum, $500 million since 1933, on remedial land projects, grants, loans, and relief. Before spending any more money, the president wanted to know if the plains could be saved, and if so, how. Roosevelt had also asked whether the arid flatlands should have been settled. Had it been a colossal mistake to allow homesteading on the land? Was the Jeffersonian small farmer, small-town agri-citizen model a horrible fit for the grasslands? Had this environmental catastrophe, the worst in American history, been aided by government? The report of the Great Plains Drought Area Committee was delivered to the president on August 27, 1936. It was labeled personal and confidential, signed first by Bennett and then 7 agency heads. An extended memo, "The Future of the Great Plains," was due at the end of the year. But this shorter report showed where the committee was going. The conclusions were stark. The climate had not changed. This refuted a theory Roosevelt had been mulling for some time, that the plains were in the first years of a 100-year cycle of change. The plains had suffered a severe drought, no argument there, but dry times were part of prairie life, dating back eons. An accompanying map showed the president what was obvious to any student of American geography. The nation's midsection west of the 98th meridian, from the Canadian border to Mexico, received only 20 inches of yearly rainfall or less. This was simply not enough rain to raise crops, no matter how much dust mulching or other dry farming gimmicks were promoted. And it was why banks for so long had refused to lend money in this arid zone. During the drought, the dry states had received anywhere from 5 to 12 inches annually. There is no reason to believe that the primary factors of climate, temperature, precipitation, and winds in the Great Plains region have undergone any fundamental change, the report stated. The problem of the Great Plains is not the product of a single act of nature, of a single year, or even a series of exceptionally bad years. What then was the cause? Mistaken public policies have been largely responsible for the situation, the report proclaimed. Specifically, a mistaken homesteading policy, the stimulation of wartime demands, which led to overcropping and overgrazing, and encouragement of a system of agriculture which could not be both permanent and prosperous. For Roosevelt, who believed in human initiative aided by government goodwill as a guiding force, these words were hard to take. His most trusted aide on the land and a host of experts were telling him that people, not weather or bad luck, had caused the problem. What's more, in an additional blow to Roosevelt's humanitarian impulses, the experts said a big part of what ailed the prairie could not be fixed by man. The basic cause of the present Great Plains situation is an attempt to impose upon the region a system of agriculture to which the plains are not adapted, the report stated. The Great Plains has climatic attributes which cannot be altered by any act of man, although they may be slowly changed, for better or worse, by natural weather cycles which we cannot yet predict. The report moved on to how the disaster had unfolded, a chronology of collapse. One chart showed how quickly the grass was overturned. In 1879, 10 million acres were plowed. 50 years later, the total was 100 million acres. Grass was needed to hold the soil in place. It was nature's way of adapting to the basic conditions of the plains, the high wind and low rainfall. Buffalo grass, in particular, short and drought-resistant, was nature's refinement over centuries. The turf was intact for thousands of years, and then in two manic periods of exploitation, the cattle boom, followed by the wheat bubble, it was ripped apart. Thus, there was not only a progressive breaking up of the native sod, but a thinning out of the grass cover on lands not yet plowed. But having placed the blame for the flyaway plains on the farming equivalent of a gold rush, Bennett and his colleagues did not then fault the individuals who brought the plow that broke the land. The settlers lacked both the knowledge and incentive necessary to avoid these mistakes. They were misled by those who should have been their natural guides. The federal homestead policy, which kept land allotments low and required that a portion of each should be plowed, is now seen to have caused immeasurable harm. The Homestead Act of 1862, limiting an individual holding to 160 acres, was on the Western Plains almost an obligatory act of poverty. This was the most damning indictment, the Sacred Homestead Act, almost an obligatory act of poverty. Technology and speculation came in for their share of blame. Wartime demand drove up prices, stimulating record production. The prices could not hold, leaving farmers to plow more ground as the only way to break even. And these bountiful years happened at the beginning of a wet period which has apparently been terminated. Had farmers tried to settle the arid plains 40 years earlier, when it was more typically dry, they never would have broken ground. The dust storms of 1934 and 1935 have been visible evidence to nearly every American living east of the Rocky Mountains that something is seriously wrong. The extent of the erosion on the Great Plains has not yet been accurately measured. It is safe to say that 80% of it is now in some stage of erosion. Roosevelt liked action plans, programs that could be carried out quickly, grandly mobilizing big forces toward a common goal. "We are definitely in the era of building," he said in a speech. "The building of great public projects for the benefit of the public, and with the definite objective of building human happiness." But the report said there was no easy solution. This is a situation that will not by any possibility cure itself. A series of wet years might postpone the destructive process, yet in the end, by raising false hopes and by encouraging renewal of mistaken agricultural practices, might accelerate it. And why should a city person care about this wreckage of lives and land? The situation is so serious that the nation, for its own sake, cannot afford to allow the farmer to fail, the report concluded. "We endanger our democracy if we allow the Great Plains or any other section of the country to become an economic desert." It was enough to keep Roosevelt up nights. Failed Homestead Acts. Settlers misled. A speculative frenzy. And now the retreat. 10,000 people a month leaving the Great Plains. The greatest single exodus in American history. He took to the airwaves, sounding pained and conflicted. In a radio chat on September 6, 1936, too early in the calendar to claim to be from his fireside, he tried to inspire people to hold on. No cracked earth, no blistering sun, no burning wind, no grasshoppers are a permanent match for the indomitable American farmers and stockmen, and their wives and children, who have carried us through desperate days and inspire us with their self-reliance, their tenacity, and their courage. It was an election year, and Roosevelt was extremely popular. Europe was tense, with Hitler consolidating power and fortifying his military in Germany, and the Spanish Civil War, a staging ground for the larger battle to come. Consumed by its domestic crisis, the United States declared neutrality in the affairs of Europe. The Republicans ran a Kansan, Governor Alf Landon, the only GOP governor west of the Mississippi. Landon said Roosevelt had no idea how to fix the Great Plains and was taking the country in a radical direction. Most Americans felt otherwise. The election was a rout. Roosevelt carried every state but Maine and Vermont, winning the Electoral College by the largest margin ever, 523-8, and the popular vote by more than 10 million, with 60% of the electorate. Late in his life, Landon was asked about the New Deal and its lasting effect on the country. He said it saved our society. The High Plains, like the rest of the country, had given its heart to Roosevelt. People wrote to him as if he were an uncle, the one who always had an answer. Please do something to help us save our country, where one time we were all so happy, a plainswoman, Mary Gallagher, wrote. FDR went back to Bennett and others at work on the larger report of the future of the dusted land. What was next? They had more of the same coming. The past had been a failure. Nature was abused. The dust storms were the consequence. Don't count on rain to save it. Nature has established a balance in the Great Plains, an early draft of the second report concluded. The white man has disturbed this balance. He must restore it or devise a new one of his own. Here was an echo of Aldo Leopold's groundbreaking conservation essay of 1933. They even quoted him, citing the interdependence of people and other species, earth and technology. Bennett's agency was ready to start planting the first sections of new sod on the stripped land. But many questions remained. How could grass ever get started during a marathon of drought? What species would survive? How long would it take for the sod to build up, resilient as in the past? Were there enough nutrients in the soil for grass to take hold? Soil science was basic. Agronomists could tell the makeup of soil, its composition, but no one had ever dreamed of recreating an entire ecosystem. The new grass would have to live or die on the nutrient-poor land after it was settled with basic erosion therapy. The nesters had removed a perennial plant, a perfect fit for flat, wind-scraped land, and replaced it with a weak annual. The government bought 107,000 acres in a dead corner of Kansas that drained into the Cimarron River, just over the state line from no man's land, and designated it as the first patch in the rebuilding of the great American grassland. They planted a mixture, weeds to hold the ground down, grass from Africa, blue grama, blue stem, buffalo grass, and other flora. It would take time, 10, 20, maybe 50 years before a big new swath of turf was in place again. Roosevelt still wanted something dramatic, something quicker, a Grand Coulee Dam for the soil. His big idea of planting trees down the middle of America had taken on a life of its own after the Forest Service came back with a positive report. The president had been mocked since he first talked up his vision. A belt of trees 100 miles wide, stretching from the North Dakota border with Canada to just south of Amarillo, Texas. Trees could not stop the dust, but they could provide shelter from black blizzards, enough so people could get a crop in. He hoped the project could accomplish three things: break up the wind, check erosion, employ thousands of people. Some also said the trees would produce more rain, though this promise was never written into the enabling law. And in pushing for government-subsidized tree planting on the flatlands, Roosevelt was hearkening back to an earlier American law, the Timber Culture Act, which allowed people to claim a significantly larger homestead if they agreed to plant and maintain trees on a portion of the land. A tree planting crew was dispatched to Oklahoma, east of no man's land. Roosevelt's big idea was underway. This will be the largest project ever undertaken in the country to modify climate and agricultural conditions, said F.A. Silcox, chief of the Forest Service. He apparently had not read the warnings of the Great Plains Report, the cautions against trying to remake the climate. The tree planters were CCC crews, young men hungry for work. An 11-man team could plant 6,000 trees a day. Nesters stared at these earnest New Dealers dropping saplings in the ruined soil, planting trees like crops in rows running north and south, filling the tanks of big gas-hauling trucks with water to give the trees a start. "Damn fools," the Nesters said. Nobody plants a tree on the prairie facing north and south. After a time, the crews shifted and planted rows running east and west, a more effective wind barrier. Trees would bring people together, make it easier to live, some of the experts said. Social change through hardwood. We are going to improve living conditions, said Charles Scott, who is in charge of the Shelter Belt program in Kansas. We want to make conditions livable. We want to develop a rural sociability, a rural happiness, a rural contentment, which we think such plantings will bring about. The goal was to plant 180,000 acres a year, mostly on private land, which the owner would then take responsibility for. The trees were planted in strips up to a mile apart, up to 100 strips within the width of the shelter belt. Farming would take place between the strips. One government scientist who had been sent to the Gobi Desert to study what could grow on sterile soil came back with several species. Another returned from the Sahara with suggestions. Adjustments were made based on advice from nesters. Into the ground went cottonwoods, honey locusts, hackberries, ash, walnuts, ponderosa pines, and Chinese elms. The trees held through that first winter, and by late spring of 1937, as the dusters started up with the ferocious seasonal winds, Roosevelt sent the crews out again. The president ignored the warnings of Hugh Bennett and others who said man could not alter the basic nature of the Great Plains. Bennett could have his fledgling new grassland and soil conservation districts, but Roosevelt bulled ahead with the idea that had most captivated him from the start. He dispatched his army to half a dozen states, to the most broken counties, the most barren farms, the driest land, with a simple command: plant trees, 200 million of them, from the top of the plains to the bottom. 22. Cornhusker. Don Hartwell was worried about his health, his long shadow of debt, the dead land, and about an America that still seemed lost 7 years into the Depression. In his summary of 1936, he wrote in his diary that it was the driest year ever in Webster County, Nebraska. He wanted to spend New Year's Eve at a dance in the town of Red Cloud, to put behind him the past 12 months of misery. But a cold drizzle, and then a norther packing dust and snow, kept Hartwell and his wife at home near Innavale. They ate cornmeal and ham and went to bed early. On New Year's Day, he recorded in his diary the simple facts of life on the farm. The wind at 22 miles an hour, gas selling for 20 cents a gallon, which meant it took a full day's work at one of the government road jobs to fill up your tank. Many things of importance have happened, he wrote, and we are also thankful for some things which did not happen. Ike Osteen had walked away from his dugout in Baca County. Hazel Shaw had given up on no man's land after losing her baby to the dust. The German Borths had been forced to break up their family, sending the children south to escape death from pneumonia. But in the Republican River drainage of southern Nebraska, Don Hartwell tightened his grip on the land, holding on to it because he had nothing else. At the start of 1937, about 9 million acres of former homestead land were orphaned in Nebraska. Hartwell was trying to fend off complete failure, losing the farm to the bank, losing his wife, all his dreams dissolving. He still made a little money playing piano in towns on the Kansas-Nebraska border, banging out dance tunes till early morning. People liked favorites, old-timey songs, but Hartwell would often end a set with the words, "Don't know why, there's no sun up in the sky," from Stormy Weather. And damn if people didn't care to hear it. Hartwell liked to play it. Influenza is hanging like a pall over the country. Hundreds have died in the large cities, and it is gradually closing in on this country. Smallpox was the popular disease last winter. Jan 11th. We have only 2 old sows, 6 fall pigs, and 5 horses now, and I doubt if we can get feed for them much longer. So, I don't know. I don't know whether we can even stay here this year. I wish we could see our way clear again. Feb 14th. Well, it's Valentine's Day again. I think everyone has a sneaking desire to send one to someone besides his father or mother or other accredited associates, and has still more desire to get one the same way. But few, Oh, so very few ever do. Feb 18th. The air is filled with dust today. Very bad dust storms are reported in West Cairns, Oakla, etc. But that is not unusual for the drought dust and wind program of this country for the last 4 or 5 years. I didn't get home from Superior until 3 a.m., so am rather tired. Feb 25th. In Chicago, a man offered to give away his baby so he could keep his car, and of course, there is much righteous indignation. But at least he dares to be honest. I'll bet anything that thousands of others would do the same thing if only they dared to and could. Mar 4th. It is fair and clear today, warm in the afternoon. I didn't get home till 2:30 this a.m., but I don't know yet for sure what we're going to do this year, and I don't know where or how we can borrow any more money to keep going on this year. Mar 6. I haven't felt extra well for the last 2 weeks. Our yard is bare as the road. I sowed bluegrass last spring, but last summer's drought killed it out. Mar 18. We're still wondering what we're going to do this year. We, like the rest, have nothing left to mortgage to keep farming, so I don't know. But terrible schoolhouse explosion at New London, Texas, 450 killed. Some of our tulips are coming up. March 30th. Verna and I went to Harry Chaplin's sale. A big crowd was there. He, like many others, has lived here many years, but also, like many others, is being forced out of the country by the continuous drought of the last few years. April 4th. Some people live in hopes of something happening. I have always lived more or less in fear of it. And contrary to popular belief, very many of the things we live in fear of do happen. April 10th. I did some disking in the field W of the feed yard in the afternoon. The first disking I have done this year, but we don't know from one day to another what we can or will do this year. April 14th. Partly cloudy and more or less dusty all the time. I did some disking on the W bottom in the afternoon, but I don't know yet if and how we can stay here this summer, so it is not very encouraging to try to do very much. Very warm. April 15th. Well, my hunch concerning last year proved to be utterly correct. 1936 was one of the most complete failures ever known, even here. All the alfalfa and corn I put in last year was utterly destroyed by hot winds, except the little fodder on the bottom. April 16th. The big alfalfa fields, which used to be so common in this country, are all gone now. Just bare, wind-swept infested fields remain. April 24th. Today is the worst so far this year. A mild gale from the NW and blinding dust. One can't do much, and it doesn't look as though there was any use of doing much anyway. Wind, dust, and drought are getting worse every day. April 30th. April is ending. I wonder if we ever will live here another April. May 20th. The dust still hangs in the air, and the drought is getting worse all the time. I planted corn on the W bottom. The heat and dust were stifling 1:30 p.m. May 25th. Well, I finished planting corn until I start replanting it. It seems nothing grows for me even after I get it planted. The air still is sort of hazy and dusty, but clouds gathered in the southwest at 6 p.m. Verna and I went in the cellar for a while. May 29. Went to our cloud. We took our lawnmower and rake along and cleaned up the cemetery lots. I went to Riverton to play for a dance. Not many there. I doubt if I go again. June 1st. I finished replanting corn today, I guess. June 19th. Today was as mean as one could ask for. A driving SW wind, dust coming in clouds from the river, and at 6 p.m. a vague dusty cloud from the NW, which passed with a few drops of rain. A crowd gathered for an outdoor picture show, but none was held. June 22nd. The drought really got going today. I weeded the corn end of the feed yard, but the horses have taken to giving out, so I don't know just how I will get along. Bad luck seems to follow me. July 2nd. I laid a thermometer on the ground at the base of a hill of corn today. It registered 137 degrees. July 4th. Today is Sunday and the 4th of July, a quiet combination in Innervale. A clear sky, a blazing sun. I swept and dusted in the forenoon. We had cherry pie for dinner. We didn't go anywhere. We used to years ago, but those days are gone, forever, I guess. July 7th. The drought still continues its way of destruction and despair. First, the alfalfa seed didn't come up because of drought. Now nearly all the cane I sowed is destroyed, and it is now starting to destroy the corn. Corn is damaged about 20%. July 14th. Some Russian aviators flew from Moscow to California over the N-Pole today. That would be easy compared to raising corn in Webster C., Nebraska. July 15th. I placed a thermometer out in the field beside a stalk of corn. It registered 140 degrees. No wonder things burn. A carnival is in our cloud, but I haven't been to one for a long time. July 16th. One small cloud formed in the W, another in the NW. This one went southeast and gave red cloud rain and hail. We got a light shower at 7 p.m. One of the horses got sick in the afternoon. I don't know, it seems as though we haven't much left to do much with. 23. The Last Men. People shunned Bam White in Dalhart, blaming him for that picture show that made it seem like the Nesters had killed the land out of greed or ignorance. They called him half-breed and traitor to Texas, even if all Bam did was guide a plow across a desiccated field as the documentarians filmed him. Most days, Bam didn't care what people said to him or about him. Gossip in town wasn't worth a cup of curdled spit. But it hurt when young Melt came home from school, fevered over what people had said about his daddy. Melt was proud of his father. Seeing him up on the big screen at the Mission Theater made him a bigger man. Bam, Andy James and the old XIT Cowboys knew they were right, that the Nesters had ripped up the grass without a thought to what it might do to the natural order. That huge sand dune on the James Ranch looked like a transplant from the northern Sahara, all misshapen, growing daily. The irony was that Andy was a rancher. He never got into the wheat game, and the desert dunes on his ranch were somebody else's dirt. More than 700,000 acres in Dalem County were seriously eroded by the calculation of Hugh Bennett's men. It would not change a thing to say it wasn't so. Much of the land felt like the powdered residue left after an explosion. Still, in the spring of 1937, in this place of next year people, it was hard to corral the impulse to put something in the earth. Nobody had money for tractor fuel, or hiring farmhands, or even for buying seed. The government handed out seed for grass and gave grants for gasoline, so long as people agreed to try a new way of tilling the ground. Bennett's project, Operation Dust Bowl, was in full swing. An army of CCC workers, aided by unemployed farmhands, was called to duty each morning from barracks on the high plains in a war against dirt. The CCC workers pushed the huge creeping dune on Andy James's ranch around, trying to level it, and then making furrows so that the dust was shaped to offer the least resistance to prevailing wind patterns. The dune had been 50 feet high at one point, topping the roof of any barn, a monster that had grown to nearly a mile in length. They seeded a section of the exhausted ranch with African desert grass and cane. And while they did not say it would ever be a working spread again, they did say it might spring back to life, an awakening of green. In a few years, some grass might grow again without the help of the CCC, and maybe some wild plums in the draw will take hold, some sagebrush, maybe some tamarisk, and it could look in parts like it did when the James family had first come to the high plains, and pronounced it the most heavenly place on earth. If they could make it work here, Big Hugh said, they could do it anywhere in the Dust Bowl. Dalem County was the lab. Bennett started out working with 16,000 acres, but the project expanded quickly to 47,000 acres, with a goal of 10 times that size. After so many years of destruction, of hearing how they had killed the land, people wanted to be a part of restoration. It felt good to be trying to heal something. The Whites planted corn and some grass on the patch of ground outside their two-room house. There was a little section of intact sandy loam that had not been dusted over or ripped up. Bam had kept it in grass, and though it browned early and looked dead for most of the last 6 years, it held the earth down. Another part of the ground was as hard as cement. When Bam took his hoe and hacked at it, he could barely make a dent. He got his axe, called out to his boys to come have a look, and tried to split the armor of dirt. Only after repeated big swings could he make a slit. He ran the horse-drawn plow, the same one that was in the picture show, over some bundled-up dirt and got it moved around enough to get some seeds in there. He planted alfalfa because he wanted a little hay to give his 2 horses, and because after it was cut, the stubble would be left on the ground as a way to hold the ground in place. The rain came right in the spring, an inch one day, half an inch another, then 10 days of sun, followed by a 2-inch downpour. Bam told the children they might actually have something to show in the summer. Doc Dawson took time off from his duties at the soup kitchen to give his land a final go. It looked so defeated. Tumbleweeds snagged against the barbed wire, the surface shaped like an old brown rag. There were dunes 10 feet high and hillocks of red dust from New Mexico, and heaps of that sickly yellow sand that blew in from other parts of Texas. He followed the advice of the CCC crews, plowing in furrows so the wind would ripple instead of rip and lift, and he pushed the dunes around. He tried planting grass seed as well, and drilled holes for corn and maize, which had always been easier to grow than a toenail. People across the Panhandle had finally agreed to strict conservation, setting up sanctions for any landowner who let his property blow. It was out of character, not very Texan, to allow a committee of farmers and ranchers to determine whether one individual was not in compliance with the laws of nature. But it wasn't very Texan to let the New Deal conservation men have the run of the Llano Estacado. But they had begged for the help, sending a telegram to Washington. Even Dalhart's lone banker, Lon C. McCrory, had joined in the plea for outside relief, saying, "We need somebody to save us from ourselves." The remedial efforts did not keep cattle from dying or black blizzards from rolling over other parts of the Dust Bowl. In 1937, there were more dusters on the High Plains than in any other year, 134. To people who lived with death and gray land, it had become the palette of life, almost unnoticed. But to people who had been away or came to the Dust Bowl with fresh eyes, the sight of this sick land was shocking. A minister's son, Alexandra Hogue, had grown up on a relative's ranch not far from Dalhart, left for the city, then returned with a plan to paint what he saw. Hogue was a careful student of the land, studying the way a grove of trees he remembered from his youth now looked like standing skeletons, or how farm animals gnawed on fence posts, or what happened when their eyes were hardened wide open with dust, and the pained expressions on their faces. He saw death on the plains like a black plague. Hogue painted starving animals, drifts that covered tractors and homes, a surfeit of predatory snakes and bugs, a landscape of rotting hell. Life magazine ran his paintings in 1937, calling him the artist of the Dust Bowl. The painting that drew the most attention was an oil-on-canvas piece named Drouth Survivors, a portrait of an agrarian nightmare with surreal touches. It showed 2 dead cows face-planted into a drift, the top of a leafless tree buried by dust, a tractor half. Smothered by sand, a fence drifted. Afterlife ran the painting. It hung in the Pan American Exposition in Dallas. McCarty railed against the painting, backed by his Chamber of Commerce. It was bad enough that the plow that broke the plains was still playing in some theaters, but now here was this fancy-pants artiste making the High Plains of Texas out to be like an open-faced cemetery. McCarty pushed a plan through the chamber to buy the painting, bring it back to Dalhart, and burn it to the cheers of his Last Man Club. The town sent an emissary to Dallas with $50. The painting couldn't be worth any more than that, they figured. But in Dallas, the exposition wanted at least $2,000 for Drought Survivors. This here painting had been featured in Life magazine after all. The Dalhart representative returned home empty-handed. The painting was later purchased by the Galerie Nationale du Jeu de Paume, a museum in Paris, and burned in a fire. In early summer, a couple of decent storms visited, and the rain didn't fall in a fury, like the kind that caused flash floods. It was just simple rain at intervals in the middle part of the growing season. It wasn't pure and clean. There was dirt in the downpour, but it was steady enough to do some good. Parched earth that had been planted in grass, hay, and corn looked sponge-like for the first time in years. "We finally got our break," folks said. Bam White's little patch of green grew to a blanket of green by early July. Doc Dawson's beaten-down sections also had a little blush going, and rows of healthy corn stood tall. Even the grass planted on Andy James's ranch went from a nice start to ankle-high carpet. It seemed like a miracle, and people gave God and Franklin Roosevelt equal credit. God had brought the rain, and FDR showed people the way to bring the land back. Dallam County had the largest soil conservation project in the nation, and in the summer of 1937, it was a trophy. Most of the county was still a wasteland, but on the sections where dunes had been moved, the ground furrowed, and the conservation restrictions put in place, it looked alive, a resurrection. Hugh Bennett came back for another visit and posed for pictures in fields of waist-high alfalfa. Big Hugh was cautious and urged people not to read too much into this little spurt of life. Again, he nagged them all about holding together a sea of conservation districts, not just a small patch of cooperation here and there. In July, the rains gave out, and the heat returned, pushing the mercury well past 110 degrees. The ground burned in the big areas that were barren or drifted, and blast furnace winds browned the crops to a crisp. The corn was not ready for harvest, but maybe some of the grass and hay could be cut and stacked for feed before it crumbled. Some people decided to wait, hoping for one more soaker, gambling that they could outlast the heat or another big duster. Milt White was outside in early evening, temperature still above 100, when he heard a buzz like the electricity of a snapped power line. He poked around and could not find anything that would cause the noise, just a soft breeze at the end of a clear, oppressively hot day. The buzz grew louder. He looked up at the sky and saw a strange-looking cloud, about 3 times the size of a football field, moving toward him. At first, he thought it was an odd duster, some new type of dirt cloud. This mass was thick and dark, and it moved quickly, erratically, the sunlight filtering through as it flickered. The buzz sharpened as the cloud approached, a whirring sound. It scared the boy. He called out for his daddy. Bam White ambled outside, his bow legs moving slowly in the heat. "What is it, boy?" "That cloud. Funny-looking duster, making that noise." Bam crinkled his eyes and shaded his brow, taking in the moving, buzzing cloud. "Damn, that ain't no duster. It's hoppers." The cloud dispersed in a few minutes' time, descending on Bam White's grass, latching onto his hay, smothering the garden. Milt was scared. An uncountable swarm of grasshoppers had invaded his home. They consumed everything the family had grown. The grass was gone in minutes. The hay disappeared in a hurry. Milt took a broom and tried to swoosh the hoppers off the grass, but it was no use. Some of them attacked him, chewing on his clothes. They swallowed every cell of fiber in the ground until nothing was standing, and the field looked dead and brown again. And then they lifted off, fortified by the White family's season of labor. When the grasshoppers hit Doc Dawson's fields, they chewed the corn down to thin stalks, and then sucked up the standing strands as well. Grasshoppers are eating machines, each bug consuming up to half of its body weight in a single day. The insects took out all Dawson's grass, all his corn, all his maize, and moved on to the wooden handles of his farm tools. The doc had left a few shovels, some pitchforks, and a rake lying out. In their feeding frenzy, the hoppers crawled over the polished wood and tried to consume it too. Then they were on the fence posts. His acreage looked like a solid layer of moving, munching hoppers, and his hope for any income in 1937 was destroyed. He had nothing. The doc's wife said it was like the biblical Exodus, and they were the Egyptians coping with one plague after another. The grasshoppers were not selective. The insect clouds moved from county to county, looking for any living thing, leaving not a flower or leaf or a sprig of grass standing. In no man's land, they chewed all the turf on the irrigated Kohler Ranch and in the shaded draws on the Lujan spread, and in fields where people had felt encouraged enough to try and nurse wheat through to harvest. The buzzing clouds dropped down on Fred Folkers's place and gnawed his garden to dirt, a plain of winged, bent-legged omnivores. His orchard was long gone, but he had some knee-high wheat planted in furrows. The hoppers got it all. The county agman Bill Baker said he had never seen a bigger surge of insects in his lifetime. He estimated there were 23,000 grasshoppers per acre, 14 million per square mile. A farmer with 2 sections faced 28 million of the voracious creatures. Nature was out of whack. In place of buffalo grass, prairie chickens, and mourning doves were black blizzards, black widows, cutworms, rabbits, and now this, a frenzied sky of grasshoppers. They had come out of the dry Rocky Mountains, the government men said, locusts that laid eggs in the flatlands and multiplied during dry years without predators. A wet year would usually produce a fungus that killed many of them. Birds that used to populate the high plains year-round or descend on its stubble during the migrating season had disappeared. Same with rattlesnakes. A farmer used to fill a bucket in the spring with all the rattlers he shot on his half-section. But no more. For 5 years, people had rarely seen a rattler. Snakes and birds ate grasshoppers. When they were taken out of the prairie life cycle, the hoppers metastasized. That much people could see. It was obvious. The early ecologists in Bennett's Soil Service were only beginning to examine how much life had frayed below the surface, among the small world of insects and microorganisms. The National Guard was called out and instructed to exterminate the grasshopper plague by any means necessary. The troops tried burning fields. They tried crushing the insects, using tractors to drag big rollers over the ground. They brewed up tanks of poison and spread it over the land, as much as 175 tons of toxins per acre. If there was anything still alive in the ground, it would die under the blanket of poison. CCC crews were diverted from their furrowing and dune reshaping projects and put on the poison campaign. In no man's land, 80 trucks from the State Highway Department joined National Guard troops in mixing and hauling grasshopper poison around the clock. A combination of arsenic and bran was settled on as the best method, and it was sprayed from the air and distributed by seeding machines. In places where it killed the grasshoppers, roads were slick with dead, squashed bugs. But the poison killed everything else as well. After the promising rains, the growing season had turned in a few days' time to another disaster. Just as the hoppers were piling up dead in the fields, the dusters kicked up again. By the fall, the tally was put at $500 million worth of lost crops to dust, grasshoppers, or drought. The southern plains were in no better shape than at the start of the drought 5 years earlier. In Dalhart came a surprise announcement. John McCarty was leaving town. The founder of the Last Man Club, the Dust Bowl cheerleader, the empire builder, the director of the Dalhart Chamber of Commerce, the editor and publisher of the Texan was pulling up stakes and moving south to the city of Amarillo. Nothing personal, he explained to slack-jawed friends around the DeSoto. Nothing against Dalhart, this fine town, full of Spartans, he told Dick Kuhn and Doc Dawson, and all the people who had signed a pledge to never leave, a virtual marriage contract with a town. McCarty wanted a divorce. Nothing against Dallam County. It was just that a man had to follow opportunity when it called your tune. He had had a good job offer in Amarillo and could not afford to turn it down. Nothing against the other members of the Last Man Club. He said good luck and goodbye and turned his back for good on a town he swore he would never leave. The betrayal lingered through the last years of the dust storms. So Dalhart lost its biggest booster, and the Dalhart Texan was without its unique voice. The promising crop was ruined by hoppers. The land was on the move again, worse than any time since the start of the black blizzards. Children were dying of dust pneumonia. It seemed like one death every 10 days. Uncle Dick was the only community pillar left in town. The survivor of the Galveston hurricane looked around at his shriveled, humbled town, coated in grime, as colorless as the inside of a gopher hole. The First National Bank had folded and never reopened. The pool hall was gone, taken by Dick himself in reluctant foreclosure. Bert Steins was gone, also lost in foreclosure. The DeSoto could barely hold on. Bennett's project had brought a payroll to town and provided rental income for folks who opened up their houses to the CCC workers who didn't want to bunk in the camps outside town. But when Operation Dust Bowl folded its tents, what would be left for Dalhart? Kuhn found his answer at the card table, where he looked into the weather-creased, sun-blasted faces of XIT cowboys, playing their hands and spitting tobacco into cups. Dalhart had a resource after all. This history, the biggest ranch in the state, the spread that built the capital, the largest grass under fence in the world, the boys of original Texas. "We ought to have ourselves a barbecue," said Uncle Dick. "A reunion? All the XIT cowboys. Get 'em here in Dalhart and hold a barbecue." The idea was an easy sell, especially since Dick said he would pay for the chow. That first week of October, they gathered up as many cowboys as they could find, after a call went out near and far, and held a big feast with spits of pork ribs and sides of chicken and slabs of beef, grilled in the open air, on a day when the dirt clouds kept their distance. Bam White brought his fiddle, and he was joined by other cowboys. They played all afternoon and danced into the evening, the finest time in Dalhart since the start of this dirty decade. Cowboys gave speeches and toasted the great ghost, the grassland of the XIT. Old-timers told their stories of riding herds and sleeping on the good, soft sod of the Llano Estacado, and how this place was so green in the spring you would have thought it was Ireland. They could not put a stopper in the stories. They just kept coming, late into the night. About how Doc Dawson's sanitarium was a cowboy refuge for a man carved up by barbed wire after a drunk. About all the antelope running over grass. About lightning killing a horse during a thunder boomer. About how you could ride from sunup to sundown and never get out of the XIT. About snowstorms that came down the prairie lane from Canada, northers so cold they froze your piss in midstream. People laughed late into the night, danced to fiddle music, sang, and ate bread pudding with corn whiskey sauce poured over it. Everyone felt they had something good here with this reunion, that they should not let these stories go. A few days later, Uncle Dick was leaning against a rail in front of the DeSoto when he spotted a young cowboy and his family drifting through town. For 5 years now, Dick had watched a steady parade of jalopies and wagons float through Dalhart, the people staying only a night or two and then moving on to some place where there might be work or stable land. California had turned its back on the Exodusters. A billboard posted outside of Tulsa told people traveling west on Highway 66 to stay away. "No jobs in California if you are looking for work. Keep out." Dick rolled a cigarette from the plug of tobacco he kept in a vest pouch, staring all the while at one cowboy and his family. He overheard part of the conversation, the man telling his kids he knew they were hungry but would have to hold on a little longer. Maybe at the next town they could get something to eat. The cowboy had wandered into town with the XIT reunion. He thought with all those old saddle riders around, somebody might know of a place to get work. "You there?" Uncle Dick called out to him. "Yes, sir." "What you doing here?" "Fixing to leave, sir. I came hoping to find something on a ranch." "You know how to ride?" "Yes, sir. And rope. Fix a fence line. Mend a windmill. I can do it all." "What's holding you back?" "No jobs around here." "Nothing?" No, sir. Uncle Dick reached into his pocket and pulled out his $100 bill. He handed the money to the cowboy, told him to take it. It was his. The young man was stunned. Are you sure? You take it, Uncle Dick said. Get yourself situated. Good luck. The cowboy broke down in tears, sobbing on the dusted streets of Dalhart. Later, when the cowboy asked around about his benefactor, people told him it was Dick Coon, the richest man in town. He owned everything, but they were surprised to see him give up the C-note. He probably had another $100 bill to replace the one he gave to the cowboy. Only Coon's closest friends knew the truth. Uncle Dick was broke. All his properties were mortgaged and not bringing in any income. He had $4 left in his bank account, and he was sick. The doc told Dick Coon he had placed himself in peril by staying on the high plains. But he had signed a last-man pledge and took his oath seriously. The doc said people would understand if he pulled up stakes and said goodbye to Dalhart. It wasn't like that hypocrite John McCarty leaving to take a better job after getting everybody worked up into a froth and pledging to stick around. Dick had to leave in order to stay alive. Okay then, he moved into the Rice Hotel in Houston and died with little more money than he had when he came into the world, the son of penniless parents. Lizzie White's great fear was starvation. It kept her up at night and made her weep. After the grasshoppers ate everything that Bam White had put into the ground, he was forced to go on relief. The family got government clothes and government food to go with a government mortgage on the shack. That winter was not easy. Northers blew down and drove the temperature so low that Bam's handlebar mustache froze stiff, just like the water inside their place. The boys would get up early and get the stove going to melt enough water for coffee and washing. Bam seemed to have lost his spirit. He did not want to go outside or kick around with cowboys. He looked rusted. Get me that fiddle, boy. In the winter, trapped for days in the enclosure of cold and darkness, a little music could change the mood inside the white shack. But Bam didn't often feel good enough to play. His hands were cracked, chipped and arthritic. He could barely close them. Melt brought his Ratty the instrument and Bam started in. He winced at the pain of moving those cracked hands, but the music came, and as it did, Bam's fingers started to bleed. Melt told his daddy he should stop, but the cowboy kept at it, playing soft fiddle music for his family in the drafty shack, blood trickling down onto the cold, dusted floor. A few days later, on a Saturday during the first week of February 1938, Bam did not get out of bed. He groaned and wailed, said his stomach was killing him. He was burning with fever. The boys were sent to town to get something for him and rushed back with a pink fluid, like Pepto-Bismol. Bam White drank the bottle of pink liquid, but it did not still the pain. He held his stomach and groaned so loudly his cries could be heard outside. Sunday brought no improvement. He tried to hold it in, to keep his children from seeing him in such agony. The pain was sharp and persistent, like he had a cat inside him clawing to get out. On Monday, he died. They buried Bam near the old XIT, a small service, just family and some cowboys. It was noted that even though Bam White had been shunned by people in town for being a part of that film and had not been asked to join the Last Man Club, he never gave up on the high plains. He stayed longer than McCarty himself, stayed till his last breath. A few days later, the agency came out and sold everything the family had left. A cow, a couple of hogs, every bird in the henhouse, a pair of horses, a mule, to satisfy the debt on the house. When they were done, they told Lizzie White that the family still owed the government $2,300. She had nothing. Resettlement took title to the shack and its dirt patch. Lizzie moved a family south, as she had always wanted to, settling in with her sister in a part of Texas that was not so dusted and torn. They found work picking cotton. Melt could not stand it. He needed freedom, open space, just like his daddy. One day he said he'd had enough. He would never pick cotton for a living. A boy of 17, Melt packed a few things and said he was going home. Home? His mama was taken aback. Where's home? Melt said he missed the old place where his daddy was buried and that he was born to horses and the open range. He was going to get back to Dalhart and find some way to work a ranch. His mama tried to dissuade him, this headstrong boy, and asked him why he could possibly want to go back to that place of horrors. Melt didn't know himself at first. He said later his Indian blood was calling him back to the Lanois Sacado because it was a place that belonged to Indians and grass, and one day both might be restored. Dalhart was a lonely town for Doc Dawson in his last years. He missed Dick Coon's generosity, John McCarty's blustery boosterism, Bam White's fiddle. A lot of the faces he did not know. They were strangers working for the CCC on the big soil conservation project north of town. People had started bringing water up with deep wells, reaching into the Ogallala Aquifer, in a hurry to get that water out of the ground and running. If only they could get the soil to settle, folks said, the Panhandle would be back on its way. For now it had its own liquid gold. But Dawson was done with the land. He had tried for nearly a decade to raise a decent crop. First cotton, then wheat, corn, sorghum, anything on his couple of sections. But it was a cursed piece of dirt. Through cycles of drought and black blizzards, grasshoppers and blue northers, he had nothing to show but tumbleweeds snagged on a fence line. As his strength faded, he gave up his duties at the soup kitchen. He still kept a little office in town where he saw patients every now and then, but most of them could not pay for his services. More often, people came by just to talk. He spent one afternoon helping a woman with her domestic troubles, and by the end of the day, she had decided not to seek a divorce. But he felt bad because this may be taking a shingle off the lawyer's roof, he wrote to his son. A winter of 1938 lingered well into April. A white blizzard entombing the town one day, a black blizzard smothering Dalhart the next, and in between a snuster, followed by a 3-day blow of midnight dirt that blocked out the sun, almost as bad as the dust of Black Sunday. Never in all the 31 years we have lived in the West have we seen the thing continued for 3 days and nights without a stretch, without 1 minute between violent gusts and lambasting dirt deluging us unceasingly, wrote Willie Dawson in a letter to her son John. On a rare clear day in early May, the doc went into town. He found the entrance door to his office had blown open and the floor buried by dust. A small dune had formed in his little doctor's office. It took him and a friend most of a day to shovel it out. The doc decided it was time for him to move as well. But his thoughts were stuck in a loop of despair. He had come to the Texas Panhandle for his health, and now it was one of the unhealthiest places on the planet. "We are all so discouraged and ready to go," he wrote his son. How could he leave? His fine house was worth little in a town where 1 in 5 people had packed up and rolled away. And how could he stay? If the dust had defeated Dalhart's most vocal cheerleader, and its richest man, and its toughest cowboy, how could an ailing, aged doctor expect to hold on? Dalhart, like Boise City, was closed to the outside world for days on end, as dusters buried roads in and out of town, covered the railroad tracks, and made it impossible to see. Some days, the only thing on the doc's calendar was a visit from an old friend. Even that small joy was taken from him in the spring of 1938, as the black blizzards kept people off the roads. A massive brain hemorrhage killed Dr. G. Waller Dawson. Going through his belongings, his son John found a tattered, crumbled card inside the doc's wallet. It was his last man club card, signifying Dawson as the 4th person to join, with his familiar doctor's signature attached to the pledge that he would be the last man to leave the High Plains, and that he would always be loyal to it. 24. Cornhusker 3. Through 7 centuries, a single tree grew in a fold of the land in Nebraska. After it was cut down in 1936, the rings were counted and examined, each circle telling a story of a season on the plains. Dry years were thin rings, when the tree itself barely grew but held on, a still life. Wet years were thick, when the tree fattened up with fiber. An examination of the tree found that Nebraska had been through 20 droughts over the previous 748 years. At stake for Don Hartwell was whether he could survive the 21st. At the start of August 1937, when he put his thermometer into the ground, it registered a temperature of 151 degrees. "Rain just doesn't fall in Innervale," Hartwell wrote. Hartwell was a nudge short of being washed out among the hobos. His farm was down to 3 lame horses and a single hog. He still played music in town at night, though the crowds were thin as Webster County hollowed out. His wife took in other people's clothes to iron and sew, but the odd jobs did not bring enough money for seed. The bank had been harassing Hartwell with a flurry of notices that he was well behind on his mortgage. He picked up rumors of work in Leadville, Colorado, or Phoenix, but he seemed paralyzed to move. Though he was only 48 years old, he was often sick, forced into bed. He felt tired and stiff. On the arid plains, he noted in his diary, "People got old early." Aug 9th. Today is a combination of killing heat, scattered dusty clouds, gusts of burning wind, and a few drops of rain. Verna got a letter from Sarah Points at Ward Colo, wanting her to come out there and go into the restaurant business. "It is certain we will have to do something." Aug 27th. Verna and I were married 25 years ago today. It would be foolish to say that we have never had trouble. One would have trouble even by himself in that length of time. Today is terribly hot, dry breeze, a few scattered clouds. Aug 31st. Practically all the corn in this country and most of the state has been destroyed by hot winds and drought this month. This makes the 4th total failure in succession here. 7/6. Today is Labor Day. Holidays mean very little here, as in this country it is a sort of distinction not to observe them. Sept 21st. I have not felt right for some time. I always did live intensely. Perhaps it might be a nervous reaction. I hope nothing worse. Oct. 10. Fair and pleasant today. Verna and I listened to the World Series baseball game. The NY Yankees beat the Giants 4-2, the Yankees winning and ending the series. We have listened to these World Series games for several years now, but I believe that this is the last one we will ever listen to here in Innervale. We shall see. Number 8. I burned some Russian thistles on the W place. I cut down a dead tree, W of our house. I set out this tree more than 20 years ago. It was a Norway poplar, and it seemed that when it turned green, that spring had really come. But the drought of the last few years got it, the same as it has us. November 19th. Today is very cold and mean, a continuous wind. We have no hogs at all now. It is the first time I can remember in my entire life when there haven't been either hogs or cattle on the place. In fact, we have nothing left. We literally have no place to go if we are not all dressed up. The communities around Hartwell's farm were dying fast. A village 4 miles north of his home fell empty, the school abandoned, the houses and farm buildings deserted, tumbleweeds pressed against the sides. This could not possibly be the same land Lewis and Clark had seen in 1804. Well calculated for the sweetest and most nourishing hay, the blue stem 12 feet high. Clark had marveled at the grass as the core of discovery moved up the Missouri River, staring east at the plains of Nebraska. "So magnificent a scenery," he wrote, "one of the most pleasing prospects I ever beheld." One of Hartwell's best friends left for Wyoming, saying he planned to return, but Hartwell was sure he would never see him again. Another friend turned on him, becoming cold, as impersonal as an election notice on a telegraph pole. Hartwell wrote, "The frozen air killed drifters or forced others to steal." Someone threw a rock through the window of a lumberyard so that he could go to jail and get something to eat and keep from freezing to death, Hartwell wrote. Around Thanksgiving, a letter arrived from a friend in Denver, urging the Hartwells to move west. To a middle-aged farm couple, Denver was a strange city, big and uncertain. Hartwell felt cornered by his circumstances. He tucked away his pride and appealed to the Red Cross for a relief grant, but was rejected. Now he felt he had no luck left. He was on a path to sure collapse. He still had a working car, but no money for gas. "I guess we have reached the end of the trail in Nebraska," he wrote at year's end. He spent much of early 1938 begging the bank to let him keep the farm after failing to make a payment for nearly half a year. As a stopgap measure, the bank agreed to stretch out the interest payments, which lowered the monthly bill but did nothing to move the pile of debt off Hartwell. By habit, he still tried to think like a farmer, using the winter months to plan for the coming year's crop, and to act like a farmer, pruning trees and clearing out drainage ditches. But his motions were faint and half-hearted. He could not afford seed for the crop, and the bank would not extend him a penny. Another horse died, a mare named Belle. He mourned the loss for months. His body ached, and his stomach made strange noises. Without money to see a doctor, he had no idea what ailed him. "I haven't felt right for a year." People continued to leave Webster County, chased away by dust and dead ground. Some shuttered their houses and moved without notice. Others held big home sales, weepy parties, and departed on ceremony. Hartwell scrounged around his family farmstead, looking for something of value. The piano was an obvious choice, but he could not bring himself to give it up. He took his land roller, a big metal cylinder used to flatten dirt, to Red Cloud and got $5 for it. There was a crowd in town, pawing over the possessions of people who had given up. "It was mostly junk," Hartwell wrote, "but it was the only way most people could shop." April 5th. "Verna has been doing a little sewing for different ones, and I've been doing principally nothing. No income, only 2 horses left, 95 acres of mortgaged land, unpaid taxes and interest, and $0 in cash. That is the outlook that faces us after I have lived more than 40 years in Nebraska." April 6th. "Electric lights have been off all day, the first time for a long time, but I think ours will soon be off for good." April 8th. "Verna got $2 for fixing Miss Bloom's coat." April 18th. "Well, here it is Monday again, and I haven't done a bit of farm work yet, and I don't know if I ever will. With only 2 horses, not a cent to our name, not a cent of income for the last 4 years, I just don't know exactly where to turn." A friend loaned him some seed on the condition that he pay it back in corn or money. Hartwell disked the fields and planted 22 rows of corn. Off and on during the planting in May, he was harassed by dust showers, rain and dirt falling together. He also planted Sudan grass, which the CCC was pushing as a drought-tolerant plant that would take easily to the wind-raked land. The corn no sooner came up than grasshoppers descended on his fields. He spread poison. Verna found work washing sheets and towels at a hotel in town, and after a while, they were allowed to eat there in the laundry room, dining on the hotel's leftover food. July 12th. Today is a terrible day. A glaring sun, a few little clouds, and a deliberate, deadly SW breeze, which has set out to destroy everything again this year. I had hoped to live long enough to see one more decent year in this country. July 20th. I wonder if in the next 500 years, or the next 1,000 years, there will be a summer when rain will fall in Innervale. Certainly not as long as I live will the curse of drought be lifted from this country. July 24th. Today is just common hell, death and destruction to every growing thing. A dry, deadly SW wind, a dead clear sky, and a vicious blazing sun make up the picture of destruction. God, in his infinite wisdom, might have made a more discouraging place than Webster Co. Neberg. But so far as I know, God never did. July 25th. I have felt lost since the horses are gone. There is not much I can do. It is the first time in nearly 40 years that I have not had a team to use. I walked up through the corn and cane in the forenoon. it is being hurt every day by drought. Aug. 17th. Bad luck destiny has seemed to follow us since 1932, and this year will be little better. We could not pay back taxes and interest, and as the horses are all gone now, and we have no income and not 1 cent in reserve, so what? The next week, Hartwell and his wife set off for Denver to find work. The money Verna made washing at the hotel was not enough to keep them on the farm. In the city, they stayed with friends who had lined up a job for Verna as a maid at a doctor's house. There was no work for Hartwell and no room for him at the doctor's house. The farmer said goodbye to his wife and returned to Innavale. The separation was supposed to be temporary. The dust, the drought, the fractured farm had broken the last thing they had, their bond. It was the first time they were apart in 26 years of marriage. Hartwell moped around his farm, talking to himself and writing in his diary, without even a horse or hog to keep him company. He played music, and at times he was so low he cried at the sight of one of Verna's dresses or a half-open can of peaches. I can hardly call it home anymore. I can't write how I really feel about that. Oct. 7. I wrote to Verna. It seems so long since she was here. Yet it is only a week. How will it seem if the days go on into weeks, the weeks into months, the months into... Nov 2. I did a rash thing today and started for Colo, and when I got as far as McCook, I changed my mind and came home. I just didn't have the money to go on. Nov 24th. First Thanksgiving since 1912 when Verna and I haven't been together. Will we ever live together again? Dec. 19th. I never saw fields any drier. Everything is filled with dust. Date 21. I went up and took some pictures of abandoned farms end of here in the forenoon. Little is left up there of a once prosperous country. Drought has all but obliterated a fairly prosperous farming region. Vacant houses, tumble-down buildings, weed-grown fields are all that remain. DC 24th. Very dry everywhere. I raked the north side of our yard in the forenoon. I swept and dusted in the afternoon. I trimmed the tree and lighted it in the evening. So it was. Lighted when Verna came up from the depot. She got home at 10 p.m. Verna stayed a week, then returned to Colorado and her maid's job at the doctor's house. She made $40 a month and sent her husband $5 every 2 weeks. Hartwell started 1939 still on the farm in Innavale, but alone, without seed, horses, cattle, or hogs. To stave off foreclosure, he sold his farm machinery, getting $19 for a 2-row lister, his biggest sale. He sometimes thought of going to town to play music or even to dance, but he never did. Once, he took a train to Kansas City and saw a burlesque show. The girls danced and posed with nothing on, he reported. But 4-H can do that. The tug of failure was too strong. His life was on a course he could not reverse. But he was still not ready to give up. A friend loaned him a mule and some seed, and he made plans to plant corn again. His heart was torn by loneliness. We lived here 26 years together, before Nebraska weather and economic conditions finally ruined and separated us, he wrote at year's end. Feb 3rd. I used to look forward to spring this time of year, but now I don't know what to do. I never have been cornered like I am now. Feb 4th. A cold, mean wind all day. I doubt very much if Verna and I will ever have a home of our own again. I wouldn't even guess what is ahead of us. Feb 5th. I have felt lost lately, not knowing where to turn or what to do. In fact, if one hasn't got anything, there is not much he can do. Feb 23rd. I got a letter from the Federal Land Bank saying they were foreclosing on our place, so our last place will soon be gone. May 27th. A chilly, driving, N-west wind. I finished planting corn on the W bottom in the afternoon. An outdoor picture show in the evening, but pretty cool to sit out and watch it. July 10th. The same clear, glaring sky and vicious, blazing, killing sun. Cane is about dead. Corn is being damaged. It will soon be destroyed. Those who coined the phrase, "there's no place like Nebraska," wrote better than they thought. In Nebraska, you don't have to die to go to hell. Aug. 4th. Practically no one comes here now. Of those who used to ask so diffidently, "Is Verna here?" not one comes around anymore. They have vanished like last year's crop of turnips. Aug. 5th. Nearly everything is destroyed. Sept. 13. Today is a terrible day of SW wind, dust, and heat. One can't really do much afternoons, owing to the blast of wind and dust. I raked up what little cane there was worth cutting, but there's very little. Sept. 18. There are no dances here anymore. Nothing but silence, emptiness, respectability. Sept. 30. September 1939 was one of the driest ever known, the Weather Bureau says, in 40 years. Almost continuous hot winds. There is less corn even than last year. Hitler, Russia, France, and England are now supposed to be at war. October 13th. Well, today is my birthday again. They seem to come all together too often. Verna sent me $1 and I went to the hotel to get my dinner. November 14th. Everything is a reek of dust. It is in your clothes. You taste it, feel it. December 12th. Well, there is not a great deal to report. Winter in Innervale is just staying, just living. But I don't look for or expect anything going on anymore. The bank took the land that Hartwell's had owned since 1909. Hartwell was allowed to stay in the house for another year as a rent-paying tenant. He found part-time work on a government road crew. Verna stayed in Denver, still working as a maid. After being apart from her husband for 2 years, she returned for Christmas. Hartwell ended his diary with a poem attributed to a woman from Ridgewood, New Jersey, Eleanor Chaffee. He attached the poem to the last page of his diary, without additional comment. We had a crystal moment, snatched from the hands of time, a golden singing moment, made for love and rhyme. What if it shattered in our hands, as crystal moments must? Better than earth and hours, changing to lifeless dust. 25. Rain. They worked through the hottest days of summer, stitching a flag 49 feet long by 29 feet high, the biggest in the world. Every musician in the Texas Panhandle was summoned to fall in line, forming another superlative. The largest single marching band ever assembled on American soil, 2,500 instruments. Amarillo had never looked so good. All was in place on the afternoon of July 11, 1938, for President Roosevelt's visit to the Southern Plains. He chose Amarillo, headquarters for Operation Dust Bowl, because it was the only city of any size in the Broken Land, and because Bennett had told him to go out, have a look, see how farmers were holding the land down, taking what he had started and making it their own. The crowd was enormous, nearly 100,000 people in a city with less than half that population. They jammed into Elwood Park under uncertain skies and lined the streets for 3 miles back to the station. At 6:45, a train pulled into Amarillo from the east. Word went out, "He's here." The crowd stirred and a ripple of cheers followed. The wind was gathering force, and the light seemed to fall out of the sky sooner than it should have. The heat dissipated quickly. As clouds thickened, Amarillo's leaders worried that a duster was about to dump a load on the leader of the Western world. Some people had driven for 2 days on drifted roads to get a glimpse of the president. He was not one of them, but many felt that this crippled man from New York had kept his promise. He had not forgotten them. The flatland was not green or fertile, yet it seemed as if the beast had been tamed. The year had been dry, just like the 6 that preceded it, and exceptionally windy, but the land was not peeling off like it had before, was not darkening the sky. There were dusters, half a dozen or more in each of April and May, but nothing like Black Sunday, nothing so biblical. Maybe, as some farmer suggested, Bennett's army had calmed the raging dust seas, or maybe so much soil had ripped away that there was very little left to roll. Amarillo had begged the government to send its CCC soil-saving and tree-planting crews to the Panhandle, and when they came, they were greeted like firemen arriving at a blaze. Rows of spindly trees, little more than sticks in the ground, now ran through the land, nearly 40 million saplings, 3,600 miles of living hope, planted within the most tattered parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. In addition, farmers were paid a stipend to list their soil and plant grass alongside the work done by the CCC. Nearly 1 million acres were under contract as part of Bennett's blueprint to rescue the land. Bennett hoped that 7 million acres would eventually be replanted in grass, a prairie reborn in that delicate miracle, the ever-recurring grass, as the poet Walt Whitman called it. Elsewhere in 1938, the recovery and the energy of the New Deal had run out of steam. More than 4 million people lost their jobs in the wake of government cutbacks, and the stock market fell sharply again. Some of the gloom that enveloped the country at midterm in President Hoover's reign was back. In the Dust Bowl, the fuzz of a forced forest and the retilling of tousled dirt did not stop the wind or bring more rain. But it was a plan in motion, something, and that was enough to inspire people to keep the faith. As Will Rogers said, if Roosevelt burned down the Capitol, we would cheer and say, well, we at least got a fire started anyhow. The High Plains had been culled of thousands of inhabitants. In no man's land, the plague, as Nestor's called it, had killed or forced out nearly 1 family in 3. It was almost as bad in the Texas Panhandle. But as the dirty decade neared its end, the big exodus was winding down. The only way that folks who stayed behind would leave now, they said, was horizontal, in a pine box. Milt White had found his way back to the place where his daddy was buried, next to the old XIT on the outskirts of Dalhart. He bought a colt with his savings from picking cotton and took his horse out for a run every day, scouting for a place where he could dig himself a toehold. There was going to be water available soon, all over the Llano Estacado, water from below. People were drilling deep and tapping into the main vein of that ancient underground reservoir of the Ogallala Aquifer, as big as the grassland itself, they said. These new boomers, a handful of men in town, wanted no part of Bennett's soil conservation districts. They wanted money to pump up a river of water from the Ogallala, pass it through a tangle of pipes, and spit it out over the sandpapered land. They would grow wheat and corn and sorghum, and they would make a pile using all the water they wanted. You just wait and see. They talked as if it were the dawn of the wheat boom, 20 years earlier. Milt thought they had not learned a thing from the last decade. The High Plains belonged to Indians and grass, but few people in Dalhart shared his feelings. Could the soul be returned to a corpse left to the winds? Could Comanche ever ride free again, lords of the tattered plain? Could bison ever find a home on land that had given up its grass? Could the turf that evolved over eons, tailored by nature's calibrations to take fire, drought, eternal wind, and cold into its life cycles, ever be restitched to sterile ground? The land all around Roosevelt's parade route showed signs of terminal disorder. How to explain a place where black dirt fell from the sky, where children died from playing outdoors, where rabbits were clubbed to death by adrenaline-primed nesters still wearing their Sunday school clothes, where grasshoppers descended on weakened fields and ate everything but doorknobs? How to explain a place where hollow-bellied horses chewed on fence posts, where static electricity made it painful to shake another man's hand, where the only thing growing that a human or a cow could eat was an unwelcome foreigner, the Russian thistle? How to explain 50,000 or more houses abandoned throughout the Great Plains, never to hear a child's laugh or a woman's song inside their walls? How to explain 9 million acres of farmland without a master? America was passing this land by. Its day was done. Roosevelt had first tasted prairie dust in 1934 when it blew into the White House. Now he was at the source. The rain started just after the president's train pulled into Amarillo. "What are the odds of that?" 100 to 1, local reporters said. It came in showers at first. The tight clouds frayed at the bottom, and then developed into a downpour. People strained to hold the big flag in place, but it grew heavy as it took on the weeping skies. They wanted the president to see the biggest flag in the world before it broke under the weight of water. Roosevelt rode slowly in an open car, through the rain, down the 3-mile length of town to the park. He was hatless, and water splattered off his glasses and ran down his nose. But he kept his political face forward, jaw out, smiling and waving. The rain pooled in the streets, and people stood in fast-rising puddles, their shoes wet, to get a glimpse of the president. When he passed by the big flag, Roosevelt ordered the car to stop. He saluted the seamstresses standing near their creation and the young men trying to hold the flag above ground. Music still poured forth from the world's biggest marching band, even as the instruments were pelted. Now the giant flag began to sag. The young men could not keep it from drooping. The stars and stripes bled away from the 150 square yards of cloth onto the wet street, bled purple. At Elwood Park, there was no shelter for the honored guest. It had been dry for 6 years. No one expected a downpour in mid-July. No one even brought an umbrella. Roosevelt was helped out of the car and up to a grandstand. He stood, using the heavy metal braces to lock his knees in place. The crowd roared, everyone on their feet. He was their savior, and he did not betray their trust in him. Some of his experts had told him that it had been a monumental failure to settle this part of the world, and that all the conservation measures and tree planting could not bring life back. People had killed this land by their own greed and stupidity, and yes, hubris, and it could not be restored. Let it die. If Roosevelt believed this, he never let on. Standing in the rain, hair wet and suit drenched, he looked radiant. "I think this little shower we have had is a mighty good omen." Thunderous cheers rose, lasting several minutes. It could have been the Texas High School Football Championship for the Roar. Yes, sir, a good omen. What else could this land throw at them? What fresh hell could there still be? The rain pounded the crowd as the last of the big flag's color leaked onto the street, purpling the water like food dye in a creek. After the cheers and applause settled, Roosevelt resumed his speech. As he got into it, he took on the nester's chip, the righteous anger of the victim. "I wish more people from the South and the East could visit this Plains country," he said. "Yes, sir, Mr. President, we're not all dead," people said to each other. "Damn straight, tell it to the world. If they did, you would hear less talk about the great American desert. You would hear less ridicule of our efforts to conserve water and restore grazing lands and to plant trees." He told the crowd how their topsoil had blown all the way to his family home on the Hudson, and how people in the East did not understand these nesters, but he would never give up on them. Roosevelt had always believed in the power of restoration. He was also starting to believe that the Dust Bowl could have been prevented. He had taken to heart some of the conclusions of the Great Plains Committee, and he saw a way out in Operation Dust Bowl and his own tree planting design. What happened on this hard ground was not a weather disaster at all. It was a human failure. A year earlier, in a speech at the dedication of Bonneville Dam on the Columbia River, Roosevelt said if only Americans had known as much 30 years ago as they knew today about care of the arid lands, we could have prevented in great part the abandonment of thousands and thousands of farms in portions of 10 states, and thus prevented the migration of thousands of destitute families. The president said nothing about hindsight on this day, however. He was all sunshine in the rain. "We seek permanently to establish this part of the nation as a fine and safe place which a large number of Americans can call home." He praised the nesters for their guts and sprinkled half a dozen compliments on local Pauls before departing with a wave and one last flash of the smile and strong chin. Then it was back to the train, a quick ride to get out of the rain, and away, never to return to the high plains, away to a world war, fought by some of the same young men straining to hold the flag on the wet streets of Amarillo, away to a day when the Dust Bowl would be forgotten, the flat land left to the winds, the towns shriveled and lost, the last survivors bent and broken, telling stories of a time when the sky showered the land down on them, not knowing if people believed them, but not giving a damn if they did. Epilogue. T never fully recovered from the Dust Bowl. The land came through the 1930s deeply scarred and forever changed, but in places, it healed. All told, the government bought 11.3 million acres of dusted-over farm fields and tried to return much of it to grassland. The original intent was to purchase up to 75 million acres. After more than 65 years, some of the land is still sterile and drifting. But in the heart of the old Dust Bowl now are 3 national grasslands run by the Forest Service. The land is green in the spring and burns in the summer, as it did in the past, and antelope come through and graze, wandering among replanted buffalo grass and the old footings of farmsteads long abandoned. Some things are missing or fast disappearing. The prairie chicken, a bird that kept many a sodbuster alive in the dark days, is in decline, its population down by 78% since 1966. But biggest of the restored areas is Comanche National Grassland, named for the Lords of the Plains, which covers more than 600,000 acres, much of it in Baca County. Plans are underway to reintroduce bison to the shortgrass prairie, as was done in tallgrass preserves in other parts of the Great Plains. The Indians never returned, despite New Deal attempts to buy rangeland for natives. The Comanche live on a small reservation near Lawton, Oklahoma. They still consider the old bison hunting grounds between the Arkansas River and Rio Grande, where the wind blew free and there was nothing to break the light of the sun, as 10 Bears said, to be theirs by treaty. The trees from Franklin Roosevelt's Big Arbor Dream have mostly disappeared. Nearly 220 million were planted, just as the president envisioned. But when regular rain returned in the 1940s and wheat prices shot up, farmers ripped out the shelterbelt trees to plant grain. Other trees died in cycles of drought over the last half a century. Occasionally, a visitor comes upon a row of elms or cottonwoods, sturdy and twisted from the wind. It can be a puzzling sight, a mystery, like finding a sailor's note in a bottle on an empty beach. The United States was founded as a nation of farmers, but less than 1% of all jobs are in agriculture now. On the plains, the farm population has shrunk by more than 80%. The government props up the heartland, ensuring that the most politically connected farms will remain profitable. But huge sections of Mid-America no longer function as working, living communities. The subsidy system that was started in the New Deal to help people such as the Lucas family stay on the land has become something entirely different. A payoff to corporate farms growing crops that are already in oversupply, pushing small operators out of business. Some farms get as much as $360,000 a year in subsidies. The money has almost nothing to do with keeping people on the land or feeding the average American. Only a handful of family farmers still work the homesteads of No Man's Land and the Texas Panhandle. To keep agribusiness going, a vast infrastructure of pumps and pipes reaches deep into the Ogallala Aquifer, the nation's biggest source of underground freshwater, drawing the water down 8 times faster than nature can refill it. The aquifer is a sponge, stretching from South Dakota to Texas, which filled up when glaciers melted about 15,000 years ago. It provides about 30% of the irrigation water in the United States. With this water, farmers in Texas were able to dramatically increase production of cotton, which no longer has an American market. So cotton growers, siphoning from the Ogallala, get $3 billion a year in taxpayer money for fiber that is shipped to China, where it is used to make cheap clothing sold back to American chain retail stores like Walmart. The aquifer is declining at a rate of 1.1 million acre-feet a day. That is, 1,000,000 acres filled to a depth of 1 foot with water. At present rates of use, it will dry up perhaps within 100 years. In parts of the Texas Panhandle, hydrologists say the water will be gone by 2010. During a 3-year drought in the 1950s, dusters returned. There were big storms covering roads and spinning over towns, but nothing like Black Sunday. Droughts in 1974, 1976, and 2000, 2003 made the soil drift. But overall, the earth held much better. Why no second Dust Bowl? In 2004, an extensive study of how farmers treated the land before and after the Great Dusters of the 1930s concluded that soil conservation districts kept the earth from blowing. There was also irrigation water from the Ogallala to compensate for drought, but it was not available in many parts of the dry farming belt. What saved the land, this study found, was what Hugh Bennett had started, getting farmers to enter contracts with a soil conservation district and manage the land as a single ecological unit. By 1939, about 20 million acres in the heart of the Dust Bowl belonged to one of these units. Hugh Bennett died in 1960 at the age of 79. He is buried in Arlington National Cemetery. His legacy, the soil conservation districts spread throughout America, is the only New Deal grassroots operation that survives to this day. Dalhart still stands, a windblown and dog-eared town at the crossroads of 3 highways. It never recovered its population from pre-1930. Barely 6,000 people live in Dallam County now. At the entrance to town is a striking monument, an empty horse saddle dedicated to the XIT Cowboys. Every year, Dalhart holds a celebration for the old XIT ranch and the ghosts of cowboys who ran through its grass during the glory years. After moving out of Dalhart, John McCarty, the town's biggest booster, never returned. In his later years, he took up painting, concentrating on art that depicted dust storms as heroic and muscular. Born in 1900, the same year as Dalhart, McCarty died in 1974. In a home he built at the edge of town, Milt White lives with his wife of more than 60 years, Juanita. He worked as a house painter and paper hanger, though he still considers himself a cowboy by trade and inclination. He keeps a couple of horses out back on land next to the old XIT. He curses the day farmers came to the Panhandle and tore up the grass. Boise City is alive, but barely. With just 3,000 people, Cimarron County has lost nearly half its pre-Dust Bowl population. Fred Folkers was $10,000 in debt at the start of the war. But $4 wheat got him out of it, in the same way that wartime factory production finally got the United States out of the Depression. In 1948, at age 66, Fred had a heart attack. He continued to farm right up until his death in 1965. His wife, Catherine, outlived him by 10 years. She died at the age of 90. The children, Faye and Gordon, still own the homestead, land where Catherine ironed centipedes in the walls of the dugout. Hazel Lucas Shaw had another child, Jean Beth, to go with her son. Charles, Jr. Hazel's husband, Charles, died in 1971 of heart disease. After surviving the Dust Bowl and 2 subsequent tornadoes, Hazel outlived all her friends from Boise City. She died in 2003 at the age of 99. Though she never returned to live there, she told her grandchildren she always missed no man's land. Innavale, Nebraska, where the Hartwells lived, is a ghost town. Webster County, with 4,000 people, has lost more than 60% of its population from the 1930s. Years ago, a neighbor found Verna Hartwell burning her late husband's diary. The diary was rescued and after Verna's death, turned over to the Nebraska Historical Society in Lincoln. Approaching his 90th birthday, Ike Osteen lives with his wife, Lyda May, not far from the dugout, where the family of 9 children passed their days in a hole in the ground. After leaving Baca County, Ike worked on the railroad and road projects, and then joined the army. By the time Hitler's forces occupied most of Europe, Osteen was in boot camp. The soldier from the dugout landed in France on D-Day, June 6, 1944, fought the Germans through hedgerows, saw friends bleed and die. When the war was over, he thought about his place in the world and was drawn back to Baca County. It takes a certain kind of person to make peace with land that has betrayed them. But that is the way with home. Ike's mother died at the age of 92. Most days, Ike puts in a full day's work around the house and usually spends some part of an afternoon sorting through the living museum of his life on the High Plains. He loves it still,